Part 11 of the Exemplary Novels of Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Barry Eads and Tricia G. The Exemplary Novels of Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra. Translated by Walter K. Kelly. Dialogue between Scipio and Berganza. Dogs of the Hospital of the Resurrection in the city of Valladolid, commonly called the Dogs of Muades. Part 2. To help him in the display of his jugglery, the drummer began to teach me to dance to the sound of the drum, and to play other monkey tricks, such as no other dog than myself could ever have acquired. The detachment marched by very short stages. We had no commissary to control us. The captain was a mere lad, but a perfect gentleman, and a great Christian. The ensign had but just left the page's hall at the court. The sergeant was a knowing blade, and a great conductor of companies from the place where they were raised to the port of embarkation. The detachment was full of ruffians, whose insolent behaviour, in the places through which we passed, redounded in curses directed to a quarter where they were not deserved. It is the misfortune of the good prince to be blamed by some of his subjects, for faults committed by others of them, which he could not remedy if he would, for the circumstances attendant on war are for the most part inevitably harsh, oppressive, and untoward. In the course of a fortnight, what with my own cleverness and the diligence of him I had chosen for my patron, I learned to jump for the King of France, and not to jump for the good-for-nothing landlady. He taught me to curvet like a Neapolitan courser, to move in a ring like a mill-horse, and other things which might have made one suspect that they were performed by a demon in the shape of a dog. The drummer gave me the name of the wise dog, and no sooner were we arrived at a halting-place than he went about, beating his drum, and giving notice to all who desired to behold the marvellous graces and performances of the wise dog, that they were to be seen at such a house, for 4 or 8 maravedis a head, according to the greater or less wealth of the place. After these encomiums everybody ran to see me, and no one went away without wonder and delight. My master exulted in the gains I brought him, which enabled him to maintain 6 of his comrades like princes. The envy and covetousness of the rogues was excited, and they were always watching for an opportunity to steal me, for any way of making money by sport was great charms for many. This is why there are so many puppet showmen in Spain, so many who go about with peep shows, so many others who hawk pens and ballads, though their stock, if they sold it all, would not be enough to keep them for a day, and yet they are to be found in taverns and drinking shops all the year round, whence I infer that the cost of their guzzling is defrayed by other means than the profits of their business. They are all good-for-nothing vagabonds, bread weevils, and wine sponges.
No more of that, Berganza. Let us not go over the same ground again. Continue your story, for the night is waning, and I should not like, when the sun rises, that we should be left in the shades of silence.
Keep it and listen. It is an easy thing to extend and improve our inventions. My master, seeing how well I imitated a Neapolitan courser, made me housings of gilt leather, and a little saddle, which he fitted on my back. He put on it a little figure of a man, with lance in hand, and taught me to run straight at a ring fixed between 2 stakes. As soon as I was perfect in that performance, my master announced that on that day the wise dog would run at the ring, and exhibit other new and incomparable feats, which, indeed, I drew from my own invention, not to give my master the lie. We next marched to Montilla, a town belonging to the famous and great Christian, Marquis of Priego, head of the house of Aguilar and Montilla. My master was quartered, at his own request, in a hospital. He made his usual proclamation, and as my great fame had already reached the town, the courtyard was filled with spectators in less than an hour. My master rejoiced to see such a plenteous harvest, and resolved to show himself that day a first-rate conjurer. The entertainment began with my leaping through a hoop. He had a willow switch in his hand, and when he lowered it, that was a signal for me to leap, and when he kept it raised, I was not to budge. On that day, for ever memorable in my life, he began by saying, "Come, my friend, jump for that juvenile old gentleman, you know, who blacks his beard, or, if you won't, jump for the pomp and grandeur of Donna Pimpinela de Plafagonia." who was the fellow servant of the Galician kitchen wench at Valde Estelias. Don't you like that, my boy? Then jump for the bachelor Pasilius, who signs himself licentiate without having any degree. How lazy you are! Why don't you jump? Oh, I understand. I am up to your roguery. Jump, then, for the wine of Esquivios, a match for that of Ciudad Real, St. Martin, and Rivadavia. He lowered the switch, and I jumped in accordance with the signal. Then, addressing the audience, "Do not imagine, worshipful senate," he said, "that it is any laughing matter what this dog knows. I have taught him 24 performances, the least of which is worth going 30 leagues to see. He can dance the zaraband and the chacona better than their inventor. He tosses off a pint of wine without spilling a drop. He intones a so fa mi re as well as any sacristan. All these things, and many others which remain to be told, your worship shall witness during the time the company remains here. At present, our wise one will give another jump, and then we will enter upon the main business." Having inflamed the curiosity of the audience, or senate as he called them, with this harangue, he turned to me and said, "Come now, my lad, and go through all your jumps with your usual grace and agility. But this time it shall be for the sake of the famous witch who is said to belong to this place." The words were hardly out of his mouth, when the matron of the hospital, an old woman, who seemed upwards of 70, screamed out, "Rogue, charlatan, swindler, there is no witch here. If you mean Camacha, she has paid the penalty of her sin, and is where God only knows. If you mean me, you juggling cheat, I am no witch, and never was one in my life, and if I ever was reputed to be a witch, I may thank false witnesses, and the injustice of the law, and a presumptuous and ignorant judge. All the world knows the life of penance I lead, not for any acts of witchcraft, which I have never done, but for other great sins which I have committed as a poor sinner. So get out of the hospital, you rascally sheepskin thumper, or by all the saints I'll make you glad to quit it at a run." And with that she began to screech at such a rate, and pour such a furious torrent of abuse upon my master, that he was utterly confounded. In fine, she would not allow the entertainment to proceed on any account. My master did not care much about the row, as he had his money in his pocket, and he announced that he would give the performance next day in another hospital. The people went away cursing the old woman, and calling her a witch, and a bearded hag into the bargain. We remained for all that in the hospital that night, and the old woman meeting me alone in the yard, said, "Is that you, Montiel, my son? Is that you?" I looked up as she spoke, and gazed steadily at her, seeing which, she came to me with tears in her eyes, threw her arms round my neck, and would have kissed my mouth if I had allowed her, but I was disgusted and would not endure it.
You were quite right, for it is no treat, but quite the reverse, to kiss or be kissed by an old woman.
What I am now going to relate I should have told you at the beginning of my story, as it would have served to diminish the surprise we felt at finding ourselves endowed with speech. Said the old woman to me, "Follow me, Montiel, my son, that you may know my room, and be sure you come to me tonight, that we may be alone together, for I have many things to tell you of great importance for you to know." I drooped my head in token of obedience, which confirmed her in her belief that I was the dog Montiel whom she had been long looking for, as she afterwards told me. I remained bewildered with surprise, longing for the night to see what might be the meaning of this mystery or prodigy, and, as I had heard her called a witch, I expected wonderful things from the interview. At last the time came, and I entered the room, which was small and low, and dimly lighted by an earthenware lamp. The old woman trimmed it, sat down on a chest, drew me to her, and without speaking a word, fell to embracing me, and I to taking care that she did not kiss me. "I did always hope in heaven," the old woman began, "that I should see my son before my eyes were closed in the last sleep, and now that I have seen you, let death come when it will, and release me from this life of sorrow. You must know, my son, that there lived in this city the most famous witch in the world, called Camacha de Montilla. She was so perfect in her art, that the Eritzdeus, Certhes, and Madeus, of whom old histories I am told are full, were not to be compared to her. She congealed the clouds when she pleased, and covered the face of the sun with them, and when the whim seized her, she made the murkiest sky clear up at once. She fetched men in an instant from remote lands, admirably relieved the distresses of damsels who had forgot themselves for a moment, enabled widows to console themselves without loss of reputation, unmarried wives, and married those she pleased. She had roses in her garden in December, and gathered wheat in January. To make watercresses grow in a hand basin was a trifle to her, and to show any persons whom she wanted to see, either dead or alive, in a looking glass, or on the nail of a new born infant. It was reported that she turned men into brutes, and that she made an ass of a sacristan, and used him really and truly in that form for 6 years. I never could make out how this was done; for as for what is related of those ancient sorceresses, that they turned men into beasts, the learned are of opinion that this means only that by their great beauty and their fascinations they so captivated men and subjected them to their humours as to make them seem unreasoning animals. But in you, my son, I have a living instance to the contrary, for I know that you are a rational being, and I see you in the form of a dog; unless, indeed, this is done through that art which they call tropelia, which makes people mistake appearances, and take one thing for another. Be this as it may, what mortifies me is that neither your mother nor myself, who were disciples of the great Camacha, ever came to know as much as she did, and that not for want of capacity, but through her inordinate selfishness, which could never endure that we should learn the higher mysteries of her art, and be as wise as herself. Your mother, my son, was called Montilla, and next to Camacha she was the most famous of witches. My name is Cañizares, and if not equal in proficiency to either of these two, at least I did not yield to them in good will to the art. It is true that in boldness of spirit, in the intrepidity with which she entered a circle and remained, enclosed in it with a legion of fiends, your mother was in no wise inferior to Camacha herself; while for my part, I was always somewhat timid, and contented myself with conjuring half a legion; but though I say it that should not, in the matter of compounding witches' ointment, I would not turn my back upon either of them, no, nor upon any living who follow our rules. But you must know, my son, ever since I have felt how fast my life is hastening away upon the light wings of time, I have sought to withdraw from all the wickedness of witchcraft in which I was plunged for many years, and I have only amused myself with white magic, a practice so engaging that it is most difficult to forego it. Your mother acted in the same manner; she abandoned many evil practices, and performed many righteous works; but she would not relinquish white magic to the hour of her death. She had no malady, but died by the sorrow brought upon her by her mistress Camacha, who hated her because she saw that in a short time Montilla would know as much as herself, unless indeed she had some other cause of jealousy not known to me. Your mother was pregnant, and her time being come, Camacha was her midwife. She received in her hands what your mother brought forth, and showed her that she had borne two puppy dogs. "This is bad business," said Camacha; "there is some knavery here. But, sister Montilla, I am your friend, and I will conceal this unfortunate birth; so have patience and get well, and be assured that your misfortunes shall remain an inviolable secret." I was present at this extraordinary occurrence, and was not less astounded than your mother. Camacha went away taking the whelps with her, and I remained to comfort the lying in woman, who could not bring herself to believe what had happened. At last Camacha's end drew near, and when she felt herself at the point of death, she sent for her and told her how she had turned her sons into dogs on account of a certain grudge she bore her, but that she need not distress herself, for they would return to their natural forms when it was least expected; but this would not happen until they should see the exalted quickly brought low, and the lowly exalted by an arm that is mighty to do it. Your mother wrote down this prophecy, and deeply engraved it in her memory, and so did I, that I might impart it to one of you if ever the opportunity should present itself. And in hopes to recognize you, I have made it a practice to call every dog of your colour by your mother's name, to see if any of them would answer to one so unlike those usually given to dogs; and this evening, when I saw you do so many things, and they called you the wise dog, and also when you looked up at me upon my calling to you in the yard, I believed that you were really the son of Montilla. It is with extreme pleasure that I acquaint you with the history of your birth, and the manner in which you are to recover your original form. I wish it was as easy as it was for the golden ass of Apuleius, who had only to eat a rose for his restoration; but yours depends upon the actions of others, and not upon your own efforts. What you have to do meanwhile, my son, is to commend yourself heartily to God, and hope for the speedy and prosperous fulfilment of the prophecy; for since it was pronounced by Camacha, it will be accomplished without any doubt, and you and your brother, if he is alive, will see yourselves as you would wish to be. All that grieves me is that I am so near my end, that I can have no hope of witnessing the joyful event. I have often longed to ask my goat how matters would turn out with you at last, but I had not the courage to do so, for he never gives a straightforward answer, but as crooked and perplexing as possible. That is always the way with our lord and master; there is no use in asking him anything, for with one truth he mingles 1,000 lies, and from what I have noted in his replies it appears that he knows nothing for certain of the future, but only by way of conjecture. At the same time he so befools us that, in spite of 1,000 treacherous tricks he plays us, we cannot shake off his influence. We go to see him a long way from here in a great field, where we met a multitude of warlocks and witches, and are feasted without measure, and other things take place which, in deed and in truth, I cannot bring myself to mention, nor will I offend your chaste ears by repeating things so filthy and abominable. Many are of opinion that we frequent these assemblies only in imagination, wherein the demon presents to us the images of all those things which we afterwards relate as having occurred to us in reality. Others, on the contrary, believe that we actually go to them in body and soul, and for my part I believe that both opinions are true, since we know not when we go in the one manner or in the other. For all that happens to us in imagination does so with such intensity, that it is impossible to distinguish between it and reality. Their worships, the Inquisitors, have had sundry opportunities of investigating this matter, in the cases of some of us whom they have had under their hands, and I believe that they have ascertained the truth of what I state. I should like, my son, to shake off this sin, and I have exerted myself to that end. I have got myself appointed matron to this hospital. I tend the poor, and some die who afford me a livelihood either by what they leave me, or by what I find among their rags, through the great care I always take to examine them well. I say but few prayers, and only in public, but grumble a good deal in secret. It is better for me to be a hypocrite than an open sinner, for my present good works efface from the memory of those who know me the bad ones of my past life. After all, pretended sanctity injures no one but the person who practises it. Look you, Montiel, my son, my advice to you is this: be good all you can, but if you must be wicked, contrive all you can not to appear so. I am a witch, I do not deny it, and your mother was one likewise, but the appearances we put on were always enough to maintain our credit in the eyes of the whole world. 3 days before she died, we were both present at a grand sabbath of witches in a valley of the Pyrenees, and yet when she died, it was with the same calmness and serenity, that were it not for some grimaces she made a quarter of an hour before she gave up the ghost, you would have thought she lay upon a bed of flowers. But her 2 children lay heavy at her heart, and even to her last gasp she never would forgive Camacha, such a resolute spirit she had. I closed her eyes and followed her to the grave, and there took my last look at her, though, indeed, I have not lost the hope of seeing her again before I die, for they say that several persons have met her going about the churchyards and at the cross roads in various forms, and who knows but I may fall in with her some time or other, and be able to ask her whether I can do anything for the relief of her conscience. Every word that the old hag uttered in praise of her she called my mother went like a knife to my heart. I longed to fall upon her and tear her to pieces, and only refrained from unwillingness that death should find her in such a wicked state. Finally she told me that she intended to anoint herself that night, and go to one of their customary assemblies, and inquire of her master as to what was yet to befall me. I should have liked to ask her what were the ointments she made use of, and it seemed as though she read my thoughts, for she replied to my question as though it had been uttered. "This ointment," she said, "is composed of the juices of exceedingly cold herbs, and not, as the vulgar assert, of the blood of children whom we strangle. And here you may be inclined to ask what pleasure or profit can it be to the devil to make us murder little innocents, since he knows that being baptized they go as sinless creatures to heaven, and every Christian soul that escapes him is to him a source of poignant anguish. I know not what answer to give to this except by quoting the old saying, that some people would give both their eyes to make their enemy lose one. He may do it for the sake of the grief beyond imagination which the parents suffer from the murder of their children. But what is still more important to him is to accustom us to the repeated commission of such a cruel and perverse sin. And all this God allows by reason of our sinfulness. For without his permission, as I know by experience, the devil has not the power to hurt a pismire. And so true is this that one day when I requested him to destroy a vineyard belonging to an enemy of mine, he told me that he could not hurt a leaf of it, for God would not allow him. Hence you may understand when you come to be a man, that all the casual evils that befall men, kingdoms, and cities, and peoples, sudden deaths, shipwrecks, devastations, and all sorts of losses and disasters, come from the hand of the Almighty, and by his sovereign permission. And the evils which fall under the denomination of crime are caused by ourselves. God is without sin, whence it follows that we ourselves are the authors of sin, forming it in thought, word, and deed, God permitting all this by reason of our sinfulness, as I have already said. Possibly you will ask, my son, if so be you understand me, who made me a theologian? And mayhap you will say to yourself, confound the old hag, why does not she leave off being a witch, since she knows so much? Why does she not turn to God, since she knows that he is readier to forgive sin than to permit it? To this I reply as though you had put the question to me, that the habit of sinning becomes a second nature, and that of being a witch transforms itself into flesh and blood, and amidst all its ardour, which is great, it brings with it a chilling influence which so overcomes the soul as to freeze and benumb its faith, whence follows a forgetfulness of itself, and it remembers neither the terrors with which God threatens it, nor the glories with which he allures it. In fact, as sin is fleshly and sensual, it must exhaust and stupefy all the feelings, and render the soul incapable of rising to embrace any good thought, or to clasp the hand which God in his mercy continually holds out to it. I have one of those souls I have described. I see it clearly, but the empire of the senses enchains my will, and I have ever been and ever shall be bad. But let us quit this subject, and go back to that of our unguents. They are of so cold a nature that they take away all our senses when we anoint ourselves with them. We remain stretched on the ground, and then they say we experience all those things in imagination which we suppose to occur to us in reality. Sometimes after we have anointed and changed ourselves into fowls, foals, or deer, we go to the place where our master awaits us. There we recover our own forms, and enjoy pleasures which I will not describe, for they are such as the memory is ashamed to recall, and the tongue refuses to relate. The short and the long of it is, I am a witch, and cover my many delinquencies with the cloak of hypocrisy. It is true that as some esteem and honour me as a good woman, there are many who bawl in my ear the name imprinted upon your mother and me by order of an ill-tempered judge, who committed his wrath to the hands of the hangman, and the latter, not being bribed, used his plenary power upon our shoulders. But that is past and gone, and all things pass, memories wear out, lives do not renew themselves, tongues grow tired, and new events make their predecessors forgotten. I am matron of a hospital, my behaviour is plausible in appearance, my unguents procure me some pleasant moments, and I am not so old but that I may live another year, my age being 75. I cannot fast on account of my years, nor pray on account of the swimming in my head, nor go on pilgrimages for the weakness of my legs, nor give alms because I am poor, nor think rightly because I am given to backbiting, and to be able to backbite one must first think evil. I know for all that God is good and merciful, and that he knows what is in store for me, and that is enough. So let us drop this conversation which really makes me melancholy. Come, my son, and see me anoint myself, for there is a cure for every sorrow, and though the pleasures which the devil affords us are elusive and fictitious, yet they appear to us to be pleasures, and sensual delight is much greater in imagination than in actual fruition, though it is otherwise with true joys. After this long harangue she got up, and taking the lamp went into another and smaller room. I followed her, filled with 1,000 conflicting thoughts, and amazed at what I had heard and what I expected to see. Cañizares hung the lamp against the wall, hastily stripped herself to her shift, took a jug from a corner, put her hand into it, and muttering between her teeth, anointed herself from feet to the crown of her head. Before she had finished she said to me, that whether her body remained senseless in that room, or whether it quitted it, I was not to be frightened, nor fail to wait there till morning, when she would bring me word of what was to befall me until I should be a man. I signified my assent by drooping my head, and she finished her unction, and stretched herself on the floor like a corpse. I put my mouth to hers, and perceived that she did not breathe at all. One thing I must own to you, friend Scipio, that I was terribly frightened at seeing myself shut up in that narrow room with that figure before me, which I will describe to you as well as I can. She was more than 6 feet high, a mere skeleton covered with a black wrinkled skin. Her dugs were like two dried and puckered ox bladders. Her lips were blackened, her long teeth locked together. Her nose was hooked, her eyes starting from her head, and her hair hung in elf-locks on her hollow wrinkled cheeks. In short, she was all over diabolically hideous. I remained gazing on her for a while, and felt myself overcome with horror, as I contemplated the hideous spectacle of her body, and the worse occupation of her soul. I wanted to bite her to see if she would come to herself, but I could not find a spot on her whole body that did not fill me with disgust. Nevertheless, I seized her by one heel, and dragged her to the yard, without her ever giving any sign of feeling. There, seeing myself at large with the sky above me, my fear left me, or at least abated, so much as to give me courage to await the result of the wicked woman's expedition, and the news she was to bring me. Meanwhile I asked myself, how comes this old woman to be at once so knowing and so wicked? How is it that she can so well distinguish between casual and culpable evils? How is it that she understands and speaks so much about God, and acts so much from the prompting of the devil? How is it that she sins so much from choice, not having the excuse of ignorance? In these reflections I passed the night. The day dawned, and found us both in the court, she lying still insensible, and I on my haunches beside her, attentively watching her hideous countenance. The people of the hospital came out, and seeing this spectacle, some of them exclaimed, "The pious Cañizares is dead. See how emaciated she is with fasting and penance." Others felt her pulse, and finding that she was not dead, concluded that she was in a trance of holy ecstasy; whilst others said, "This old hag is unquestionably a witch, and is no doubt anointed, for saints are never seen in such an indecent condition when they are lost in religious ecstasy; and among us who know her she has hitherto had the reputation of a witch rather than a saint." Some curious inquirers went so far as to stick pins in her flesh up to the head, yet without ever awakening her. It was not till 7 o'clock that she came to herself, and then finding how she was stuck over with pins, bitten in the heels, and her back flayed by being dragged from her room, and seeing so many eyes intently fixed upon her, she rightly concluded that I had been the cause of her exposure. "What, you thankless, ignorant, malicious villain!" she cried, "is this my reward for the acts I did for your mother and those I intended to do for you?" Finding myself in peril of my life under the talons of that ferocious harpy, I shook her off, and seizing her by her wrinkled flank, I worried and dragged her all about the yard, while she shrieked for help from the fangs of that evil spirit. At these words most present believed that I must be one of those fiends who are continually at enmity with good Christians. Some were for sprinkling me with holy water, some were for pulling me off the old woman, but durst not; others bawled out words to exorcise me. The witch howled; I tightened my grip with my teeth; the confusion increased, and my master was in despair, hearing it said that I was a fiend. A few who knew nothing of exorcisms caught up 3 or 4 sticks and began to baste me. Not liking the joke, I let go of the old woman. In 3 bounds I was in the street, and in a few more I was outside the town, pursued by a host of boys, shouting, "Out of the way! The wise dog is gone mad!" Others said, "He is not mad, but he is the devil in the form of a dog." The people of the place were confirmed in their belief that I was a devil by the tricks they had seen me perform, by the words spoken by the old woman when she woke out of her infernal trance, and by the extraordinary speed with which I shot away from them. so that I seemed to vanish from before them like a being of the other world. In 6 hours I cleared 12 leagues, and arrived at a camp of gipsies in a field near Granada. There I rested awhile, for some of the gipsies who recognized me as the wise dog, received me with great delight, and hid me in a cave, that I might not be found if any one came in search of me, their intention being, as I afterwards learned, to make money by me as my master the drummer had done. I remained 20 days among them, during which I observed their habits and ways of life, and these are so remarkable that I must give you an account of them.
Before you go any further, Berganza, we had better consider what the witch said to you, and see if there can possibly be a grain of truth in the great lie to which you give credit. Now, what an enormous absurdity it would be to believe that Camacha could change human beings into brutes, or that the sacristan served her for years under the form of an ass. All these things and the like are cheats, lies, or illusions of the devil. And if it now seems to ourselves that we have some understanding and reason, since we speak though we are really dogs or bear that form, we have already said that this is a portentous and unparalleled case, and though it is palpably before us, yet we must suspend our belief until the event determines what it should be. Shall I make this more plain to you? Consider upon what frivolous things Camacha declared our restoration to depend, and that what seems a prophecy to you is nothing but a fable, or one of those old women's tales, such as the headless horse, and the wand of virtues, which are told by the fireside in the long winter nights, for were it anything else, it would already have been accomplished, unless indeed it is to be taken in what I have heard called an allegorical sense. That is to say, a sense which is not the same as that which the letter imports, but which, though differing from it, yet resembles it. Now for your prophecy. They are to recover their true forms when they shall see the exalted quickly brought low, and the lowly exalted by a hand that is mighty to do it. If we take this in the sense I have mentioned, it seems to me to mean that we shall recover our forms when we shall see those who yesterday were at the top of fortune's wheel, today cast down in the mire, and held of little account by those who most esteemed them. So likewise, when we shall see others who, but 2 hours ago, seemed sent into the world only to figure as units in the sum of its population, are now lifted up to the very summit of prosperity. Now, if our return, as you say, to human form, were to depend on this, why, we have already seen it, and we see it every hour. I infer, then, that Camacha's words are to be taken, not in an allegorical, but in a literal sense. But this will help us out no better, since we have many times seen what they say, and we are still dogs, as you see. And so Camacha was a cheat, Cañizares an artful hag, and Montella a fool and a rogue. Be it said without offence, if by chance she was the mother of us both, or yours, for I won't have her for mine. Furthermore, I say that the true meaning is a game of ninepins, in which those that stand up are quickly knocked down, and the fallen are set up again, and that by a hand that is able to do it. Now think whether or not in the course of our lives we have ever seen a game of ninepins, or having seen it, have therefore been changed into men.
I quite agree with you, Scipio, and have a higher opinion of your judgment than ever. From all you have said, I am come to think and believe that all that has happened to us hitherto, and that is happening now, is a dream. But let us not therefore fail to enjoy this blessing of speech, and the great excellence of holding human discourse all the time we may; and so let it not weary you to hear me relate what befell me with the gipsies who hid me in the cave.
With great pleasure. I will listen to you, that you in your turn may listen to me when I relate, if heaven pleases, the events of my life.
My occupation among the gipsies was to contemplate their numberless tricks and frauds, and the thefts they all commit from the time they are out of leading strings and can walk alone. You know what a multitude there is of them dispersed all over Spain. They all know each other, keep up a constant intelligence among themselves, and reciprocally pass off and carry away the articles they have purloined. They render less obedience to their king than to one of their own people whom they style Count, and who bears the surname of Maldonado, as do all his descendants. This is not because they come of that noble line, but because a page belonging to a cavalier of that name fell in love with a beautiful gipsy, who would not yield to his wishes unless he became a gipsy and made her his wife. The page did so, and was so much liked by the other gipsies that they chose him for their lord, yielded him obedience, and in token of vassalage rendered to him a portion of everything they stole, whatever it might be. To give a colour to their idleness the gipsies employ themselves in working in iron, and you may always see them hawking pincers, tongs, hammers, fire shovels, and so forth, the sale of which facilitates their thefts. The women are all midwives, and in this they have the advantage over others, for they bring forth without cost or attendance. They wash their new born infants in cold water, and accustom them from birth to death to endure every inclemency of weather. Hence they are all strong, robust, nimble leapers, runners, and dancers. They always marry among themselves, in order that their bad practices may not come to be known, except by their own people. The women are well behaved to their husbands, and few of them intrigue except with persons of their own race. When they seek for alms, it is rather by tricks and juggling than by appeals to charity; and as no one puts faith in them, they keep none, but own themselves downright vagabonds. Nor do I remember to have ever seen a gipsy woman taking the sacrament, though I have often been in the churches. The only thoughts of their minds are how to cheat and steal. They are fond of talking about their thefts and how they effected them. A gipsy, for instance, related one day in my presence how he had swindled a countryman, as you shall hear. The gipsy had an ass with a docked tail, and he fitted a false tail to the stump so well that it seemed quite natural. Then he took the ass to market and sold it to a countryman for 10 ducats. Having pocketed the money, he told the countryman that if he wanted another ass, own brother to the one he had bought, and every bit as good, he might have it a bargain. The countryman told him to go and fetch it, and meanwhile he would drive that one home. Away went the purchaser. The gipsy followed him, and somehow or other it was not long before he had stolen the ass, from which he had immediately whipped off the false tail, leaving only a bare stump. He then changed the halter and saddle, and had the audacity to go and offer the animal for sale to the countryman, before the latter had discovered his loss. The bargain was soon made. The purchaser went into his house to fetch the money to pay for the second ass, and there he discovered the loss of the first. Stupid as he was, he suspected that the gipsy had stolen the animal, and he refused to pay him. The gipsy brought forward as witness the man who had received the alcabala on the first transaction, and who swore that he had sold the countryman an ass with a very bushy tail, quite different from the second one; and an alguazil who was present took the gipsy's part so strongly that the countryman was forced to pay for the ass twice over. Many other stories they told, all about stealing beasts of burden, in which art they are consummate masters. In short, they are a thoroughly bad race, and though many able magistrates have taken them in hand, they have always remained incorrigible. After I had remained with them 20 days, they set out for Murcia, taking me with them. We passed through Granada, where the company was quartered to which my master the drummer belonged. As the gipsies were aware of this, they shut me up in the place where they were lodged. I overheard them talking about their journey, and thinking that no good would come of it, I contrived to give them the slip, quitted Granada, and entered the garden of a Morisco, who gladly received me. I was quite willing to remain with him and watch his garden, a much less fatiguing business in my opinion than guarding a flock of sheep; and as there was no need to discuss the question of wages, the Morisco soon had a servant and I a master. I remained with him more than a month; not that the life I led with him was much to my liking, but because it gave me opportunities of observing that of my master, which was like that of all the other Moriscos in Spain. Of what curious things I could tell you, friend Scipio, about that half Paynim rabble, if I were not afraid that I should not get to the end of my story in a fortnight. Nay, if I were to go into particulars, 2 months would not be enough. Some few specimens, however, you shall hear. Hardly will you find among the whole race one man who is a sincere believer in the holy law of Christianity. Their only thought is how to scrape up money and keep it, and to this end they toil incessantly and spend nothing. The moment a real falls into their clutches, they condemn it to a perpetual imprisonment, so that by dint of perpetually accumulating and never spending,
they have got the greater part of the money of Spain into their hands. They are the grubs, the magpies, the weasels of the nation. Consider how numerous they are, and that every day they add much or little to their hoards, and that as they increase in numbers so the amount of their hoarded wealth must increase without end. None of them of either sex make monastic vows, but all marry and multiply, for thrifty living is a great promoter of fecundity. They are not wasted by war or excessive toil. They plunder us in a quiet way, and enrich themselves with the fruits of our patrimonies which they sell back to us. They have no servants, for they all wait upon themselves. They are at no expense for the education of their sons, for all their lore is but how to rob us. From the 12 sons of Jacob, who entered Egypt, as I have heard, there had sprung, when Moses freed them from captivity, 600,000 fighting men, besides women and children. From this we may infer how much the Moriscoes have multiplied, and how incomparably greater must be their numbers.
Means have been sought for remedying the mischiefs you have mentioned and hinted at, and indeed I am sure that those which you have passed over in silence are even more serious than those which you have touched upon. But our commonwealth has most wise and zealous champions, who, considering that Spain produces and retains in her bosom such vipers as the Moriscoes, will, with God's help, provide a sure and prompt remedy for so great an evil. Go on.
My master being a stingy hunks, like all his caste, I lived like himself chiefly on maize bread and buckwheat porridge, but this penury helped me to gain paradise, in the strange manner you shall hear. Every morning by daybreak a young man used to seat himself at the foot of one of the many pomegranate trees. He had the look of a student, being dressed in a rusty suit of threadbare baize, and was occupied in writing in a notebook, slapping his forehead from time to time, biting his nails, and gazing up at the sky. Sometimes he was so immersed in reverie that he neither moved hand nor foot, nor even winked his eyes. One day I drew near him unperceived, and heard him muttering between his teeth. At last, after a long silence, he cried out aloud, "Glorious! The very best verse I ever composed in my life!" and down went something in his notebook. From all this it was plain that the luckless wit was a poet. I approached him with my ordinary courtesies, and when I had convinced him of my gentleness, he let me lie down at his feet, and resumed the course of his thoughts, scratching his head, falling into ecstasies, and then writing as before. Meanwhile there came into the garden another young man, handsome and well dressed, with papers in his hand, at which he glanced from time to time. The newcomer walked up to the pomegranate tree, and said to the poet, "Have you finished the first act?" "I have just this moment finished it in the happiest manner possible," was the reply. "How is that?" "I will tell you. His Holiness the Pope comes forth in his pontificals, with 12 cardinals in purple canonicals; for the action of my comedy is supposed to take place at the season of mutatio caparum, when their eminences are not dressed in scarlet, but in purple. Therefore propriety absolutely requires that my cardinals should wear purple. This is a capital point, and one on which your common run of writers would be sure to blunder. But as for me, I could not go wrong, for I have read the whole Roman ceremonial through, merely that I might be exact as to these dresses." "But where do you suppose," said the other, "that our manager is to find purple robes for 12 cardinals?" "If a single one is wanting," cried the poet, "I would as soon think of flying, as of letting my comedy be represented without it. Zounds! Is the public to lose that magnificent spectacle? Just imagine the splendid effect on the stage of a supreme pontiff and 12 grave cardinals, with all the other dignitaries, who will of course accompany them. By heavens, it will be one of the grandest things ever seen on the stage, not excepting even the nosegay of Duraja." I now perceived that one of these young men was a poet, and the other a comedian. The latter advised the former that he should cut out a few of his cardinals, if he did not want to make it impossible for the manager to produce the piece. The poet would not listen to this, but said they might be thankful that he had not brought in the whole conclave, to be present at the memorable event which he proposed to immortalize in his brilliant comedy. The player laughed, left him to his occupation, and returned to his own, which was studying a part in a new play. The poet, after having committed to writing some verses of his magnificent comedy, slowly and gravely drew from his pocket some morsels of bread, and about 20 raisins, or perhaps not so many, for there were some crumbs of bread among them, which increased their apparent number. He blew the crumbs from the raisins, and ate them one by one, stalks and all, for I did not see him throw anything away, adding to them the pieces of bread, which had got such a colour from the lining of his pocket that they looked mouldy, and were so hard that he could not get them down, though he chewed them over and over again. This was lucky for me, for he threw them to me, saying, "Catch, dog, and much good may it do you." "Look," said I to myself, "what nectar and ambrosia this poet gives me, for that is the food on which they say these sons of Apollo are nourished." In short, great for the most part is the penury of poets, but greater was my need, since it obliged me to eat what he left. As long as he was busy with the composition of his comedy he did not fail to visit the garden, nor did I want crusts, for he shared them with me very liberally; and then we went to the well, where we satisfied our thirst like monarchs, I lapping and he drinking out of a pitcher. But at last the poet came no more, and my hunger became so intolerable that I resolved to quit the Moresco and seek my fortune in the city. As I entered it, I saw my poet coming out of the famous monastery of San Geronimo. He came to me with open arms, and I was no less delighted to see him. He immediately began to empty his pockets of pieces of bread, softer than those he used to carry to the garden, and to put them between my teeth without passing them through his own. From the softness of the bites of bread, and from my having seen my poet come out of the monastery, I surmised that his muse, like that of many of his brethren, was a bashful beggar. He walked into the city, and I followed him, intending to take him for my master if he would let me, thinking that the crumbs from his table might serve to support me, since there is no better or ampler purse than charity, whose liberal hands are never poor. After some time we arrived at the house of a theatrical manager, called Angula the Bad, to distinguish him from another Angula, not a manager, but a player, one of the best ever seen. The whole company was assembled to hear my master's comedy read, but before the first act was half finished, all had vanished, one by one, except the manager and myself, who formed the whole audience. The company was such that to me, who am but an ass in such matters, it seemed as though Satan himself had composed it for the utter ruin and perdition of the poet; and I actually shivered with vexation to see the solitude in which his audience had left him. I wonder did his prophetic soul presage to him the disgrace impending over him; for all the players, and there were more than 12 of them, came back, laid hold on the poet without saying a word, and had it not been for the authoritative interference of the manager, they would have tossed him in a blanket. I was confounded by this sad turn of affairs; the manager was incensed, the players very merry, and the poor forlorn poet, with great patience but a somewhat wry face, took the comedy, thrust it into his bosom, muttering, "It is not right to cast pearls before swine," and sadly quitted the place without another word. I was so mortified and ashamed that I could not follow him, and the manager caressed me so much that I was obliged to remain; and within a month I became an excellent performer in interludes and pantomimes. Interludes, you know, usually end with a cudgelling bout, but in my master's theatre they ended with setting me at the characters of the piece, whom I worried and tumbled one over the other, to the huge delight of the ignorant spectators and my master's great gain. O Scipio, what things I could tell you that I saw among these players, and 2 other companies to which I belonged; but I must leave them for another day, for it would be impossible to compress them within moderate limits. All you have heard is nothing to what I could relate to you about these people and their ways, their work and their idleness, their ignorance and their cleverness, and other matters without end, which might serve to disenchant many who idolize these fictitious divinities.
I see clearly, Berganza, that the field is large; but leave it now, and go on.
I arrived with a company of players in the city of Valladolid, where they gave me a wound in an interlude that was near being the death of me. I could not revenge myself then, because I was muzzled, and I had no mind to do so afterwards in cold blood, for deliberate vengeance argues a cruel and malicious disposition. I grew weary of this employment, not because it was laborious, but because I saw in it many things which called for amendment and castigation, and as it was not in my power to remedy them, I resolved to see them no more, but to take refuge in an abode of holiness, as those do who forsake their vices when they can no longer practise them, but better late than never. Well then, seeing you one night carrying the lantern with that good Christian Muad'Dis, I noticed how contented you were, how righteous and holy was your occupation. Filled with honest emulation, I longed to follow your steps, and with that laudable intention I placed myself before Muad'Dis, who immediately elected me your companion, and brought me to this hospital. What has occurred to me since I have been here would take some time to relate. I will just mention a conversation I heard between four invalids, who lay in four beds next to each other. It will not take long to tell, and it fits in here quite pat.
Very well, but be quick, for, to the best of my belief, it cannot be far from daylight.
The four beds were at the end of the infirmary, and in them lay an alchemist, a poet, a mathematician, and one of those persons who are called projectors.
I recollect these good people well.
One afternoon last summer, the windows being closed, I lay panting under one of their beds, when the poet began piteously to bewail his ill fortune. The mathematician asked him what he complained of. "Have I not good cause for complaint?" he replied. "I have strictly observed the rule laid down by Horace in his Art of Poetry, not to bring to light any work until 10 years after it has been composed. Now, I have a work on which I was engaged for 20 years, and which has lain by me for 12. The subject is sublime, the invention perfectly novel, the episode singularly happy, the versification noble, and the arrangement admirable; for the beginning is in perfect correspondence with the middle and the end. Altogether it is a lofty, sonorous, heroic poem, delectable and full of matter; and yet I cannot find a prince to whom I may dedicate it; a prince, I say, who is intelligent, liberal, and magnanimous. Wretched and depraved age this of ours!" "What is the subject of the work?" inquired the alchemist. "It treats," said the poet, "of that part of the history of King Arthur of England which Archbishop Turpin left unwritten, together with the history of the quest of the Sangreal, the whole in heroic measure, part rhymes, part blank verse, and in dactyls moreover, that is to say, in dactylic noun substantives, without any admission of verbs." "For my part, I am not much of a judge in matters of poetry," returned the alchemist, "and therefore I cannot precisely estimate the misfortune you complain of; but in any case it cannot equal my own in wanting means, or a prince to back me and supply me with the requisites for prosecuting the science of alchemy; but for which want alone I should now be rolling in gold, and richer than ever was Midas, Croesus, and Croesus." "Have you ever succeeded, señor alchemist," said the mathematician, "in extracting gold from the other metals?" "I have not yet extracted it," the alchemist replied, "but I know for certain that the thing is to be done, and that in less than 2 months more I could complete the discovery of the philosopher's stone, by means of which gold can be made even out of pebbles." "Your worships," rejoined the mathematician, "have both of you made a great deal of your misfortunes. But after all, one of you has a book to dedicate, and the other is on the point of discovering the philosopher's stone, by means of which he will be as rich as all those who have followed the course. But what will you say of my misfortune, which is great beyond compare? For 22 years I have been in pursuit of the fixed point; here I miss it, there I get sight of it again, and just when it seems that I am down upon it, so that it can by no means escape me, I find myself on a sudden so far away from it that I am utterly amazed. It is just the same with the quadrature of the circle. I have been within a hair's breadth of it, that I cannot conceive how it is that I have not got it in my pocket. Thus I suffer a torment like that of Tantalus, who starves with fruits all round him, and burns with thirst with water at his lip. At one moment I seem to grasp the truth, at another it is far away from me, and like another Sisyphus, I begin again to climb the hill which I have just rolled down, along with all the mass of my labours." The projector, who had hitherto kept silence, now struck in. "Here we are," he said, "4 complainants, brought together by poverty under the roof of this hospital. To the devil with such callings and employments, as give neither pleasure nor bread to those who exercise them. I, gentlemen, am a projector, and have at various times offered sundry valuable projects to his majesty, all to his advantage, and without prejudice to the realm; and I have now a memorial in which I supplicate his majesty to appoint a person to whom I may communicate a new project of mine. which will be the means of entirely liquidating all his debts. But from the fate which all my other memorials have had, I foresee that this one will also be thrown into the dust-hole. Lest, however, your worships should think me crank-brained, I will explain my project to you, though this be in some degree a publication of my secret. I propose that all his Majesty's vassals, from the age of 14 to 60, be bound once a month, on a certain appointed day, to fast on bread and water, and that the whole expenditure, which would otherwise be made on that day for food, including fruit, meat, fish, wine, eggs, and vegetables, be turned into money, and the amount paid to his Majesty without defrauding him of a doit, as each shall declare on oath. By this means, in the course of 20 years, the king will be freed from all debts and encumbrances. The calculation is easily made. There are in Spain more than 3,000,000 of persons of the specified age, exclusive of invalids, old, and young, and there is not one of these but spends at least a real and a half daily. However, I am willing to put it at a real only, and less it cannot be, even were they to eat nothing but leeks. Now does it not strike your worships that it would be no bad thing to realize every month 3,000,000 of reals, all net and clear as if they were winnowed and sifted? The plan, moreover, instead of a loss to his Majesty's subjects, would be a real advantage to them, for by means of their fasts they would make themselves acceptable to God and would serve their king, and some of them even might find it beneficial to their health. The project is in every way admirable, as you must confess. The money too might be collected by parishes, without the cost of tax-gatherers and receivers, those plagues and bloodsuckers of the realm. The others all laughed at the projector's scheme, and even he himself joined in the laugh at last. For my part, I found much matter for reflection in the strange conversation I had heard, and in the fact that people such as these usually end their days in a hospital.
That is true, Berganza. Have you anything more to say?
2 things more, and then I shall have done, for I think the day is beginning to dawn. One day I accompanied Mujeres to ask for alms in the house of the corregidor of this city, who is a great cavalier and a very great Christian. We found him alone, and I thought fit to take advantage of that opportunity to give him certain counsels which I had gathered from the lips of an old invalid in this hospital, who was discussing the means of saving from perdition those vagabond girls who take to a life of vice to avoid labour, an intolerable evil demanding an immediate and effectual remedy. Wishing to impart what I had heard to the corregidor, I lifted up my voice, thinking to speak; but instead of articulate speech, I barked so loudly that the corregidor called out in a passion to his servants to drive me out of the room with sticks. Whereupon one of them caught up a copper siphon, which was the nearest thing at hand, and thrashed me with it so, that I feel it in my ribs to this hour.
And do you complain of that, Berganza?
Nay, have I not reason to complain, since I feel the pain even now, and since it appears to me that my good intentions merited no such chastisement?
Look you, Berganza, no one should interfere where he is not wanted, or take upon himself a business that in no wise is his concern. Besides, you ought to know that the advice of the poor, however good it may be, is never taken, nor should the lowly presume to offer advice to the great, who fancy they know everything. Wisdom in a poor man lies under a cloud, and cannot be seen; or if by chance it shines through it, people mistake it for folly, and treat it with contempt.
You are right, Scipio, and having had the lesson well beaten into me, I will henceforth act accordingly. That same night I entered the house of a lady of quality, who had in her arms a little lap-dog, so very diminutive that she could have hid it in her bosom. The instant it saw me it flew at me out of its mistress's arms, barking with all its might, and even went so far as to bite my leg. I looked at it with disgust, and said to myself, if I meet you in the street, paltry little animal, either I would take no notice of you at all, or I would make mincemeat of you. The little wretch was an example of the common rule, that mean-souled persons when they are in favour are always insolent, and ready to offend those who are much better than themselves, though inferior to them in fortune.
We have many instances of this in worthless fellows, who are insolent enough under cover of their master's protection, but if death or any other chance brings down the tree against which they leaned, their true value becomes apparent, since they have no other merit than that borrowed from their patrons; whilst virtue and good sense, are always the same, whether clothed or naked, alone or accompanied. But let us break off now, for the light beaming in through those chinks shows that the dawn is far advanced."
Be it so, and I trust in heaven that tonight we shall find ourselves in a condition to renew our conversation.
The licentiate finished the reading of this dialogue, and the Alferez his nap, both at the same time. "Although this colloquy is manifestly fictitious," said the licentiate, "it is, in my opinion, so well composed, that the Señor Alferez may well proceed with the second part." "Since you give me much encouragement, I will do so," replied the Alferez, "without further discussing the question with you, whether the dogs spoke or not." "There is no need that we should go over that ground again," said the licentiate. "I admire the art and the invention you have displayed in the dialogue, and that is enough. Let us go to the Espolon, and recreate our bodily eyes as we have gratified those of our minds." "With all my heart," said the Alferez, and away they went. End of the Dialogue between Scipio and Bergance, Part II.
Section 12 of the Exemplary Novels of Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Exemplary Novels by Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra. Translated by Walter K. Kelly. The Little Gypsy Girl, Part 1. It would almost seem that the Gitanos and Gitanas, or male and female gypsies, had been sent into the world for the sole purpose of thieving. Born of parents who are thieves, reared among thieves, and educated as thieves, they finally go forth perfected in their vocation, accomplished at all points, and ready for every species of roguery. In them the love of thieving, and the ability to exercise it, are qualities inseparable from their existence, and never lost until the hour of their death. Now it chanced that an old woman of this race, one who had merited retirement on full pay as a veteran in the ranks of Cacus, brought up a girl whom she called Preciosa, and declared to be her granddaughter. To this child she imparted all her own acquirements, all the various tricks of her art. Little Preciosa became the most admired dancer in all the tribes of gipsydom. She was the most beautiful and discreet of all their maidens. Nay, she shone conspicuous not only among the gipsies, but even as compared with the most lovely and accomplished damsels, whose praises were at that time sounded forth by the voice of fame. Neither sun nor wind, nor all those vicissitudes of weather to which the gipsies are more constantly exposed than any other people, could impair the bloom of her complexion or embrown her hands, and what is more remarkable, the rude manner in which she was reared only served to reveal that she must have sprung from something better than the Gitano stock, for she was extremely pleasing and courteous in conversation, and lively though she was, yet in no wise did she display the least unseeming levity. On the contrary, amidst all her sprightliness, there was at the same time so much genuine decorum in her manner, that in the presence of Preciosa no gitana, old or young, ever dared to sing lascivious songs, or utter unbecoming words. The grandmother fully perceived what a treasure she had in her grandchild, and the old eagle determined to set her young eaglet flying, having been careful to teach her how to live by her talons. Preciosa was rich in hymns, ballads, seguidillas, sarabands, and other ditties, especially romances, which she sang with peculiar grace, for the cunning grandmother knew by experience that such accomplishments added to the youth and beauty of her granddaughter were the best means of increasing her capital, and therefore she failed not to promote their cultivation in every way she could. Nor was the aid of poets wanting, for some there are who do not disdain to write for the gipsies, as there are those who invent miracles for the pretended blind, or go snacks with them in what they gain from charitable believers. During her childhood Preciosa lived in different parts of Castile, but in her 16th year her grandmother brought her to Madrid, to the usual camping ground of the gipsies, in the fields of Santa Barbara. Madrid seemed to her the most likely place to find customers, for there everything is bought and sold. Preciosa made her first appearance in the capital at the festival of Santa Anna, the patroness of the city, when she took part in a dance performed by 8 gitanas, with one gitano, an excellent dancer, to lead them. The others were all very well, but such was the elegance of Preciosa that she fascinated the eyes of all the spectators. Amidst the sound of the tambourine and castanets, in the heat of the dance, a murmur of admiration arose for the beauty and grace of Preciosa. But when they heard her sing, for the dance was accompanied with song, the fame of the gitana reached its highest point, and by common consent the jewel offered as the prize of the best dancer in that festival was adjudged to her. After the usual dance in the church of Santa Maria, before the image of the glorious Santa Anna, Preciosa caught up a tambourine, well furnished with bells, and having cleared a wide circle around her with pirouettes of exceeding lightness, she sang a hymn to the patroness of the day. It was the admiration of all who heard her. Some said, "God bless the girl;" others, "'Tis a pity that this maiden is a gitana; truly she deserves to be the daughter of some great lord." Others more coarsely observed, "Let the wench grow up and she will show you pretty tricks. She is closing the meshes of a very nice net to fish for hearts." Another, more good natured but ill bred and stupid, seeing her foot it so lightly, keep it up, courage, darling, grind the dust to atoms." "Never fear," she answered without losing a step, "I'll grind it to atoms." At the vespers and feast of Santa Anna, Preciosa was somewhat fatigued, but so celebrated had she become for beauty, wit, and discretion, as well as for her dancing, that nothing else was talked of throughout the capital. A fortnight afterwards she returned to Madrid, with 3 other girls, provided with their tambourines and a new dance, besides a new stock of romances and songs, but all of a moral character, for Preciosa would never permit those in her company to sing immodest songs, nor would she ever sing them herself. The old gitana came with her, for she now watched her as closely as Argus, and never left her side, lest some one should carry her off. She called her granddaughter, and the girl believed herself to be her grandchild. The young gitanas began their dance in the shade, in the Calle de Toledo, and were soon encircled by a crowd of spectators. Whilst they danced, the old woman gathered money among the bystanders, and they showered it down like stones on the highway, for beauty has such power that it can awaken slumbering charity. The dance over, Preciosa said, "If you will give me 4 quartos, I will sing by myself a beautiful romance about the churching of Our Lady the Queen Doña Margarita. It is a famous composition by a poet of renown, one who may be called a captain in the battalion of poets." No sooner had she said this than almost every one in the crowd cried out, "Sing it, Preciosa! Here are my 4 quartos." And so many quartos were thrown down on her, that the old gitana had not hands enough to pick them up. When the gathering was ended, Preciosa resumed her tambourine, and sang the promised romance, which was loudly encored, the whole audience crying out with one voice, "Sing again, Preciosa, sing again, and dance for us, girl. Thou shalt not want quartos whilst thou hast the ground beneath thy feet." Whilst more than 200 persons were thus looking on at the dance, and listening to the singing of the gitana, one of the lieutenants of the city passed by, and seeing so many people together, he asked what was the occasion of the crowd. Being told that the handsome gitana was singing there, the lieutenant, who was not without curiosity, drew near also to listen. but in consideration of his dignity he did not wait for the end of the romance. The gitanilla, however, pleased him so much, that he sent his page to tell the old crone to come to his house that evening with her troop, as he wished his wife Doña Clara to hear them. The page delivered the message, and the old gitana promised to attend. After the performance was ended, and the performers were going elsewhere, a very well dressed page came up to Preciosa, and giving her a folded paper, said, "Pretty Preciosa, will you sing this romance? It is a very good one, and I will give you others from time to time, by which you will acquire the fame of having the best romances in the world." "I will learn this one with much willingness," replied Preciosa, "and be sure, señor, you bring me the others you speak of, but on condition that there is nothing improper in them. If you wish to be paid for them, we will agree for them by the dozen, but do not expect to be paid in advance, that will be impossible. When a dozen have been sung, the money for a dozen shall be forthcoming." "If the Señora Preciosa only pays me for the paper," said the page, "I shall be content. Moreover, any romance which does not turn out so well shall not be counted." "I will retain the right of choice," said Preciosa, and then she continued her way with her companions up the street, when some gentlemen called and beckoned to them from a latticed window. Preciosa went up and looked through the window, which was near the ground, into a cheerful well furnished apartment, in which several cavaliers were walking about, and others playing at various games. "Will you give me a share of your winnings, señors?" said Preciosa, in the lisping accent of the gipsies, which she spoke not by nature but from choice. At the sight of Preciosa, and at the sound of her voice, the players quitted the tables. The rest left off lounging, and all thronged to the window, for her fame had already reached them. "Come in, let the little gipsies come in," said the cavaliers gaily. "We will certainly give them a share of our winnings." "But you might make it cost us dear, señors," said Preciosa. "No, on the honour of gentlemen," said one. "You may come in, niña, in full security that no one will touch the sole of your shoe. I swear this to you by the order I wear on my breast." And as he spoke he laid his hand on the cross of the order of Calatrava which he wore. "If you like to go in, Preciosa," said one of the gitanillas who were with her, "do so by all means, but I do not choose to go where there are so many men." "Look you, Christina," answered Preciosa, "what you have to beware of is one man alone. Where there are so many there is nothing to fear. Of one thing you may be sure, Christina, the woman who is resolved to be upright may be amongst an army of soldiers. It is well indeed to avoid occasions of temptation, but it is not in crowded rooms like this that danger lurks." "Well then, let us go in, Preciosa," said her companion; "you know more than a witch." The old gipsy also encouraged them to go in, and that decided the question. As soon as they had entered the room, the cavalier of the order, seeing the paper which Preciosa carried, stretched out his hand to take it. "Do not take it from me," she said; "it is a romance but just given to me, and which I have not yet had time to read." "And do you know how to read, my girl?" said one of the cavaliers. "Ay, and to write too," said the old woman. "I have brought up my grandchild as if she was a lawyer's daughter." The cavalier opened the paper, and finding a gold crown enclosed in it, said, "Truly, Preciosa, the contents of this letter are worth the postage. Here is a crown enclosed in the romance." "The poet has treated me like a beggar," said Preciosa; "but it is certainly a greater marvel for one of his trade to give a crown than for one of mine to receive it. If his romances come to me with this edition, he may transcribe the whole Romancera General, and send me every piece in it one by one. I will weigh their merit, and if I find there is good matter in them, I will not reject them. Read the paper aloud, señor, that we may see if the poet is as wise as he is liberal." The cavalier accordingly read as follows: "Sweet gipsy girl, whom envy's self must own of all fair maids the fairest, Ah, well befits thy stony heart the name thou Preciosa bearest, if as in beauty, so in pride and cruelty thou grow to sight. Woe worth the land, woe worth the age, which brought thy fatal charms to light. A basilisk in thee we see, which fascinates our gaze and kills. No empire mild is thine, but one that tyrannizes o'er our wills. How grew such charms mid gipsy tribes, from roughest blasts without a shield? How such a perfect chrysolite could humble Manzanares yield? River, for this thou shalt be famed, like Tagus with its golden show, and more for Preciosa prized than Ganges with its lavish flow. In telling fortunes who can say what dupes to ruin thou beguilest? Good luck thou speak'st with smiling lips, but luckless they on whom thou smilest. 'Tis said they're witches every one, the women of the gipsy race, and all men may too plainly see that thou hast witchcraft in thy face. A thousand different modes are thine to turn the brain for rest or move. Speak, sing, be mute, approach, retire, thou kindlest still the fire of love. The freest hearts bend to thy sway, and lose the pride of liberty. Bear witness mine, thy captive thrall, which would not, if it could, be free. These lines, thou precious gem of love, whose praise all power of verse transcend, he who for thee will live or die, thy poor and humble lover sends. The poem ends with poor in the last line, said Preciosa, and that is a bad sign. Lovers should never begin by saying that they are poor, for poverty, it strikes me, is a great enemy to love. Who teaches you these things, girl? Said one of the cavaliers. Who should teach me? She replied. Have I not a soul in my body? Am I not 15 years of age? I am neither lame, nor halt, nor maimed in my understanding. The wit of a gipsy girl steers by a different compass from that which guides other people. They are always forward for their years. There is no such thing as a stupid gitano or a silly gitana, since it is only by being sharp and ready that they can earn a livelihood. They polish their wits at every step, and by no means let the moss grow under their feet. You see these girls, my companions, who are so silent. You may think they are simpletons, but put your fingers in their mouths to see if they have cut their wise teeth, and then you shall see what you shall see. There is not a gipsy girl of 12 who does not know as much as one of another race at 25, for they have the devil and much practice for instructors, so that they learn in 1 hour what would otherwise take them a year. The company were much amused by the gitana's chat, and all gave her money. The old woman sacked 30 reals, and went off with her flock as merry as a cricket to the house of the señor lieutenant, after promising that she would return with them another day to please such liberal gentlemen. Doña Clara, the lieutenant's lady, had been apprised of the intended visit of the gipsies, and she and her doncellas and dueñas, as well as those of another señora, her neighbour, were expecting them as eagerly as one looks for a shower in May. They had come to see Preciosa. She entered with her companions, shining among them like a torch among lesser lights, and all the ladies pressed towards her. Some kissed her, some gazed at her, others blessed her sweet face, others her graceful carriage. This indeed is what you may call golden hair, cried Doña Clara. These are truly emerald eyes. The señora, her neighbour, examined the gitanilla piecemeal. She made a pepitoria of all her joints and members, and coming at last to a dimple in her chin, she said, "Oh, what a dimple! It is a pit into which all eyes that behold it must fall." Thereupon an esquire in attendance on Doña Clara, an elderly gentleman with a long beard, exclaimed, "Call you this a dimple, señora? I know little of dimples then if this be one. It is no dimple, but a grave of living desires. I vow to God the gitanilla is such a dainty creature, she could not be better if she was made of silver or sugar paste. Do you know how to tell fortunes, Niña?" "That I do, and in 3 or 4 different manners," replied Preciosa. "You can do that too?" exclaimed Doña Clara. "By the life of my lord the lieutenant, you must tell me mine, Niña of gold, Niña of silver, Niña of pearls, Niña of carbuncles, Niña of heaven, and more than that cannot be said." "Give the Niña the palm of your hand, señora, and something to cross it with," said the old gipsy, "and you will see what things she will tell you, for she knows more than a doctor of medicine." The señora tenienta put her hand in her pocket, but found it empty. She asked for a loan of a quarto from her maids, but none of them had one, neither had the señora her neighbour. Preciosa seeing this said, "For the matter of crosses all are good, but those made with silver or gold are best. As for making the sign of the cross with copper money, that, ladies, you must know lessens the luck, at least it does mine. I always like to begin by crossing the palm with a good gold crown, or a piece of 8, or at least a quarto, for I am like the sacristans who rejoice when there is a good collection." "How witty you are," said the lady visitor; then turning to her squire, "Do you happen to have a quarto about you, Señor Contreras? If you have, give it me, and when my husband the doctor comes you shall have it again." "I have one," replied Contreras, "but it is pledged for 22 maravedis for my supper. Give me so much, and I will fly to fetch it." "We have not a quarto amongst us all," said Doña Clara, "and you ask for 22 maravedis. Go your way, Contreras, for a tiresome blockhead, as you always were." One of the damsels present, seeing the penury of the house, said to Preciosa, "Niña, will it be of any use to make the cross with a silver thimble?" "Certainly," said Preciosa, "the best crosses in the world are made with silver thimbles, provided there are plenty of them." "I have one," said the doncella; "if that is enough, here it is, on condition that my fortune must be told too." "So many fortunes to be told for a thimble!" exclaimed the old gipsy. "Make haste, granddaughter, for it will soon be night." Preciosa took the thimble and began her soothsaying. Pretty lady, with a hand as silver fair, how thy husband dearly loves thee, 'tis superfluous to declare. Thou'rt a dove, all milk of kindness, yet at times too thou canst be wrathful as a tiger, or a lioness of Barbary. Thou canst show thy teeth when jealous, truly the lieutenant's sly, loves with furtive sports to vary magisterial gravity. What a pity one worth having wooed thee when a maiden fair, plague upon all interlopers, you'd have made a charming pair. Sooth I do not like to say it, yet it may as well be said, thou wilt be a buxom widow, twice again shalt thou be wed. Do not weep, my sweet señora, we gitanas, you must know, speak not always true as gospel. Weep not then, sweet lady, so. If the thought is too distressing, losing such a tender mate, thou hast but to die before him, to escape a widow's fate. Wealth abundant thou'lt inherit, and that quickly, never fear. Thou shalt have a son, a canon, of what church does not appear. Not Toledo, no that can't be. And a daughter, let me see, ay, she'll rise to be an abbess, that is if a nun she be. If thy husband do not drop off from this moment in weeks 4, Burgos him, or Salamanca, shall behold corregidor. Meanwhile keep thyself from tripping, where thou walkest many a snare, for the feet of pretty ladies, naughty gallants lay, beware. Other things still more surprising shall on Friday next be told, things to startle and delight thee, when I've crossed thy palm with gold. Preciosa having finished this oracular descant for the lady of the house, The rest of the company were all eager to have their fortunes told likewise, but she put them off till the next Friday, when they promised to have silver coin ready for crossing their palms. The señor lieutenant now came in, and heard a glowing account of the charms and accomplishments of the leading gitana. Having made her and her companions dance a little, he emphatically confirmed the encomiums bestowed on Preciosa, and putting his hand in his pocket he groped and rummaged about in it for a while, but at last drew his hand out empty, saying, "Upon my life I have not a doit." "Give Preciosa a real, Doña Clara, I will give it you by and by." "That is all very well, señor," the lady replied, "but where is the real to come from? Amongst us all we could not find a quarto to cross our hands with." "Well, give her some trinket or other, that Preciosa may come another day to see us, when we will treat her better." "No," said Doña Clara, "I will give her nothing to day, and I shall be sure she will come again." "On the contrary," said Preciosa, "if you give me nothing I will never come here any more. Sell justice, señor lieutenant, sell justice, and then you will have money. Do not introduce new customs, but do as other magistrates do, or you will die of hunger. Look you, señor, I have heard say that money enough may be made of one's office to pay any mulets that may be incurred, and to help one to other appointments. So say and do those who have no conscience," said the lieutenant; "but the judge who does his duty will have no mulet to pay, and to have well discharged his office will be his best help to obtain another." "Your worship speaks like a very saint," replied Preciosa. "Proceed thus, and we shall snip pieces off your old coats for relics." "You know a great deal, Preciosa," said the lieutenant. "Say no more, and I will contrive that their majesties shall see you, for you are fit to be shown to a king." "They will want me for a court fool," said the gitanilla, "and as I never shall learn the trade, your pains will be all for nothing. If they wanted me for my cleverness, they might have me, but in some palaces fools thrive better than the wise. I am content to be a gitana, and poor, and let heaven dispose of me as it pleases." "Come along, niña," said the old gipsy, "say no more. You have said a great deal already, and know more than I ever taught you. Don't put too fine a point to your wit, for fear it should get blunted. Speak of things suitable to your years, and don't set yourself on the high ropes, lest you should chance to have a fall." "The deuce is in these gitanas," said the delighted lieutenant, as they were taking their leave. The doncella of the thimble stopped them for a moment, saying to Preciosa, "Tell me my fortune or give me back my thimble, for I have not another to work with." "Señora doncella," replied Preciosa, "count upon your fortune as if it were already told, and provide yourself with another, or else sow no more gussets until I come again on Friday, when I will tell you more fortunes and adventures than you could read in any book of knight errantry." The gipsies went away, and falling in with numerous workwomen, returning from Madrid to their villages, as usual at the Ave Maria, they joined company with them, as they always did for the greater security, for the old gipsy lived in perpetual terror lest some one should run away with her granddaughter. End of The Little Gipsy Girl, Part 1. Section 13 of the Exemplary Novels of Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Exemplary Novels by Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra. Translated by Walter K. Kelly. The Little Gipsy Girl, Part 2. One morning after this, as they were returning to Madrid to levy blackmail along with other gitanas, in a little valley about 500 yards from the city, they met a handsome young gentleman richly dressed. His sword and dagger were a blaze of gold. His hat was looped with a jewelled band, and was adorned with plumes of various colours. The gitanas stopped on seeing him, and set themselves to observe his movements at their leisure, wondering much that so fine a cavalier should be alone and on foot in such a place at that early hour. He came up to them, and addressing the eldest gitana, said, "On your life, friend, I entreat you to do me the favour to let me say 2 words in private to you and Preciosa. It shall be for your good." "With all my heart," said the old woman, "so you do not take us much out of our way, or delay us long." And calling Preciosa, they withdrew to some 20 paces distance, where they stopped, and the young gentleman thus addressed them: "I am so subdued by the wit and beauty of Preciosa, that after having in vain endeavoured to overcome my admiration, I have at last found the effort impossible. Ay, señoras, for I shall always give you that title if heaven favours my pretensions, as a knight, as this dress may show you," and opening his cloak he displayed the insignia of one of the highest orders in Spain. "I am the son of " here he mentioned a personage whose name we suppress for obvious reasons, "and am still under tutelage and command. I am an only son, and expect to inherit a considerable estate. My father is here in the capital, looking for a certain post, which by all accounts he is on the point of obtaining. Being then of the rank and condition which I have declared to you, I should yet wish to be a great lord for the sake of Preciosa, that I might raise her up to my own level, and make her my equal and my lady. I do not seek to deceive; the love I bear her is too deep for any kind of deception. I only desire to serve her in whatever way shall be most agreeable to her. Her will is mine; for her my heart is wax to be moulded as she pleases, but enduring as marble to retain whatever impression she shall make upon it. If you believe me, I shall fear no discouragement from any other quarter, but if you doubt me, I shall despond. My name is . My father's I have already given you. He lives in such a house in such a street, and you may inquire about him and me of the neighbours, and of others also, for our name and quality are not so obscure but that you may hear of us about the court and everywhere in the capital. I have here 100 crowns in gold to present to you, an earnest of what I mean to give you hereafter, for a man will be no niggard of his wealth who has given away his very soul." Whilst the cavalier was speaking, Preciosa watched him attentively, and doubtless she saw nothing to dislike either in his language or his person. Turning to the old woman, she said, "Pardon me, grandmother, if I take the liberty of answering this enamoured señor myself." "Make whatever answer you please, granddaughter," said the old woman, "for I know you have sense enough for anything." So Preciosa began. "Señor cavalier," she said, "though I am but a poor gitana and humbly born, yet I have a certain fantastic little spirit within me which moves me to great things. Promises do not tempt me, nor presents sap my resolution, nor obsequiousness allure, nor amorous wiles ensnare me; and although by my grandmother's reckoning I shall be but 15 next Michaelmas, I am already old in thought, and have more understanding than my years would seem to promise. This may perhaps be more from nature than from experience, but be that as it may, I know that the passion of love is an impetuous impulse, which violently distorts the current of the will, makes it dash furiously against all impediments, and recklessly pursue the desired object. But not unfrequently, when the lover believes himself on the point of gaining the heaven of his wishes, he falls into the hell of disappointment. Or say that the object is obtained, the lover soon becomes wearied of his so much desired treasure, and opening the eyes of his understanding, he finds that what before was so devoutly adored is now become abhorrent to him. The fear of such a result inspires me with so great a distrust that I put no faith in words and doubt many deeds. One sole jewel I have which I prize more than life, and that is my virgin purity. which I will not sell for promises or gifts, for sold it would be in that case, and if it could be bought, small indeed would be its value. Nor is it to be filched from me by wiles or artifices; rather I will carry it with me to my grave, and perhaps to heaven, than expose it to danger by listening to specious tales and chimeras. It is a flower which nothing should be allowed to sully, even in imagination, if it be possible. Nip the rose from the spray, and how soon it fades. One touches it, another smells it, a third plucks its leaves, and at last the flower perishes in vulgar hands. If you are come then, señor, for this booty, you shall never bear it away except bound in the ties of wedlock. If you desire to be my spouse, I will be yours, but first there are many conditions to be fulfilled, and many points to be ascertained. In the first place, I must know if you are the person you declare yourself to be. Next, should I find this to be true, you must straightway quit your father's mansion, and exchange it for our tents, where, assuming the garb of a gipsy, you must pass 2 years in our schools, during which I shall be able to satisfy myself as to your disposition, and you will become acquainted with mine. At the end of that period, if you are pleased with me and I with you, I will give myself up to you as your wife, but till then I will be your sister and your humble servant, and nothing more. Consider, señor, that during the time of this novitiate you may recover your sight, which now seems lost, or at least disordered, and that you may then see fit to shun what now you pursue with so much ardour. You will then be glad to regain your lost liberty, and having done so, you may by sincere repentance obtain pardon of your family for your faults. If on these conditions you are willing to enlist in our ranks, the matter rests in your own hands, but if you fail in any one of them, you shall not touch a finger of mine." The youth was astounded at Preciosa's decision, and remained as if spellbound, with his eyes bent on the ground, apparently considering what answer he should return. Seeing this, Preciosa said to him, "This is not a matter of such light moment that it can or ought to be resolved on the spot. Return, señor, to the city, consider maturely what is best for you to do, and you may speak with me in this same place any weekday you please, as we are on our way to or from Madrid." "When heaven disposed me to love you, Preciosa," replied the cavalier, "I determined to do for you whatever it might be your will to require of me, though it never entered my thought that you would make such a demand as you have now done. But since it is your pleasure that I should comply with it, count me henceforth as a gipsy, and put me to all the trials you desire. You will always find me the same towards you as I now profess myself. Fix the time when you will have me change my garb. I will leave my family under pretext of going to Flanders, and will bring with me money for my support for some time. In about 8 days I shall be able to arrange for my departure, and I will contrive some means to get rid of my attendants, so as to be free to accomplish my purpose. What I would beg of you, if I might make bold to ask any favour, is that, except to-day for the purpose of inquiring about me and my family, you go no more to Madrid, for I would not that any of the numerous occasions that present themselves there should deprive me of the good fortune I prize so dearly." "Not so, señor gallant," said Preciosa. "Wherever I go I must be free and unfettered. My liberty must not be restrained or encumbered by jealousy. Be assured, however, that I will not use it to such excess, but that any one may see from a mile off that my honesty is equal to my freedom. The first charge, therefore, I have to impose upon you is, that you put implicit confidence in me, for lovers who begin by being jealous are either silly or deficient in confidence." "You must have Satan himself within you, little one," said the old gipsy. "Why you talk like a bachelor of Salamanca. You know all about love and jealousy and confidence. How is this? You make me look like a fool, and I stand listening to you as to a person possessed, who talks Latin without knowing it." "Hold your peace, grandmother," replied Preciosa, "and know that all the things you have heard me say are mere trifles to the many greater truths that remain in my breast." All that Preciosa said, and the sound sense she displayed, added fuel to the flame that burned in the breast of the enamoured cavalier. Finally it was arranged that they should meet in the same place on that day sennight, when he would report how matters stood with him, and they would have had time to inquire into the truth of what he had told them. The young gentleman then took out a brocaded purse in which he said there were 100 gold crowns, and gave it to the old woman. But Preciosa would by no means consent that she should take them. "Hold your tongue, Niña," said the grandmother. "The best proof this señor has given of his submission is in thus having yielded up his arms to us in token of surrender. To give, upon whatever occasion it may be, is always the sign of a generous heart. Moreover, I do not choose that the gitanas should lose, through my fault, the reputation they have had for long ages of being greedy of lucre. Would you have me lose 100 crowns, Preciosa? 100 crowns in gold, that one may stitch up in the hem of a petticoat not worth 2 reals, and keep them there as one holds a rent charge on the pastures of Estramadura. Suppose that any of our children, grandchildren, or relations should fall by any mischance into the hands of justice, is there any eloquence so sure to touch the ears of the judge as the music of these crowns when they fall into his purse? 3 times, for 3 different offences, I have seen myself all but mounted on the ass to be whipped, but once I got myself off by means of a silver mug, another time by a pearl necklace, and the 3rd time with the help of 40 pieces of 8, which I exchanged for quartos, throwing 20 reals into the bargain. Look you, Niña, ours is a very perilous occupation, full of risks and accidents, and there is no defence that affords us more ready shelter and succour than the invincible arms of the great Philip. Nothing beats the plus ultra. For the 2 faces of a doubloon, a smile comes over the grim visage of the procurator, and of all the other ministers of mischief, who are downright harpies to us poor gitanas, and have more mercy for highway robbers than for our poor hides. Let us be ever so ragged and wretched in appearance, they will not believe that we are poor, but say that we are like the doublets of the gavachos of Belmont, ragged and greasy, and full of doubloons. "Say no more, for heaven's sake, grandmother," said Preciosa. "Do not string together so many arguments for keeping the money, but keep it, and much good may it do you. I wish to God you would bury it in a grave out of which it may never return to the light, and that there may never be any need of it. We must, however, give some of it to these companions of ours, who must be tired of waiting so long for us. They shall see 1 coin out of this purse as soon as they will see the Grand Turk," the old woman replied. "The good señor will try if he has any silver coin or a few coppers remaining to divide amongst them, for they will be content with a little." "Yes, I have," he said, and he took from his pocket 3 pieces of 8, which he divided among the gitanas, with which they were more delighted than the manager of a theatre when he is placarded as victor in a contest with a rival. Finally it was settled that the party should meet there again in a week, as before mentioned, and that the young man's gipsy name should be Andrew Caballero, for that was a surname not unknown among the gipsies. Andrew, as we shall henceforth call him, could not find courage to embrace Preciosa, but darting his very soul into her with a glance, he went away without it, so to speak, and returned to Madrid. The gipsies followed soon after, and Preciosa, who already felt a certain interest in the handsome and amiable Andrew, was anxious to learn if he was really what he said. They had not gone far before they met the page of the verses and the gold crown. "Welcome, Preciosa," he said, coming up to her. "Have you read the lines I gave you the other day?" "Before I answer you a word," said she, "you must, by all you love best, tell me one thing truly." Upon that adjuration, he replied, I could not refuse an answer to any question, though it should cost me my head. "Well then, what I want to know is this: are you, perchance, a poet?" "If I were one, it would certainly be perchance," said the page; "but you must know, Preciosa, that the name of poet is one which very few deserve. Thus I am not a poet, but only a lover of poetry, yet for my own use I do not borrow of others. The verses I gave you were mine, as are these also which I give you now, but I am not a poet for all that. God forbid." "Is it such a bad thing to be a poet?" Preciosa asked. "It is not a bad thing," he answered, "but to be a poet and nothing else I do not hold to be very good. We should use poetry like a rich jewel, the owner of which does not wear it every day, or show it to all people, but displays it only at suitable occasions. Poetry is a beautiful maiden, chaste, honest, discreet, reserved, and never overstepping the limits of perfect refinement. She is fond of solitude. She finds pleasure and recreation among fountains, meadows, trees, and flowers, and she delights and instructs all who are conversant with her." "I have heard for all that," said Preciosa, "that she is exceedingly poor, something of a beggar in short." "It is rather the reverse," said the page, "for there is no poet who is not rich, since they all live content with their condition, and that is a piece of philosophy which few understand. But what has moved you, Preciosa, to make this inquiry?" "I was moved to it because, as I believe all poets, or most of them, to be poor, that crown which you gave me wrapped up with the verses caused me some surprise. But now that I know that you are not a poet, but only a lover of poetry, it may be that you are rich, though I doubt it, for your propensity is likely to make you run through all you have got. It is a well known saying, that no poet can either keep or make a fortune." "But the saying is not applicable to me," said the page. "I make verses, and I am neither rich nor poor, and without feeling it or making a talk about it, as the Genoese do with their invitations, I can afford to give a crown, or even two, to whom I like. Take then, precious pearl, this second paper, and this second crown enclosed in it, without troubling yourself with the question whether I am a poet or not. I only beg you to think and believe that he who gives you this would fain have the wealth of Midas to bestow upon you." Preciosa took the paper, and feeling a crown within it, she said, "This paper bids fair to live long, for it has two souls within it, that of the crown and that of the verses, which of course are full of souls and hearts as usual. But please to understand, Señor Page, that I do not want so many souls, and that unless you take back one of them, I will not receive the other on any account. I like you as a poet, and not as a giver of gifts, and thus we may be the longer friends, for your stock of crowns may run out sooner than your verses." "Well," said the page, "since you will have it that I am poor, do not reject the soul I present to you in this paper, and give me back the crown, which, since it has been touched by your hand, shall remain with me as a hallowed relic as long as I live." Preciosa gave him the crown, and kept the paper, but would not read it in the street. The page went away exulting in the belief that Preciosa's heart was touched, since she had treated him with such affability. It being now her object to find the house of Andrew's father, she went straight to the street, which she knew well, without stopping anywhere to dance. About halfway down it, she saw the gilded iron balcony which Andrew had mentioned to her, and in it a gentleman of about 50 years of age, of noble presence, with a red cross upon his breast. The gentleman, seeing the gitanilla, called out, "Come up here, niñas, and we will give you something." These words brought 3 other gentlemen to the balcony, among whom was the enamoured Andrew. The instant he cast his eyes on Preciosa he changed colour, and well nigh swooned, such was the effect her sudden appearance had upon him. The girls went upstairs, whilst the old woman remained below to pump the servants with respect to Andrew. As they entered the room, the elder gentleman was saying to the others, "This is no doubt the handsome gitanilla who is so much talked of in Madrid." "It is," said Andrew, "and she is unquestionably the most beautiful creature that ever was seen." "So they say," said Preciosa, who had overheard these remarks as she came in, "but indeed they must be half out in the reckoning. I believe I am pretty well, but as handsome as they say, not a bit of it." "By the life of Don Juanico, my son," said the elder gentleman, "you are far more so, fair gitana." "And who is Don Juanico your son?" said Preciosa. "That gallant by your side," said the cavalier. "Truly I thought your worship had sworn by some bantling of 2 years old," said Preciosa. "What a pretty little pet of a Don Juanico! Why, he is old enough to be married, and by certain lines on his forehead I foresee that married he will be before 3 years are out, and much to his liking too, if in the meantime he be neither lost nor changed." "Ay, ay," said one of the company, "the gitanilla can tell the meaning of a wrinkle." During this time the 3 gipsy girls who accompanied Preciosa had got their heads together and were whispering each other. "Girls," said Christina, "that is the gentleman that gave us the 3 pieces of 8 this morning." "Sure enough," said they, "but don't let us say a word about it unless he mentions it. How do we know but he may wish to keep it secret?" Whilst the 3 were thus conferring together, Preciosa replied to the last remark about wrinkles. "What I see with my eyes, I divine with my fingers. Of the Señor Don Juanico, I know without lines that he is somewhat amorous, impetuous, and hasty, and a great promiser of things that seem impossible. God grant he be not a deceiver, which would be worse than all. He is now about to make a long journey, but the bay horse thinks one thing, and the man that saddles him thinks another thing. Man proposes, and God disposes. Perhaps he may think he is bound for Oñez, and will find himself on the way to Gaviboa." "In truth, gitana," said Don Juan, "you have guessed right respecting me in several points. I certainly intend, with God's will, to set out for Flanders in 4 or 5 days, though you forebode that I shall have to turn out of my road; yet I hope no obstacle will occur to frustrate my purpose." "Say no more, señorito," the gipsy replied, "but commend yourself to God, and all will be well. Be assured I know nothing at all of what I have been saying. It is no wonder if I sometimes hit the mark, since I talk so much and always at random. I wish I could speak to such good purpose as to persuade you not to leave home, but remain quietly with your parents to comfort their old age, for I am no friend to these Flanders expeditions, especially for a youth of your tender years. Wait till you are grown a little more, and better able to bear the toils of war, and the rather as you have war enough at home, considering all the amorous conflicts that are raging in your bosom. Gently, gently with you, madcap. Look what you are doing before you marry, and now give us a little dole for God's sake, and for the name you bear, for truly I believe you are well born, and if along with this you are loyal and true, then I will sing jubilee for having hit the mark in all I have said of you." "I told you before, Niña," said Don Juan, otherwise Andrew Caballero, "that you were right on every point, except as to the fear you entertain that I am not quite a man of my word. In that respect you are certainly mistaken. The word that I pledge in the field I fulfil in the town, or wherever I may be, without waiting to be asked; for no man can esteem himself a gentleman who yields in the least to the vice of falsehood. My father will give you alms for God's sake and for mine, for in truth I gave all I had this morning to some ladies, of whom I would not venture to assert that they are as obliging as they are beautiful, one of them especially." Hearing this, Christina said to her companions, "May I be hanged, girls, if he is not talking of the 3 pieces of 8 he gave us this morning." "No, that can't be," one of them observed, "for he said they were ladies, and we are none; and being so true spoken as he says he is, he would not lie in this matter." "Oh, but," said Christina, "that is not a lie of any moment that is told without injury to anybody, but for the advantage and credit of him who tells it. Be that as it may, I see he neither gives us anything nor asks us to dance." The old gipsy now came into the room and said, "Make haste, granddaughter, for it is late, and there is much to be done, and more to be said." "What is it, grandmother?" said Preciosa, "a boy or a girl?" "A boy, and a very fine one. Come along, Preciosa, and you shall hear marvels." "God grant the mother does not die of her after pains," said the granddaughter. "We will take all possible care of her. She has had a very good time, and the child is a perfect beauty." "Has any lady been confined?" said Andrew's father. "Yes, señor," replied the old gitana, "but it is such a secret that no one knows of it except Preciosa, myself, and one other person, so we cannot mention the lady's name." "Well, we don't want to know it," said one of the gentlemen present, "but God help the lady who trusts her secret to your tongues and her honour to your aid." "We are not all bad," replied Preciosa. "Perhaps there may be one among us who piques herself on being as trusty and as true as the noblest man in this room. Let us be gone, grandmother, for here we are held in little esteem, though in truth we are neither thieves nor beggars." "Do not be angry, Preciosa," said Andrew's father. "Of you at least I imagine no one can presume anything ill, for your good looks are warrant for your good conduct. Do me the favour to dance a little with your companions. I have here a doubloon for you with 2 faces, and neither of them as good as your own, though they are the faces of 2 kings." The moment the old woman heard this, she cried, "Come along, girls, tuck up your skirts and oblige these gentlemen." Preciosa took the tambourine, and they all danced with so much grace and freedom, that the eyes of all the spectators were riveted upon their steps, especially those of Andrew, who gazed upon Preciosa as if his whole soul was centred in her. But an untoward accident turned his delight into anguish. In the exertion of the dance, Preciosa let fall the paper given her by the page. It was immediately picked up by the gentleman who had no good opinion of the gipsies. He opened it and said, "What have we here? A madrigal? Good. Break off the dance and listen to it, for as far as I can judge from the beginning, it is really not bad." Preciosa was annoyed at this, as she did not know the contents of the paper, and she begged the gentleman not to read it, but give it back to her. All her entreaties, however, only made Andrew more eager to hear the lines, and his friend read them out as follows: "Who hath Preciosa seen, dancing like the fairy queen, Riplets on a sunlit river, like her small feet glance and quiver, When she strikes the timbrel featly, when she warbles, oh how sweetly, Pearls from her white hands she showers, from her rosy lips drop flowers, Not a ringlet of her hair but doth 1,000 souls ensnare, Not a glance of her bright eyes but seems shot from love's own skies, He in obeisance to this sovereign maid, His bow and quiver at her feet hath laid." "Por Dios!" exclaimed the reader, "he is a dainty poet who wrote this." "He is not a poet, señor," said Preciosa, "but a page, and a very gallant and worthy man." "Mind what you say, Preciosa," returned the other, "for the praises you bestow on the page are so many lance thrusts through Andrew's heart. Look at him as he sits aghast, thrown back on his chair, with a cold perspiration breaking through all his pores. Do not imagine, maiden, that he loves you so lightly but that the least slight from you distracts him. Go to him for God's sake and whisper a few words in his ear that may go straight to his heart and recall him to himself. Go on receiving such madrigals as this every day, and just see what will come of it." It was just as he had said. Andrew had been racked by 1,000 jealousies on hearing the verses, and was so overcome that his father observed it, and cried out, "What ails you, Don Juan? You are turned quite pale, and look as if you were going to faint." "Wait a moment," said Preciosa; "let me whisper certain words in his ear, and you will see that he will not faint." Then bending over him, she said, almost without moving her lips, "A pretty sort of gitano you will make. Why, Andrew, how will you be able to bear the torture with gauze when you are overcome by a bit of paper?" Then making 6 signs of the cross over his heart, she left him, after which Andrew breathed a little, and told his friends that Preciosa's words had done him good. Finally the 2-faced doubloon was given to Preciosa, who told her companions that she would change it, and share the amount honourably with them. Andrew's father entreated her to leave him in writing the words she had spoken to his son, as he wished by all means to know them. She said she would repeat them with great pleasure, and that though they might appear to be mere child's play, they were of sovereign virtue to preserve from the heartache and dizziness of the head. The words were these: "Silly pate, why run on at this rate? No tripping or slipping or sliding. Have trusty assurance and patient endurance, and ever be frank and confiding. To ugly suspicion refuse all admission, nor let it your better sense twist over. All this if you'll do, you'll not rue, for excellent things will ensue, with the good help of God and Saint Christopher." "Only say these words," she continued, "over any person who has a swimming in the head, making at the same time 6 signs of the cross over his heart, and he will soon be as sound as an apple." When the old woman heard the charm, she was amazed at the clever trick played by her granddaughter, and Andrew was still more so when he found that the whole was an invention of her quick wit. Preciosa left the madrigal in the hands of the gentleman, not liking to ask for it, lest she should again distress Andrew, for she knew, without any one teaching her, what it was to make a lover feel the pangs of jealousy. Before she took her leave, she said to Don Juan, "Every day of the week, señor, is lucky for beginning a journey. Not one of them is black. Hasten your departure, therefore, as much as you can, for there lies before you a free life of ample range and great enjoyment, if you choose to accommodate yourself to it." "It strikes me that a soldier's life is not so free as you say," replied Andrew, "but one of submission rather than liberty. However, I will see what I can do." "You will see more than you think for," said Preciosa, "and may God have you in his keeping, and lead you to happiness as your goodly presence deserves." These farewell words filled Andrew with delight. The gitanas went away no less gratified, and shared the doubloon between them, the old woman as usual taking a part and a half, both by reason of her seniority, as because she was the compass by which they steered their course on the wide sea of their dances, pleasantry, and tricks. End of The Little Gipsy Girl, Part 2. Section 14 of the Exemplary Novels of Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Exemplary Novels by Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra. Translated by Walter K. Kelly. The Little Gipsy Girl, Part 3. At last the appointed day of meeting came, and Andrew arrived in the morning at the old trysting place, mounted on a hired mule, and without any attendant. He found Preciosa and her grandmother waiting for him, and was cordially welcomed by them. He begged they would take him at once to the rancho, before it was broad day, that he might not be recognized should he be sought for. The two gitanas, who had taken the precaution to come alone, immediately wheeled round, and soon arrived with him at their huts. Andrew entered one of them, which was the largest in the rancho, where he was forthwith assisted by 10 or 12 gitanos, all handsome strapping young fellows, whom the old woman had previously informed respecting the new comrade who was about to join them. She had not thought it necessary to enjoin them to secrecy, for, as we have already said, they habitually observed it with unexampled sagacity and strictness. Their eyes were at once on the mule, and said one of them, "We can sell this on Thursday in Toledo." "By no means," said Andrew, "for there is not a hired mule in Madrid, or any other town, but is known to all the muleteers that tramp the roads of Spain." "Por Dios, Señor Andrew," said one of the gang, "if there were more signs and tokens upon the mule than are to precede the day of judgment, we will transform it in such a manner that it could not be known by the mother that bore it, or the master that owned it." "That may be," said Andrew, "but for this time you must do as I recommend. This mule must be killed, and buried where its bones shall never be seen." "Put the innocent creature to death?" cried another gipsy. "What a sin! Don't say the word, good Andrew, only do one thing. Examine the beast well, till you have got all its marks well by heart. Then let me take it away, and if in 2 hours from this time you are able to know it again, let me be basted like a runaway negro." "I must insist upon the mule's being put to death," said Andrew, "though I were ever so sure of its transformation. I am in fear of being discovered unless it is put under ground. If you object for sake of the profit to be made by selling it, I am not come so destitute to this fraternity but that I can pay my footing with more than the price of 4 mules." "Well, since the Señor Andrew Caballero will have it so," said the other gitano, "let the sinless creature die, though God knows how much it goes against me, both because of its youth, for it has not yet lost mark of mouth, a rare thing among hired mules, and because it must be a good goer, for it has neither scars on its flank nor marks of the spur." The slaughter of the mule was postponed till night, and the rest of the day was spent in the ceremonies of Andrew's initiation. They cleared out one of the best huts in the encampment, dressed it with boughs and rushes, and seating Andrew in it on the stump of a cork tree, they put a hammer and tongs in his hands and made him cut 2 capers to the sound of 2 guitars. They then bared one of his arms, tied round it a new silk ribbon, through which they passed a short stick, and gave it 2 turns gently, after the manner of the garrote with which criminals are strangled. Preciosa was present at all this, as were many other gitanas, old and young, some of whom gazed at Andrew with admiration, others with love, and such was his good humour that even the gitanos took most kindly to him. These ceremonies being ended, an old gipsy took Preciosa by the hand, and setting her opposite Andrew, spoke thus: "This girl, who is the flower and cream of all beauty among the gitanas of Spain, we give to you either for your wife or your mistress, for in that respect you may do whatever shall be most to your liking, since our free and easy life is not subject to squeamish scruples or to much ceremony. Look at her well, and see if she suits you, or if there is anything in her you dislike. If there is, choose from among the maidens here present the one you like best, and we will give her to you. But bear in mind that once your choice is made, you must not quit it for another, nor make or meddle either with the married women or the maids. We are strict observers of the law of good fellowship. None among us covets the good that belongs to another, We live free and secure from the bitter plague of jealousy, and though incest is frequent amongst us, there is no adultery. If a wife or a mistress is unfaithful, we do not ask the courts of justice to punish, but we ourselves are the judges and executioners of our wives and mistresses, and make no more ado about killing and burying them in the mountains and desert places than if they were vermin. There are no relations to avenge them, no parents to call us to account for their deaths. By reason of this fear and dread, our women learn to live chaste, and we, as I have said, feel no uneasiness about their virtue. We have few things which are not common to us all, except wives and mistresses, each of whom we require to be his alone, to whom fortune has allotted her. Among us divorce takes place because of old age as well as by death. Any man may if he like leave a woman who is too old for him, and choose one more suitable to his years. By means of these and other laws and statutes we contrive to lead a merry life. We are lords of the plains, the cornfields, the woods, mountains, springs, and rivers. The mountains yield us wood for nothing, the orchards fruit, the vineyards grapes, the gardens vegetables, the fountains water, the rivers fish, the parks feathered game, the rocks yield us shade, the glades and valleys fresh air, and the caves shelter. For us the inclemencies of the weather are zephyrs, the snow refreshment, the rain baths, the thunder music, and the lightning torches. For us the hard ground is a bed of down, the tanned skin of our bodies is an impenetrable harness to defend us. Our nimble limbs submit to no obstacle from iron bars or trenches or walls. Our courage is not to be twisted out of us by cords, or choked by gauze, or quelled by the rack. Between yes and no we make no difference when it suits our convenience to confound them. We always pride ourselves more on being martyrs than confessors. For us the beasts of burden are reared in the fields, and pockets are filled in the cities. No eagle or other bird of prey pounces more swiftly on its quarry than we upon opportunities that offer us booty. And finally, we possess many qualities which promise us a happy end, for we sing in prison, are silent on the rack, work by day, and by night we thieve, or rather we take means to teach all men that they should exempt themselves from the trouble of seeing where they put their property. We are not distressed by the fear of losing our honour, or kept awake by ambition to increase it. We attach ourselves to no parties. We do not rise by daylight to attend levees and present memorials, or to swell the trains of magnates, or to solicit favours. Our gilded roofs and sumptuous palaces are these portable huts. Our Flemish pictures and landscapes are those which nature presents to our eyes at every step in the rugged cliffs and snowy peaks, the spreading meads and leafy groves. We are rustic astronomers, for as we sleep almost always under the open sky, we can tell every hour by day or night. We see how Aurora extinguishes and sweeps away the stars from heaven, and how she comes forth with her companion, the dawn, enlivening the air, refreshing the water, and moistening the earth. And after her appears the sun, gilding the heights, as the poet sings, and making the mountains smile. We are not afraid of being left chilly by his absence, when his rays fall aslant upon us, or of being roasted when they blaze down upon us perpendicularly. We turn the same countenance to sun and frost, to dearth and plenty. In conclusion, we are people who live by our industry and our wits, without troubling ourselves with the old adage, the church, the sea, or the king's household. We have all we want, for we are content with what we have. All these things have I told you, generous youth, that you may not be ignorant of the life to which you are come, and the manner and customs you will have to profess, which I have here sketched for you in the rough. Many other particulars, no less worthy of consideration, you will discover for yourself in process of time." Here the eloquent old gitano closed his discourse, and the novice replied, that he congratulated himself much on having been made acquainted with such laudable statutes, that he desired to make profession of an order so based on reason and politic principles, that his only regret was that he had not sooner come to the knowledge of so pleasant a life, and that from that moment he renounced his knighthood and the vain glory of his illustrious lineage, and placed them beneath the yoke, or beneath the laws under which they lived, forasmuch as they so magnificently recompensed the desire he had to serve them, in bestowing upon him the divine Preciosa, for whom he would surrender many crowns and wide empires, or desire them only for her sake. Preciosa spoke next. "Whereas these señores, our lawgivers," she said, "have determined according to their laws that I should be yours, and as such have given me up to you, I have decreed, in accordance with the law of my own will, which is the strongest of all, that I will not be so except upon the conditions heretofore concerted between us two. You must live 2 years in our company before you enjoy mine, so that you may neither repent through fickleness, nor I be deceived through precipitation. Conditions supersede laws. Those which I have prescribed you know. If you choose to keep them, I may be yours, and you mine. If not, the mule is not dead, your clothes are whole, and not a doit of your money is spent. Your absence from home has not yet extended to the length of a day. What remains you may employ in considering what best suits you. These señores may give up my body to you, but not my soul, which is free, and born free, and shall remain free. If you remain, I shall esteem you much; if you depart, I shall do no less, for I hold that amorous impulses run with a loose rein, until they are brought to a halt by reason or disenchantment. I would not have you be towards me like the sportsman, who, when he has bagged a hare, thinks no more of it, but runs after another. The eyes are sometimes deceived. At first sight tinsel looks like gold, but they soon recognise the difference between the genuine and the false metal. This beauty of mine, which you say I possess, and which you exalt above the sun, and declare more precious than gold, how do I know but that at a nearer view it will appear to you a shadow, and when tested will seem but base metal? I give you 2 years to weigh and ponder well what will be right to choose or reject. Before you buy a jewel, which you can only get rid of by death, you ought to take much time to examine it, and ascertain its faults or its merits. I do not assent to the barbarous license which these kinsmen of mine have assumed, to forsake their wives or chastise them when the humour takes them, and as I do not intend to do anything which calls for punishment, I will not take for my mate one who will abandon me at his own caprice." "You are right, Preciosa," said Andrew; "and so, if you would have me quiet your fears and abate your doubts, by swearing not to depart a jot from the conditions you prescribe, choose what form of oath I shall take, and what other assurance I shall give you, and I will do exactly as you desire." "The oaths and promises which the captive makes to obtain his liberty are seldom fulfilled when he is free," returned Preciosa; "and it is just the same, I fancy, with a lover, who to obtain his desire will promise the wings of Mercury and the thunderbolts of Jove; and indeed a certain poet promised myself no less, and swore it by the Stygian lake. I want no oaths or promises, Señor Andrew, but to leave everything to the result of this novitiate. It will be my business to take care of myself, if at any time you should think of offending me." "Be it so," said Andrew. "One request I have to make of these señores and comrades mine, and that is that they will not force me to steal anything for a month or so, for it strikes me that it will take a great many lessons to make me a thief." "Never fear, my son," said the old gipsy, "for we will instruct you in such a manner that you will turn out an eagle in our craft, and when you have learned it, you will like it so much that you will be ready to eat your hand, it will so itch after it. Yes, it is fine fun to go out empty handed in the morning, and to return loaded at night to the rancho." "I have seen some return with a whipping," said Andrew. "One cannot catch trouts dry shod," the old man replied. "All things in this life have their perils. The acts of the thief are liable to the galleys, whipping, and the scragging post. But it is not because one ship encounters a storm, or springs a leak, that others should cease to sail the seas. It would be a fine thing if there were to be no soldiers, because war consumes men and horses. Besides, a whipping by the hand of justice is for us a badge of honour, which becomes us better worn on the shoulders than on the breast. The main point is to avoid having to dance upon nothing in our young days and for our first offences. But as for having our shoulders dusted, or thrashing the water in a galley, we don't mind that a nutshell. For the present, Andrew, my son, keep snug in the nest under the shelter of our wings. In due time we will take you out to fly, and that where you will not return without a prey, and the short and the long of it is, that by and by you will lick your fingers after every theft." "Meanwhile," said Andrew, "as a compensation for what I might bring in by thieving during the vacation allowed me, I will divide 200 gold crowns among all the members of the rancho." The words were no sooner out of his mouth than several gitanos caught him up in their arms, hoisted him upon their shoulders, and bore him along, shouting, "Long life to the great Andrew, and long life to Preciosa his beloved." The gitanas did the same with Preciosa, not without exciting the envy of Christina and the other gitanillas present, for envy dwells alike in the tents of barbarians, the huts of shepherds, and the palaces of princes, and to see another thrive, who seems no better than oneself, is a great weariness to the spirit. This done, they ate a hearty dinner, made an equitable division of the gift money, repeated their praises of Andrew, and exalted Preciosa's beauty to the skies. When night fell, they broke the mule's neck, and buried it, so as to relieve Andrew of all fear of its leading to his discovery. They likewise buried with it the trappings, saddle, bridle, girths, and all, after the manner of the Indians, whose chief ornaments are laid in the grave with them. Andrew was in no small astonishment at all he had seen and heard, and resolved to pursue his enterprise without meddling at all with the customs of his new companions, so far as that might be possible. Especially he hoped to exempt himself at the cost of his purse from participating with them in any acts of injustice. On the following day Andrew requested the gipsies to break up the camp and remove to a distance from Madrid, for he feared that he should be recognized if he remained there. They told him they had already made up their minds to go to the mountains of Toledo, and thence to scour all the surrounding country, and lay it under contribution. Accordingly they struck their tents and departed, offering Andrew an ass to ride, but he chose rather to travel on foot and serve as attendant to Preciosa, who rode triumphantly another ass, rejoicing in her gallant esquire. whilst he was equally delighted at finding himself close to her whom he had made the mistress of his freedom. O potent force of him who is called the sweet God of bitterness, a title given him by our idleness and weakness, how effectually dost thou enslave us! Here was Andrew, a knight, a youth of excellent parts, brought up at court, and maintained in affluence by his noble parents, and yet since yesterday such a change has been wrought in him that he has deceived his servants and friends, disappointed the hopes of his parents, abandoned the road to Flanders, where he was to have exercised his valour and increased the honours of his line, and he has prostrated himself at the feet of a girl, made himself the lackey of one who, though exquisitely beautiful, is after all a gitana. Wondrous prerogative of beauty, which brings down the strongest will to its feet, in spite of all its resistance. In 4 days' march the gipsies arrived at a pleasant village, within 2 leagues of the great Toledo, where they pitched their camp, having first given some articles of silver to the alcalde of the district, as a pledge that they would steal nothing within all his bounds, nor do any other damage that might give cause of complaint against them. This done, all the old gitanas, some young ones, and the men spread themselves all over the country, to the distance of 4 or 5 leagues from the encampment. Andrew went with them to take his first lesson in thievery, but though they gave him many in that expedition, he did not profit by any of them. On the contrary, as was natural in a man of gentle blood, every theft committed by his masters wrung his very soul, and sometimes he paid for them out of his own pocket, being moved by the tears of the poor people who had been despoiled. The gipsies were in despair at this behaviour. It was in contravention, they said, of their statutes and ordinances, which prohibited the admission of compassion into their hearts, because if they had any, they must cease to be thieves, a thing which was not to be thought of on any account. Seeing this, Andrew said he would go thieving by himself, for he was nimble enough to run from danger, and did not lack courage to encounter it, so that the prize or the penalty of his thieving would be exclusively his own. The gipsies tried to dissuade him from this good purpose, telling him that occasions might occur in which he would have need of companions, as well to attack as to defend, and that one person alone could not make any great booty. But in spite of all they could say, Andrew was determined to be a solitary robber, intending to separate from the gang, and purchase for money something which he might say he had stolen, and thus burden his conscience as little as possible. Proceeding in this way, in less than a month he brought more gain to the gang than 4 of the most accomplished thieves in it. Preciosa rejoiced not a little to see her tender lover become such a smart and handy thief, but for all that she was sorely afraid of some mischance, and would not have seen him in the hands of justice for all the treasures of Venice. Such was the good feeling towards him which she could not help entertaining, in return for his many good offices and presents. After remaining about a month in the Toledan district, where they reaped a good harvest, the gipsies entered the wealthy region of Estremadura. Meanwhile Andrew frequently held honourable and loving converse with Preciosa, who was gradually becoming enamoured of his good qualities, while in like manner his love for her went on increasing, if that were possible. Such were the virtues, the good sense and beauty of his Preciosa. Whenever the gipsies engaged in athletic games, he carried off the prize for running and leaping. He played admirably at skittles and at ball, and pitched the bar with similar strength and dexterity. In a short while his fame spread through all Estremadura, and there was no part of it where they did not speak of the smart young gitano, Andrew, and his graces and accomplishments. As his fame extended, so did that of Preciosa's beauty, and there was no town, village, or hamlet to which they were not invited, to enliven their patron saint's days, or other festivities. The tribe consequently became rich, prosperous, and contented, and the lovers were happy in the mere sight of each other. It happened one night, when the camp was pitched among some evergreen oaks, a little way off the highway, they heard their dogs barking about the middle watch with unusual vehemence. Andrew and some others got up to see what was the matter, and found a man dressed in white battling with them, whilst one of them held him by the leg. "What the devil brought you here, man?" said one of the gipsies, after they had released him, "at such an hour, away from the high road? Did you come to thieve? If so, you have come to the right door." "I do not come to thieve, and I don't know whether or not I am off the road, though I see well enough that I am gone astray," said the wounded man. "But tell me, señores, is there any venta or place of entertainment where I can get a night's lodging and dress the wounds which these dogs have given me?" "There is no venta or public place to which we can take you," replied Andrew; "but as for a night's lodging, or dressing your wounds, that you can have done at our ranchos. Come along with us, for though we are gipsies, we are not devoid of humanity." "God reward you," said the man. "Take me whither you please, for my leg pains me greatly." Andrew lifted him up, and carried him along with the help of some of the other compassionate gipsies, for even among the fiends there are some worse than others, and among many bad men you may find one good. It was a clear moonlight night, so that they could see that the person they carried was a youth of handsome face and figure. He was dressed all in white linen, with a sort of frock of the same material belted round his waist. They arrived at Andrew's hut or shed, quickly kindled a fire, and fetched Preciosa's grandmother to attend to the young man's hurts. She took some of the dog's hairs, fried them in oil, and after washing with wine the 2 bites she found on the patient's left leg, she put the hairs and the oil upon them, and over this dressing a little chewed green rosemary. She then bound the leg up carefully with clean bandages, made the sign of the cross over it, and said, "Now go to sleep, friend, and with the help of God your hurts will not signify." While they were attending to the wounded man, Preciosa stood by, eyeing him with great curiosity, whilst he did the same by her, insomuch that Andrew took notice of the eagerness with which he gazed; but he attributed this to the extraordinary beauty of Preciosa, which naturally attracted all eyes. Finally, having done all that was needful for the youth, they left him alone on a bed of dry hay, not caring to question him then as to his road or any other matter. As soon as all the others were gone, Preciosa called Andrew aside and said to him, "Do you remember, Andrew, a paper I let fall in your house when I was dancing with my companions, and which caused you, I think, some uneasiness?" "I remember it well," said Andrew. "It was a madrigal in your praise, and no bad one either." "Well, you must know, Andrew, that the person who wrote those verses is no other than the wounded youth we have left in the hut. I cannot be mistaken, for he spoke to me 2 or 3 times in Madrid, and gave me too a very good romance. He was then dressed, I think, as a page, not an ordinary one, but like a favourite of some prince. I assure you, Andrew, he is a youth of excellent understanding, and remarkably well behaved, and I cannot imagine what can have brought him hither, and in such a garb." "What should you imagine, Preciosa, but that the same power which has made me a gitano has made him put on the dress of a miller, and come in search of you?" "Ah, Preciosa, Preciosa, how plain it begins to be! that you pride yourself on having more than one adorer. If this be so, finish me first, and then kill off this other, but do not sacrifice both at the same time to your perfidy. God's mercy, Andrew, how thin-skinned you are! On how fine a thread you make your hopes and my reputation hang, since you let the cruel sword of jealousy so easily pierce your soul. Tell me, Andrew, if there were any artifice or deceit in this case, could I not have held my tongue about this youth and concealed all knowledge of him? Am I such a fool that I cannot help telling you what should make you doubt my integrity and good behaviour? Hold your tongue, Andrew, in God's name, and try tomorrow to extract from this cause of your alarm whither he is bound, and why he is come hither. It may be that you are mistaken in your suspicion, though I am not mistaken in what I told you of the stranger. And now for your greater satisfaction, since it is come to that pass with me that I seek to satisfy you, whatever be the reason of this youth's coming, send him away at once. All our people obey you, and none of them will care to receive him into their huts against your wish. But if this fails, I give you my word not to quit mine, or let myself be seen by him, or by anybody else from whom you would have me concealed. Look you, Andrew, I am not vexed at seeing you jealous, but it would vex me much to see you indiscreet. Unless you see me mad, Preciosa, said Andrew, any other demonstration would be far short of showing you what desperate havoc jealousy can make of a man's feelings. However, I will do as you bid me, and find out what this Señor Page Poet wants, whither he is going, and whom he is in search of. It may be, that unawares he may let me get hold of some end of thread, which shall lead to the discovery of the whole snare, which I fear he is come to set for me. Jealousy, I imagine, said Preciosa, never leaves the understanding clear to apprehend things as they really are. Jealousy always looks through magnifying glasses, which make mountains of molehills, and realities of mere suspicions. On your life, Andrew, and on mine, I charge you to proceed in this matter, and all that touches our concerns, with prudence and discretion, and if you do, I know that you will have to concede the palm to me, as honest, upright, and true to the very utmost. With these words she quitted Andrew, leaving him impatient for daylight, that he might receive the confession of the wounded man, and distracted in mind by 1,000 various surmises. He could not believe but that this page had come thither attracted by Preciosa's beauty, for the thief believes that all men are such as himself. On the other hand, the pledge voluntarily made to him by Preciosa appeared so highly satisfactory, that he ought to set his mind quite at ease, and commit all his happiness implicitly to the keeping of her good faith. At last day appeared. He visited the wounded man, and after inquiring how he was, and did his bites pain him, he asked what was his name, whither he was going, and how it was he travelled so late and so far off the road. The youth replied that he was better, and felt no pain, so that he was able to resume his journey. His name was Alonso Hurtado. He was going to Our Lady of the Peña de Francia on a certain business. He travelled by night for the greater speed, and having missed his way he had come upon the encampment, and been worried by the dogs that guarded it. Andrew did not by any means consider this a straightforward statement. His suspicions returned to plague him, and, said he, "Brother, if I were a judge, and you had been brought before me, upon any charge which would render necessary such questions as those I have put to you, the reply you have given would oblige me to apply the thumbscrew. It is nothing to me who you are, what is your name, or where you are going. I only warn you, that if it suits your convenience to lie on this journey, you should lie with more appearance of truth. You say you are going to La Peña de Francia. and you leave it on the right hand more than 30 leagues behind this place. You travel by night for sake of speed, and you quit the high road and strike into thickets and woods, where there is scarcely a footpath. Get up, friend, learn to lie better, and go your ways, in God's name. But in return for this good advice I give you, will you not tell me one truth? I know you will, you are such a bad hand at lying. Tell me, are you not one I have often seen in the capital, something between a page and a gentleman, one who has the reputation of being a great poet, and who wrote a romance and a sonnet upon a gitanilla, who some time ago went about Madrid, and was celebrated for her surpassing beauty? Tell me, and I promise you on the honour of a gentleman gipsy to keep secret whatever you may wish to be so kept. Mind you, no denial that you are the person I say will go down with me, for the face I see before me is unquestionably the same I saw in Madrid. The fame of your talents made me often stop to gaze at you as a distinguished man, and therefore your features are so strongly impressed on my memory, though your dress is very different from that in which I formerly saw you. Don't be alarmed, cheer up, and don't suppose you have fallen in with a tribe of robbers, but with an asylum where you may be guarded and defended from all the world. A thought strikes me, and if it be as I conjecture, you have been lucky in meeting me above all men. What I conjecture is, that, being in love with Preciosa, that beautiful young gipsy, to whom you addressed the verses, you have come in search of her, for which I don't think a bit the worse of you, but quite the reverse, for gipsy though I am, experience has shown me how far the potent force of love reaches, and the transformations it makes those undergo whom it brings beneath its sway and jurisdiction. If this be so, as I verily believe it is, the fair gitanilla is here. Yes, she is here, I saw her last night, said the stranger. This was like a death blow to Andrew, for it seemed at once to confirm all his suspicions. I saw her last night, the young man repeated, but I did not venture to tell her who I was, for it did not suit my purpose. So then, said Andrew, you are indeed the poet of whom I spoke. I am. I neither can nor will deny it. Possibly it may be that where I thought myself lost, I have come right to port. If, as you say, there is fidelity in the forests, and hospitality in the mountains. That there is, beyond doubt, said Andrew, and among us gipsies the strictest secrecy in the world. On that assurance, Signor, you may unburden your breast to me. You will find in mine no duplicity whatever. The gitanilla is my relation, and entirely under my control. If you desire her for a wife, myself and all other relations will be quite willing, and if for a mistress, we will not make any squeamish objections, provided you have money, for covetousness never departs from our ranchos. I have money, the youth replied, in the bands of this frock, which I wear girt round my body. There are 400 gold crowns. This was another mortal blow for Andrew, who assumed that the stranger could carry so large a sum about him for no other purpose than to purchase possession of the beloved object. With a faltering tongue he replied, "That is a good lump of money. You have only to discover yourself, and go to work. The girl is no fool, and will see what a good thing it is for her to be yours." "Oh, friend," exclaimed the youth, "I would have you know that the power which has made me change my garb is not that of love, as you say, nor any longing for Preciosa, for Madrid has beauties who know how to steal hearts and subdue souls as well as the handsomest gitanas, and better, though I confess that the beauty of your kinswoman surpasses any I have ever seen. The cause of my being in this dress, on foot, and bitten by dogs, is not love, but my ill luck." Upon this explanation Andrew's downcast spirit began to rise again, for it was plain that the wind was in quite a different quarter from what he had supposed. Eager to escape from this confusion, he renewed his assurances of secrecy, and the stranger proceeded thus: "I was in Madrid, in the house of a nobleman, whom I served not as a master, but as a relation. He had an only son and heir, who treated me with great familiarity and friendship, both on account of our relationship, and because we were both of the same age and disposition. This young gentleman fell in love with a young lady of rank, whom he would most gladly have made his wife, had it not been for his dutiful submission to the will of his parents, who desired him to marry into a higher family. Nevertheless, he continued furtively to pay court to the lady of his choice, carefully concealing his proceedings from all eyes but mine. One night, which ill luck must have especially selected for the adventure I am about to relate to you, as we were passing by the lady's house, we saw ranged against it two men of good figure apparently. My kinsman wished to reconnoitre them, but no sooner had he made a step towards them, than their swords were out, their bucklers ready, and they made at us, whilst we did the same on our side, and engaged them with equal arms. The fight did not last long, neither did the lives of our two opponents, for two thrusts, urged home by my kinsman's jealousy and my zeal in his defence, laid them both low, an extraordinary occurrence, and such as is rarely witnessed. Thus involuntarily victorious, we returned home, and taking all the money we could, set off secretly to the church of San Hieronimo, waiting to see what would happen, when the event was discovered next day, and what might be the conjectures as to the persons of the homicides. We learned that no trace of our presence on the scene had been discovered, and the prudent monks advised us to return home, so as not by our absence to arouse any suspicion against us. We had already resolved to follow their advice, when we were informed that the alcaldes of the court had arrested the young lady and her parents, and that among their domestics, whom they examined, one person, the young lady's attendant, had stated that my kinsman visited her mistress by night and by day. Upon this evidence they had sent in search of us, and the officers not finding us, but many indications of our flight, it became a confirmed opinion throughout the whole city that we were the very men who had slain the two cavaliers, for such they were, and of very good quality. Finally, by the advice of the count, my relation, and of the monks, after remaining hid a fortnight in the monastery, my comrade departed in company with a monk, himself disguised as one, and took the road to Aragon, intending to pass over to Italy, and thence to Flanders, until he should see what might be the upshot of the matter. For my part, thinking it well to divide our fortunes, I set out on foot in a different direction, and in the habit of a lay brother, along with a monk who quitted me at Talavera. From that city I travelled alone, and missed my way, till last night I reached this wood, when I met with the mishap you know. If I asked for La Peña de Francia, it was only by way of making some answer to the questions put to me, for I know that it lies beyond Salamanca." "True," observed Andrew, "you left it on your right, about 20 leagues from this; so you see what a straight road you were taking, if you were going thither." "The road I did intend to take was that to Seville, for there I should find a Genoese gentleman, a great friend of the count my relation, who is in the habit of exporting large quantities of silver ingots to Genoa, and my design is, that he should send me with his carriers, as one of themselves, by which means I may safely reach Cartagena, and thence pass over to Italy, for 2 galleys are expected shortly to ship some silver. This is my story, good friend. Was I not right in saying it is the result of pure ill luck rather than disappointed love? Now, if these señores gitanos will take me in their company to Sevilla, supposing they are bound thither, I will pay them handsomely, for I believe that I should travel more safely with them, and have some respite from the fear that haunts me." "Yes, they will take you," said Andrew, "or if you cannot go with our band, for as yet I know not that we are for Andalusia, you can go with another which we shall fall in with in a couple of days, and if you give them some of the money you have about you, they will be able and willing to help you out of still worse difficulties." He then left the young man, and reported to the other gipsies what the stranger desired, and the offer he had made of good payment for their services. They were all for having their guest remain in the camp, but Preciosa was against it, and her grandmother said that she could not go to Sevilla or its neighbourhood, on account of a hoax she had once played off upon a cap maker named Trujillo, well known in Sevilla. She had persuaded him to put himself up to his neck in a butt of water, stark naked, with a crown of cypress on his head, there to remain till midnight, when he was to step out, and look for a great treasure, which she had made him believe was concealed in a certain part of his house. When the good cap maker heard matins ring, he made such haste to get out of the butt, lest he should lose his chance, that it fell with him, bruising his flesh, and deluging the floor with water, in which he fell to swimming with might and main, roaring out that he was drowning. His wife and his neighbours ran to him with lights, and found him striking out lustily with his arms and legs. "Help, help!" he cried, "I am suffocating," and he really was not far from it, such was the effect of his excessive fright. They seized and rescued him from his deadly peril. When he had recovered a little, he told them the trick the gipsy woman had played him, and yet for all that, he dug a hole, more than a fathom deep, in the place pointed out to him, in spite of all his neighbours could say, and had he not been forcibly prevented by one of them, when he was beginning to undermine the foundations of the house, he would have brought the whole of it down about his ears. The story spread all over the city, so that the little boys in the street used to point their fingers at him, and shout in his ears the story of the gipsy's trick and his own credulity. Such was the tale told by the old gitana in explanation of her unwillingness to go to Sevilla. The gipsies, knowing from Andrew that the youth had a sum of money about him, readily assented to his accompanying them, and promised to guard and conceal him as long as he pleased. They determined to make a bend to the left, and enter La Mancha and the kingdom of Murcia. The youth thanked them cordially, and gave them on the spot 100 gold crowns to divide amongst them, whereupon they became as pliant as washed leather. Preciosa, however, was not pleased with the continuance among them of Don Sancho, for that was the youth's name, but the gipsies changed it to Clement. Andrew too was rather annoyed at this arrangement, for it seemed to him that Clement had given up his original intention upon very slight grounds, but the latter, as if he read his thoughts, told him that he was glad to go to Murcia, because it was near Cartagena, whence, if galleys arrived there, as he expected, he could easily pass over to Italy. Finally, in order to have him more under his own eye, to watch his acts, and scrutinize his thoughts, Andrew desired to have Clement for his own comrade, and the latter accepted this friendly offer as a signal favour. They were always together, Both spent largely. Their crowns came down like rain. They ran, leaped, danced, and pitched the bar better than any of their companions, and were more than commonly liked by the women of the tribe, and held in the highest respect by the men. End of The Little Gipsy Girl, Part 3. Section 15 of the Exemplary Novels by Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Exemplary Novels by Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra. Translated by Walter K. Kelly. The Little Gipsy Girl, Part 4. Leaving Estremadura, they entered La Mancha, and gradually traversed the kingdom of Murcia. In all the villages and towns they passed through, they had matches at ball playing, fencing, running, leaping, and pitching the bar; and in all these trials of strength, skill, and agility, Andrew and Clement were victorious, as Andrew alone had been before. During the whole journey, which occupied 6 weeks, Clement neither found nor sought an opportunity to speak alone with Preciosa, until one day when she and Andrew were conversing together, they called him to them, and Preciosa said, "The first time you came to our camp I recognized you, Clement, and remembered the verses you gave me in Madrid, but I would not say a word, not knowing with what intention you had come among us. When I became acquainted with your misfortune, it grieved me to the soul, though at the same time it was a relief to me, for I had been much disturbed, thinking that as there was a Don Juan in the world who had become a gipsy, a Don Sancho might undergo transformation in like manner. I speak this to you because Andrew tells me he has made known to you who he is, and with what intention he turned gipsy." And so it was, for Andrew had acquainted Clement with his whole story, that he might be able to converse with him on the subject nearest to his thoughts. Do not think that my knowing you was of little advantage to you, since for my sake, and in consequence of what I said of you, our people the more readily admitted you amongst them, where I trust in God you may find things turn out according to your best wishes. You will repay me, I hope, for this good will on my part, by not making Andrew ashamed of having set his mind so low, or representing to him how ill he does in persevering in his present way of life. For though I imagine that his will is enthralled to mine, still it would grieve me to see him show signs, however slight, of repenting what he has done. "Do not suppose, peerless Preciosa," replied Clement, "that Don Juan acted lightly in revealing himself to me. I found him out beforehand. His eyes first disclosed to me the nature of his feelings. I first told him who I was, and detected that enthrallment of his will which you speak of, and he, reposing a just confidence in me, made his secret mine. He can witness whether I applauded his determination and his choice, for I am not so dull of understanding, Preciosa, as not to know how omnipotent is beauty, and yours, which surpasses all bounds of loveliness, is a sufficient excuse for all errors, if error that can be called, for which there is so irresistible a cause. I am grateful to you, señora, for what you have said in my favour, and I hope to repay you by hearty good wishes that you may find a happy issue out of your perplexities, and that you may enjoy the love of your Andrew, and Andrew that of his Preciosa, with the consent of his parents, so that from so beautiful a couple there may come into the world the finest progeny which nature can form in her happiest mood. This is what I shall always desire, Preciosa, and this is what I shall always say to your Andrew, and not anything which could tend to turn him from his well-placed affections." With such emotion did Clement utter these words, that Andrew was in doubt whether they were spoken in courtesy only, or from love, for the infernal plague of jealousy is so susceptible that it will take offence at the motes in the sunbeams, and the lover finds matter for self-torment in everything that concerns the beloved object. Nevertheless, he did not give way to confirmed jealousy, for he relied more on the good faith of his Preciosa than on his own fortune, which, in common with all lovers, he regarded as luckless, so long as he had not obtained the object of his desires. In fine, Andrew and Clement continued to be comrades and friends, their mutual good understanding being secured by Clement's upright intentions, and by the modesty and prudence of Preciosa, who never gave Andrew an excuse for jealousy. Clement was somewhat of a poet, Andrew played the guitar a little, and both were fond of music. One night, when the camp was pitched in a valley 4 leagues from Murcia, Andrew seated himself at the foot of a cork tree, and Clement near him under an evergreen oak. Each of them had a guitar, and invited by the stillness of the night, they sang alternately, Andrew beginning the descant, and Clement responding. Andrew. 10,000 golden lamps are lit on high, making this chilly night rival the noonday's light. Look, Clement, on yon star-bespangled sky, and in that image see, if so divine thy fancy be, that lovely radiant face, where centres all of beauty and of grace. Clement. Where centres all of beauty and of grace, and where in concord sweet goodness and beauty meet, and purity hath fixed its dwelling place. Creature so heavenly fair, may any mortal genius dare, or less than tongue divine, to praise in lofty rare and sounding line. Andrew. To praise in lofty rare and sounding line, thy name, Gitana bright, earth's wonder and delight, worthy above the empyrean vault to shine. Fain would I snatch from fame the trump and voice whose loud acclaim should startle every ear, and lift Preciosa's name to the 8th sphere. Clement. To lift Preciosa's fame to the 8th sphere, were meet and fit that so the heavens new joy might know, through all their shining courts that name to hear, which on this earth doth sound like music spreading gladness round, breathing with charm intense, peace to the soul and rapture to the sense. It seemed as though the freeman and the captive were in no haste to bring their tuneful contest to conclusion, had not the voice of Preciosa, who had overheard them, sounded from behind in response to theirs. They stopped instantly, and remained listening to her in breathless attention. Whether her words were delivered impromptu, or had been composed some time before, I know not. However that may be, she sang the following lines with infinite grace, as though they were made for the occasion. While in this amorous emprise an equal conflict I maintain, 'tis higher glory to remain pure maid than boast the brightest eyes. The humblest plant on which we tread, if sound and straight it grows apace, by aid of nature or of grace, may rear aloft towards heaven its head. In this my lowly poor estate, by maiden honour dignified, no good wish rests unsatisfied, their wealth I envy not the great. I find not any grief or pain in lack of love or of esteem, for I myself can shape I deem my fortunes happy in the main. Let me but do what in me lies, the path of rectitude to tread, and then be welcomed on this head, whatever fate may please the skies. I fain would know if beauty hath such high prerogative to raise my mind above the common ways, and set me on a loftier path. If equal in their souls they be, the humblest hind on earth may vie in honest worth and virtue high with one of loftiest degree. What inwardly I feel of mine doth raise me all that's base above, for majesty, be sure, and love do not on common soil recline. Preciosa having ended her song, Andrew and Clement rose to meet her. An animated conversation ensued between the three, and Preciosa displayed so much intelligence, modesty, and acuteness, as fully excused, in Clement's opinion, the extraordinary determination of Andrew, which he had before attributed more to his youth than his judgment. The next morning the camp was broken up, and they proceeded to a place in the jurisdiction of Murcia, 3 leagues from the city, where a mischance befell Andrew, which went near to cost him his life. After they had given security in that place, according to custom, by the deposit of some silver vessels and ornaments, Preciosa and her grandmother, Christina and 2 other gitanillas, Clement and Andrew, took up their quarters in an inn kept by a rich widow, who had a daughter aged about 17 or 18, rather more forward than handsome. Her name was Juana Carducha. This girl having seen the gipsies dance, the devil possessed her to fall in love with Andrew, to that degree that she proposed to tell him of it, and take him for a husband if he would have her, in spite of her relations. Watching for an opportunity to speak to him, she found it in a cattle yard, which Andrew had entered in search of 2 young asses, when she said to him hurriedly, "Andrew," she already knew his name, "I am single and wealthy. My mother has no other child. This inn is her own, and besides it she has large vineyards and several other houses. You have taken my fancy, and if you will have me for a wife, only say the word. Answer me quickly, and if you are a man of sense, only wait, and you shall see what a life we shall lead." Astonished as he was at Carducha's boldness, Andrew nevertheless answered her with the promptitude she desired. "Señora Doncella, I am under promise to marry, and we gitanos intermarry only with gitanas. Many thanks for the favour you would confer on me, of which I am not worthy." Carducha was within 2 inches of dropping dead at this unwelcome reply, to which she would have rejoined, but that she saw some of the gitanos come into the yard. She rushed from the spot, athirst for vengeance. Andrew, like a wise man, determined to get out of her way, for he read in her eyes that she would willingly give herself to him with matrimonial bonds, and he had no wish to find himself engaged foot to foot and alone in such an encounter. Accordingly he requested his comrades to quit the place that night. Complying with his wishes as they always did, they set to work at once, took up their securities again that evening, and decamped. Carducha, seeing that Andrew was going away, and half her soul with him, and that she should not have time to obtain the fulfilment of her desires, resolved to make him stop by force, since he would not do so of good will. With all the cunning and secrecy suggested to her by her wicked intentions, she put among Andrew's baggage, which she knew to be his, a valuable coral necklace, 2 silver medals, and other trinkets belonging to her family. No sooner had the gipsies left the inn than she made a great outcry, declaring that the gipsies had robbed her, till she brought about her the officers of justice and all the people of the place. The gipsies halted, and all swore that they had no stolen property with them, offering at the same time to let all their baggage be searched. This made the old gipsy woman very uneasy, lest the proposed scrutiny should lead to the discovery of Preciosa's trinkets and Andrew's clothes, which she preserved with great care. But the good wench Carducha quickly put an end to her fears on that hand, for, before they had turned over 2 packages, she said to the men, "Ask which of these bundles belongs to that gipsy who is such a great dancer. I saw him enter my room twice, and probably he is the thief." Andrew knew it was himself she meant, and answered with a laugh, "Señora Doncella, this is my bundle, and that is my ass. If you find in or upon either of them what you miss, I will pay you the value 7-fold, besides submitting to the punishment which the law awards for theft." The officers of justice immediately unloaded the ass, and in the turn of a hand discovered the stolen property, whereat Andrew was so shocked and confounded that he stood like a stone statue. I was not out in my suspicions, said Carducha. See with what a good looking face the rogue covers his villainy. The alcalde, who was present, began to abuse Andrew and the rest of the gipsies, calling them common thieves and highwaymen. Andrew said not a word, but stood pondering in the utmost perplexity, for he had no surmise of Carducha's treachery. At last an insolent soldier, nephew to the alcalde, stepped up to him, saying, "Look at the dirty gipsy thief. I will lay a wager he will give himself airs as if he were an honest man, and deny the robbery, though the goods have been found in his hands. Good luck to whoever sends the whole pack of you to the galleys. A fitter place it will be for this scoundrel, where he may serve his majesty, instead of going about dancing from place to place, and thieving from venta to mountain. On the faith of a soldier, I have a mind to lay him at my feet with a blow." So saying, without more ado, he raised his hand and gave Andrew such a buffet as roused him from his stupor, and made him recollect that he was not Andrew Caballero, but Don Juan, and a gentleman. Therefore flinging himself upon the soldier with sudden fury, he snatched his sword from its sheath, buried it in his body, and laid him dead at his feet. The people shouted and yelled. The dead man's uncle, the alcalde, was frantic with rage. Preciosa fainted, and Andrew, regardless of his own defence, thought only of succouring her. As ill luck would have it, Clement was not on the spot, having gone forward with some baggage, and Andrew was set upon by so many that they overpowered him, and loaded him with heavy chains. The alcalde would gladly have hanged him on the spot, but was obliged to send him to Murcia, as he belonged to the jurisdiction of that city. It was not, however, till the next day that he was removed thither, and meanwhile he was loaded with abuse and maltreatment by the alcalde and all the people of the place. The alcalde, moreover, arrested all the rest of the gipsies he could lay hands on, but most of them had made their escape, among others Clement, who was afraid of being seized and discovered. On the following morning the alcalde, with his officers and a great many other armed men, entered Murcia with a caravan of gipsy captives, among whom were Preciosa and poor Andrew, who was chained on the back of a mule, and was handcuffed, and had a fork fixed under his chin. All Murcia flocked to see the prisoners, for the news of the soldier's death had been received there, but so great was Preciosa's beauty that no one looked upon her that day without blessing her. The news of her loveliness reached the corregidora's lady, who being curious to see her, prevailed on her husband to give orders that she should not enter the prison to which all the rest of the gipsies were committed. Andrew was thrust into a dark narrow dungeon, where, deprived of the light of the sun, and of that which Preciosa's presence diffused, he felt as though he should leave it only for his grave. Preciosa and her grandmother were taken to the corregidora's lady, who at once exclaiming, "Well might they praise her beauty," embraced her tenderly, and never was tired of looking at her. She asked the old woman what was the girl's age. 15 within a month or two, more or less, was the reply. "That would be the age of my poor Constantia," observed the lady. "Ah, amigas, how the sight of this young girl has brought my bereavement back afresh to my mind." Upon this Preciosa took hold of the corregidora's hands, kissed them repeatedly, bathed them with tears, and said, "Señora mia, the gitano who is in custody is not in fault, for he had provocation. They called him a thief, and he is none. They gave him a blow on the face, though his is such a face that you can read in it the goodness of his soul. I entreat you, señora, to see that justice is done him, and that the señor corregidor is not too hasty in executing upon him the penalty of the law. If my beauty has given you any pleasure, preserve it for me by preserving the life of the prisoner, for with it mine ends too. He is to be my husband, but just and proper impediments have hitherto prevented our union. If money would avail to obtain his pardon, all the goods of our tribe should be sold by auction, and we would give even more than was asked of us. My lady, if you know what love is, and have felt and still feel it for your dear husband, have pity on me, who love mine tenderly and honestly." All the while Preciosa was thus speaking, she kept fast hold of the corregidora's hands, and kept her tearful eyes fixed on her face, whilst the lady gazed on her with no less wistfulness, and wept as she did. Just then the corregidor entered, and seeing his wife and Preciosa thus mingling their tears, he was surprised as much by the scene as by the gitanilla's beauty. On his asking the cause of her affliction, Preciosa let go the lady's hands, and threw herself at the corregidor's feet, crying, "Mercy, mercy, señor! If my husband dies, I die too. He is not guilty. If he is, let me bear the punishment; or if that cannot be, at least let the trial be delayed until means be sought which may save him; for as he did not sin through malice, it may be that heaven in its grace will send him safety." The corregidor was still more surprised to hear such language from the gitanilla's lips, and but that he would not betray signs of weakness, he could have wept with her. While all this was passing, the old gitana was busily turning over a great many things in her mind, and after all this cogitation she said, "Wait a little, your honour, and I will turn these lamentations into joy, though it should cost me my life," and she stepped briskly out of the room. Until she returned, Preciosa never desisted from her tears and entreaties that they would entertain the cause of her betrothed, being inwardly resolved that she would send to his father, that he might come and interfere in his behalf. The old gipsy woman returned with a little box under her arm, and requested that the corregidor and his lady would retire with her into another room, for she had important things to communicate to them in secret. The corregidor imagined she meant to give him information respecting some thefts committed by the gipsies, in order to bespeak his favour for the prisoner, and he instantly withdrew with her and his lady to his closet, where the gipsy, throwing herself on her knees before them both, began thus: "If the good news I have to give to your honours be not worth forgiveness for a great crime I have committed, I am here to receive the punishment I deserve. But before I make my confession, I beg your honours will tell me if you know these trinkets," and she put the box which contained those belonging to Preciosa into the corregidor's hands. He opened it and saw those childish gewgaws, but had no idea what they could mean. The corregidora looked at them too, with as little consciousness as her husband, and merely observed that they were the ornaments of some little child. "That is true," replied the gipsy, "and to what child they belonged is written in this folded paper." The corregidor hastily opened the paper and read as follows: "The child's name was Doña Constanza de Acevedo y de Meneses, her mother's Doña Guiomar de Meneses, and her father's Don Fernando de Acevedo, Knight of the Order of Calatrava. She disappeared on the day of the Lord's Ascension at 8 in the morning in the year 1595. The child had upon her the trinkets which are contained in this box." Instantly on hearing the contents of the paper the corregidora recognised the trinkets, put them to her lips, kissed them again and again, and swooned away, and the corregidor was too much occupied in assisting her to ask the gitana for his daughter. "Good woman, angel rather than gitana," cried the lady when she came to herself, "where is the owner of these baubles?" "Where, señora?" was the reply. "She is in your own house. That young gipsy who drew tears from your eyes is their owner, and is indubitably your own daughter, whom I stole from your house in Madrid on the day and hour named in this paper." On hearing this the agitated lady threw off her clogs and rushed with open arms into the sala, where she found Preciosa surrounded by her doncellas and servants, and still weeping and wailing. Without a word she caught her hurriedly in her arms, and examined if she had under her left breast a mark in the shape of a little white mole. with which she was born, and she found it there enlarged by time. Then, with the same haste, she took off the girl's shoe, uncovered a snowy foot smooth as polished marble, and found what she sought, for the two smaller toes of the right foot were joined together by a thin membrane, which the tender parents could not bring themselves to let the surgeon cut when she was an infant. The mole on the bosom, the foot, the trinkets, the day assigned for the kidnapping, the confession of the gitana, and the joy and emotion which her parents felt when they first beheld her, confirmed with the voice of truth in the corregidora's soul that Preciosa was her own daughter. Clasping her therefore in her arms, she returned with her to the room where she had left the corregidor and the old gipsy. Preciosa was bewildered, not knowing why she had made all those investigations, and was still more surprised when the lady raised her in her arms and gave her not one kiss, but 100. Doña Guiomar at last appeared with her precious burthen in her husband's presence, and transferring the maiden from her own arms to his, "Receive, señor, your daughter Constanza," she said, "for your daughter she is without any doubt, since I have seen the marks on the foot and the bosom, and stronger even than these proofs is the voice of my own heart ever since I set eyes on her." "I doubt it not," replied the corregidor, folding Preciosa in his arms, "for the same sensations have passed through my heart as through yours, and how could so many strange particulars combine together unless it were by a miracle?" The people of the house were now lost in wonder, going about and asking each other, "What is all this?" but erring widely in their conjectures, for who would have imagined that the gitanilla was the daughter of their lord? The corregidor told his wife and daughter and the old gipsy that he desired the matter should be kept secret until he should himself think fit to divulge it. As for the old gipsy, he assured her that he forgave the injury she had done him in stealing his treasure, since she had more than made atonement by restoring it. The only thing that grieved him was that, knowing Preciosa's quality, she should have betrothed her to a gipsy, and worse than that, to a thief and murderer. "Alas, señor mio," said Preciosa, "he is neither a gipsy nor a thief, although he has killed a man, but then it was one who had wounded his honour, and he could not do less than show who he was, and kill him." "What, he is not a gipsy, my child?" said Doña Guiomar. "Certainly not," said the old gitana, and she related the story of Andrew Caballero, that he was the son of Don Francisco de Cárcamo, Knight of Santiago, that his name was Don Juan de Cárcamo, of the same order, and that she had kept his clothes after he had changed them for those of a gipsy. She likewise stated the agreement which Preciosa and Don Juan had made not to marry until after 2 years of mutual trial, and she put in their true light the honourable conduct of both, and the suitable condition of Don Juan. The parents were as much surprised at this as at the recovery of their daughter. The corregidor sent the gitana for Don Juan's clothes, and she came back with them accompanied by a gipsy who carried them. Previously to her return, Preciosa's parents put 1,000 questions to her, and she replied with so much discretion and grace that even though they had not recognised her for their child, they must have loved her. To their inquiry whether she had any affection for Don Juan, she replied, not more than that to which she was bound in gratitude towards one who had humbled himself to become a gipsy for her sake, but even this should not extend farther than her parents desired. "Say no more, daughter Preciosa," said her father, "for I wish you to retain this name of Preciosa in memory of your loss and your recovery. As your father I take it upon myself to establish you in a position not derogatory to your birth." Preciosa sighed, and her mother shrewdly suspecting that the sigh was prompted by love for Don Juan, said to the corregidor, "Since Don Juan is a person of such rank, and is so much attached to our daughter, I think, señor, it would not be amiss to bestow her upon him." "Hardly have we found her to-day," he replied, "and already would you have us lose her? Let us enjoy her company for a while at least, for when she marries she will be ours no longer, but her husband's." "You are right, señor," said the lady, "but give orders to bring out Don Juan, for he is probably lying in some filthy dungeon." No doubt he is, said Preciosa, for as a thief and homicide, and above all as a gipsy, they will have given him no better lodging. I will go see him, said the corregidor, as if for the purpose of taking his confession. Meanwhile, señora, I again charge you not to let any one know this history until I choose to divulge it, for so it behooves my office. Then, embracing Preciosa, he went to the prison where Don Juan was confined, and entered his cell, not allowing any one to accompany him. He found the prisoner with both legs in fetters, handcuffed, and with the iron fork not yet removed from beneath his chin. The cell was dark, only a scanty gleam of light passing into it from a loophole near the top of the wall. How goes it, sorry knave? Said the corregidor as he entered. I would I had all the gipsies in Spain leashed here together to finish them all at once, as Nero would have beheaded all Rome at a single blow. Know, thou thief, who art so sensitive on the point of honour, that I am the corregidor of this city, and come to know from thee if thy betrothed is a gitanilla who is here with the rest of you. Hearing this, Andrew imagined that the corregidor had surely fallen in love with Preciosa, for jealousy is a subtle thing, and enters other bodies without breaking or dividing them. He replied, however, if she has said that I am her betrothed, it is very true, and if she has said I am not her betrothed, she has also spoken the truth, for it is not possible that Preciosa should utter a falsehood. Is she so truthful then? Said the corregidor. It is no slight thing to be so, and be a gitana. Well, my lad, she has said that she is your betrothed, but that she has not yet given you her hand. She knows that you must die for your crime, and she has entreated me to marry her to you before you die, that she may have the honour of being the widow of so great a thief as yourself. Then let your worship do as she has requested, said Andrew, for so I be married to her, I will go content to the other world, leaving this one with the name of being hers. You must love her very much. So much, replied the prisoner, that whatever I could say of it would be nothing to the truth. In a word, señor corregidor, let my business be dispatched. I killed the man who insulted me. I adore this young gitana. I shall die content if I die in her grace, and God's I know will not be wanting to us, for we have both observed honourably and strictly the promise we made each other. This night then I will send for you, said the corregidor, and you shall marry Preciosa in my house, and tomorrow morning you shall be on the gallows. In this way I shall have complied with the demands of justice and with the desire of you both. Andrew thanked him. The corregidor returned home and told his wife what had passed between them. During his absence Preciosa had related to her mother the whole course of her life, and how she had always believed she was a gipsy and the old woman's granddaughter, but that at the same time she had always esteemed herself much more than might have been expected of a gitana. Her mother bade her say truly, was she very fond of Don Juan? With great bashfulness and with downcast eyes, she replied that, having considered herself a gipsy, and that she should better her condition by marrying a knight of Santiago, and one of such station as Don Juan de Cárcamo, and having moreover learned by experience his good disposition and honourable conduct, she had sometimes looked upon him with the eyes of affection, but that, as she had said once for all, she had no other will than that which her parents might approve. Night arrived, and about 10 they took Andrew out of prison without handcuffs and fetters, but not without a great chain with which his body was bound from head to foot. In this way he arrived unseen by any but those who had charge of him in the corregidor's house, was silently and cautiously admitted into a room, and there left alone. A confessor presently entered and bade him confess, as he was to die next day. With great pleasure I will confess, replied Andrew, but why do they not marry me first? And if I am to be married, truly it is a sad bridal chamber that awaits me. Doña Guiomar, who heard all this, told her husband that the terrors he was inflicting on Don Juan were excessive, and begged he would moderate them, lest they should cost him his life. The corregidor assented, and called out to the confessor that he should first marry the gipsy to Preciosa, after which the prisoner would confess, and commend himself with all his heart to God, who often rains down his mercies at the moment when hope is most parched and withering. Andrew was then removed to a room where there was no one but Doña Guiomar, the corregidor, Preciosa, and 2 servants of the family. But when Preciosa saw Don Juan in chains, his face all bloodless, and his eyes dimmed with recent weeping, her heart sank within her, and she clutched her mother's arm for support. "Cheer up, my child," said the corregidora, kissing her, "for all you now see will turn to your pleasure and advantage." Knowing nothing of what was intended, Preciosa could not console herself. The old gipsy was sorely disturbed, and the bystanders awaited the issue in anxious suspense. "Señor Vicar," said the corregidor, "this gitano and gitana are the persons whom your reverence is to marry." "That I cannot do," replied the priest, "unless the ceremony be preceded by the formalities required in such cases. Where have the bans been published? Where is the license of my superior authorizing the espousals?" "The inadvertence has been mine," said the corregidor, "but I will undertake to get the license from the bishop's deputy." "Until it comes then, your worships will excuse me," said the priest, and without another word, to avoid scandal, he quitted the house, leaving them all in confusion. "The padre has done quite right," said the corregidor, "and it may be that it was by Heaven's providence to the end that Andrew's execution might be postponed, for married to Preciosa he shall assuredly be; but first the bans must be published, and thus time will be gained, and time often works a happy issue out of the worst difficulties. Now I want to know from Andrew, should matters take such a turn, that without any more of those shocks and perturbations, he should become the husband of Preciosa, would he consider himself a happy man, whether as Andrew Caballero or as Don Juan de Cárcamo?" As soon as Don Juan heard himself called by his true name, he said, "Since Preciosa has not chosen to confine herself to silence, and has discovered to you who I am, I say to you, that though my good fortune should make me monarch of the world, she would still be the sole object of my desires, nor would I aspire to have any blessings besides save that of heaven. Now for this good spirit you have shown, Señor Don Juan de Cárcamo, I will in fitting time make Preciosa your lawful wife, and at present I bestow her upon you in that expectation, as the richest jewel of my house, my life, and my soul, for in her I bestow upon you Doña Constanza de Acevedo Menesis, my only daughter, who, if she equals you in love, is no wise inferior to you in birth." Andrew was speechless with astonishment, while in a few words Doña Guiomar related the loss of her daughter, her recovery, and the indisputable proofs which the old gipsy woman had given of the kidnapping. More amazed than ever, but filled with immeasurable joy, Don Juan embraced his father and mother-in-law, called them his parents and señores, and kissed Preciosa's hands, whose tears called forth his own. The secret was no longer kept. The news was spread abroad by the servants who had been present, and reached the ears of the alcalde, the dead man's uncle, who saw himself debarred of all hope of vengeance, since the rigour of justice could not be inflicted on the corregidor's son-in-law. Don Juan put on the travelling dress which the old woman had preserved. His prison and his iron chain were exchanged for liberty and chains of gold, and the sadness of the incarcerated gipsies was turned into joy, for they were all bailed out on the following day. The uncle of the dead man received a promise of 2000 ducats on condition of his abandoning the suit and forgiving Don Juan. The latter, not forgetting his comrade Clement, sent at once in quest of him, but he was not to be found, nor could anything be learned of him until 4 days after, when authentic intelligence was obtained that he had embarked in one of the 2 Genoese galleys that lay in the port of Cartagena, and had already sailed. The corregidor informed Don Juan that he had ascertained that his father Don Francisco de Cárcamo had been appointed corregidor of that city, and that it would be well to wait until the nuptials could be celebrated with his consent and approbation. Don Juan was desirous to conform to the corregidor's wishes, but said that before all things he must be made one with Preciosa. The archbishop granted his license, requiring that the banns should be published only once. The city made a festival of the wedding day, the corregidor being much liked, and there were illuminations, bullfights, and tournaments. The old woman remained in the house of her pretended grandchild, not choosing to part from Preciosa. The news reached Madrid, and Don Francisco de Cárcamo learned that the gipsy bridegroom was his son, and that Preciosa was the gitanilla he had seen in his house. Her beauty was an excuse in his eyes for the levity of his son, whom he had supposed to be lost, having ascertained that he had not gone to Flanders. Besides, he was the more reconciled when he found what a good match Don Juan had made with the daughter of so great and wealthy a cavalier as was Don Fernando de Acevedo. He hastened his departure in order to see his children, and within 20 days he was in Murcia. His arrival renewed the general joy, the lives of the pair were related, and the poets of that city, which numbers some very good ones, took it upon them to celebrate the extraordinary event along with the incomparable beauty of the gitanilla. And the licentiate Pozo wrote in such wise that Preciosa's fame will endure in his verses whilst the world lasts. I forgot to mention that the enamoured damsel of the inn owned that the charge of theft she had preferred against Andrew was not true, and confessed her love and her crime, for which she was not visited with any punishment, because the joyous occasion extinguished revenge and resuscitated clemency. End of The Little Gipsy Girl, Part 4.
Section 16 of the Exemplary Novels of Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kirk Ziegler. The Exemplary Novels by Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra, translated by Walter K. Kelly, The Generous Lover, Part 1. O lamentable ruins of the ill-fated Nicosia, still moist with the blood of your valorous and unfortunate defenders! Were you capable of feeling, we might jointly bewail our disasters in this solitude, and perhaps find some relief for our sorrows in mutually declaring them. A hope may remain that your dismantled towers may rise again, though not for just a defence as that in which they fell. But I, unfortunate, what good can I hope for in my wretched distress, even should I return to my former state? Such is my hard fate. In that freedom I was without happiness, and in captivity I have no hope for it. These words were uttered by a captive Christian as he gazed from an eminence on the ruined walls of Nicosia, and thus he talked with them, comparing his misery with theirs, as if they could understand him, a common habit with the afflicted, who, carried away by their imaginations, say and do things inconsistent with all sense and reason. Meanwhile there issued from a pavilion or tent, of which there were 4 pitched in the plain, a young Turk of good humoured and graceful appearance, who approached the Christian, saying, "I will lay a wager, friend Ricardo, that the gloomy thoughts you are continually ruminating have led you to this place." "It is true," replied Ricardo, for that was the captive's name; "but what avails it? Since, go where I will, I find no relief from them. On the contrary, the sight of yonder ruins have given them increased force." "You mean the ruins of Nicosia?" "Of course I do, since there are no others visible here." "Such a sight as might well move you to tears," said the Turk. "For any one who saw this famous and plenteous isle of Cyprus about 2 years ago, when its inhabitants enjoyed all the felicity that is granted to mortals, and who now sees them exiled from it, or captive and wretched, how would it be not possible to mourn over its calamity? But let us talk no more of these things, for which there is no remedy, and to speak of your own, for which I would fain find one. Now I entreat you, by what you owe me for the good will I have shown you, and for the fact that we are of the same country, and we were brought up together in boyhood, that you tell me what is the cause of your inordinate sadness." For even admitting that captivity alone is enough to sadden the most cheerful heart in the world, yet I imagine your sorrows have a deeper source, for generous spirits like yours do not yield to ordinary misfortunes so much as to betray extraordinary grief on account of them. Besides, I know that you are not so poor as to be unable to pay the sum demanded for your ransom, nor are you shut up in the castles of the Black Sea as a captive of consideration, who late or never obtains the liberty he sighs for. Since, then, you are not deprived of the hope of freedom, and yet you manifest such deep despondency, I cannot help thinking that it proceeds from some other cause than the loss of your liberty. I entreat you to tell me what is that cause, and I offer you my help to the utmost of my means and power. Who knows but that it was in order that I might serve you, that fortune induced me to wear this dress which I abhor. You know, Ricardo, that my master is the cadi, which means the same thing as the bishop, of this city. You know, too, how great is his power, and my influence with him. Moreover, you are not ignorant of the ardent desire I feel not to die in this creed, which I nominally profess. But if it can be done in no other way, I propose to confess and publicly cry aloud my faith in Jesus Christ, from which I lapsed by reason of my youth and want of understanding. Such a confession I know will cost me my life, which I will give freely, that I may not lose my soul. From all this I would have you infer, and be assured, but that I may know what remedies or palliations your case may admit of, it is necessary that you explain it to me, as the sick man does to the doctor, taking my word for it that I will maintain the strictest secrecy concerning it." Ricardo, who had listened in silence all this while, finding himself at last obliged to reply, did so as follows: "If, as you have guessed rightly, respecting my misfortune, friend Mahmoud, so also you could hit upon the remedy for it, I should think my liberty well lost, and would not exchange my mischance for the greatest imaginable good fortune. But I know that it is such, that though all the world should know the cause whence it proceeds, no one would ever make bold to find for it a remedy, or even an alleviation. That you may be satisfied of this truth, I will relate my story to you as briefly as I can. But before I enter upon the confused labyrinth of my woes, tell me what is the reason why my master, Hassan Pasha, has caused these pavilions to be pitched here in the plain, before he enters Nicosia, to which he has been appointed Pasha, as the Turks call their viceroys." "I will satisfy you briefly," replied Mahmoud. "You must know, then, that this is the custom among Turks, for those who are set out as viceroys of any province, not to enter the city in which their predecessor dwells until he quits it, and leaves the newcomer to take up his residence freely. And when the new pasha has done so, the old one remains encamped beyond the walls, awaiting the result of the inquiry into his administration, which is made without his being able to interfere, and avail himself of bribery or affection, unless he has done so beforehand. The result of the inquiry, enrolled on a sealed parchment, is then given to the departing pasha, and this he must present to the Sublime Porte, that is to say, the court in front of the Grand Council of the Turk. It is then read by the Vizier Pasha and the four lesser pashas, or, as we should say, by the President and members of the Royal Council, who punish or reward the bearer according to its contents, though if these are not favourable, he buys off his punishment with money. If there is no accusation against him, and he is not rewarded, as commonly happens, he obtains by means of presents the post he most desires, for at that court offices are not bestowed by merit, but for money. Everything is bought and sold. The bestowers of the office fleece the receivers, but he who purchases a post makes enough by it to purchase another which promises more profit. Everything proceeds as I tell you. In this empire all is violence, a fact which betokens that it will not be durable. But, as I fully surely believe, it is our sins that uphold it, the sins, I mean, of those who imprudently and forwardly offend God, as I am doing. May he forgive me in his mercy. It is then for the reason I have stated that your master, Hassan Pasha, has been encamped here 4 days, and if the Pasha of Nicosia has not come out as he should have done, it is because he has been very ill. But he is now better, and he will come out today or tomorrow without fail, and lodge in some tents behind this hill, which you have not seen, after which your master will immediately enter the city. And now I have replied to the answer you put to me." "Listen, then, to my story," said Ricardo. "But I know not if I shall be able to fulfil my promise to be brief, since my misfortune is so vast that it cannot be comprised with any reasonable compass of words. However, I will do what I may, and as time allows. Let me ask you, in the first place, if you knew in our town of Trapani a young lady whom fame pronounced to be the most beautiful woman in Sicily? A young lady, I say, of whom the most ingenious tongues and the choicest wits declared that her beauty was the most perfect ever known in past ages or the present, or that may be looked for in the future. One of whom the poets sang that she had hair of gold, that her eyes were two shining suns, her cheeks roses, her teeth pearls, her lips rubies, and her neck alabaster, and that every part of her made with the whole, and the whole with every part, a marvellous harmony and consonance, nature diffusing all over her in such exquisite sweetness of tone and colour, that envy itself could not find a fault in her. How is it possible, Mahmoud, that you have not already named her? Surely you have either not listened to me, or when you were in Trapani you wanted common sensibility. In truth, Ricardo, replied Mahmoud, if she whom you have depicted in such glowing colours is not Leonisa, the daughter of Rodolfo Florencio, I know not who she is, for that lady alone was famed as you have described. Leonisa it is, Mahmoud, explained Ricardo. Leonisa is the sole cause of all my bliss and all my sorrow, for it is her, and not for the loss of liberty, that my eyes pour forth incessant tears, my sighs kindle the air, and my wailings weary heaven and the ears of men. It is she who makes me appear in your eyes a madman, or at least a being devoid of energy and spirit. This Leonisa, so cruel to me, was not so to another, and this is the cause of my present miserable plight. For you must know that, from my childhood, or at least from the time I was capable of understanding, I not only loved, but adored and worshipped her, as though I knew no other deity on earth. Her parents and relations were aware of my affection for her, and never showed signs of disapproving it, for they knew that my designs were honourable and virtuous. And I know that they often said as much to Leonisa, in order to dispose her to receive me as her betrothed. But she had set her heart on Cornelio, the son of Ascanio Rutilo, whom you well know, a spruce young gallant, point de vis in his retire, with white hands, curly locks, mellifluous voice, amorous discourse, made up, in short, of amber and sugar paste, garnished with plums and brocade. She never cared to bestow a look on my less dainty face, nor to be touched in the least by my assiduous courtship, but repaid all my affection with disdain and abhorrence, whilst my love for her grew to such an extreme, that I should have deemed my fate most blessed if she had killed me by her scorn, provided she did not bestow open, though maidenly favours on Cornelio. Imagine the anguish of my soul, thus lacerated by her disdain, and tortured by the most cruel jealousy. Leonisa's father and mother winked at her preference for Cornelio, believing, as they well might, that the youth, fascinated by her incomparable beauty, would choose for her life, and thus they would have a wealthier son-in-law than myself. That he might have been, but they would not have had one, of better birth than myself, or of nobler sentiments, or more approved worth. Well, in the course of my wooing, I learned one day last May, that is to say about a year ago, that Leonisa and her parents, Cornelio and his, accompanied by all their relations and servants, had gone to enjoy themselves in Ascanio's garden, close to the seashore on the road to the salt pits. I know the place well, interrupted Mahmoud, and passed many a merry day there in better times. Go on, Ricardo. The moment I received information of this party, such an infernal fury of jealousy possessed my soul that I was utterly distraught, as you will see, by what I straightway did, and that was to go to the garden, where I found the whole party taking their pleasure, and Cornelio and Leonisa seated under a nopal tree, a little apart from the rest. What were their sensations on seeing me, I know not. All I know is that my own were such that a cloud came over my sight, and I was like a statue without power of speech or motion. This torpor soon gave way to choler, which roused my heart's blood, and unlocked my hands and my tongue. My hands indeed for a while were restrained by respect for that divine face before me, but my tongue at least broke the silence. "Now hast thou thy heart's content," I cried, "O mortal enemy of my repose! Thine eyes resting with so much composure on the subject that makes mine a perpetual fountain of tears. Closer to him, cruel girl! Cling like ivy around that worthless trunk. Comb and part the locks of that new Ganymede, thy lukewarm admirer. Give thyself up wholly to the capricious boy on whom thy gaze is fixed. so that losing all hope of winning thee, I may lose to the life I abhor. Dost thou imagine, proud thoughtless girl, that the laws and usages which are known in such cases by all mankind are to give way for thee alone? Dost thou imagine that this boy, puffed up with his wealth, vain of his looks, presuming upon birth, inexperienced from his youth, can preserve constancy in love, or be capable of estimating the inestimable, or know what riper years and experience know? Do not think it. One thing alone is good in this world, to act always consistently, so that no one be deceived unless it be by his own ignorance. In extreme youth there is much inconstancy. In the rich there is pride, in the arrogant vanity, in men who value themselves on their beauty there is disdain, and in one who unites with all these in himself there is a fatuity which is the mother of all mischief. As for thee, boy, who thinkest to carry off so safely a prize, more due in my earnest love than to thy idle philandering, why dost thou not arise from that flowery bank, and tear from my bosom the life which so abhors thine? And that not for the insult thou puttest upon myself, because thou knowest not how to prize the blessing which fortune bestows upon thee. 'Tis plain indeed, how little thou esteemest it, since thou wilt not budge to defend it for fear of ruffling the finical arrangements of thy pretty attire. Had Achilles been as placid tempered as thou art, Ulysses would have certainly failed in his attempt for all his show of glittering arms and burnished helmets. Go, play among thy mother's maids. They will help thee to dress thy locks and take care of those dainty hands that are fitter to wind silk than to handle a sword. In spite of all these taunts, Cornelio never stirred from his seat, but remained perfectly still, staring at me as if he was bewitched. The loud tones in which I spoke had brought round us all the people who were walking in the garden, and they arrived in time to hear me assail Cornelio with many other opprobrious terms. Plucking up heart, at last, from the presence of numbers, most of whom were his relations, servants, or friends, he made a show as if he would rise, but before he was on his feet my sword was out, and I attacked not him only, but all who were before me. The moment Leonisa saw the gleam of my sword she swooned away, which only exasperated my frantic rage. I know not whether it was that those whom I assailed contented themselves with acting on the defensive as a raving madman, or that it was in my own good luck and adroitness, or Heaven's design to reserve me for greater ills; but the fact was that I encountered 7 or 8 of those who came under my hand. As for Cornelio, he made such good use of his heels that he escaped me. In this imminent danger, surrounded by enemies who were now incensed to vengeance, I was saved by extraordinary chance. But better it would have been to have lost my life on the spot than to be saved in order to suffer hourly death. On a sudden the garden was invaded by a great number of Turkish corsairs, who had landed in the neighbourhood without being perceived by the sentinels in the castles on the coast, or by our cruisers. As soon as my antagonist descried them, they left me, and escaped with all speed. Of all the persons in the garden the Turks captured only 3, besides Leonisa, who was still in her swoon. As for me, I fell into their hands after receiving 4 ugly wounds, which, however, I had revenged by laying 4 Turks dead upon the ground. The Turks, having effected this onslaught with their usual expedition, returned to their galleys, ill satisfied with the success which had cost them so dear. Having set sail, they quickly arrived at Fabiana, where, mustering their hands to see who was missing, they found that they had lost 4 Levantine soldiers, whom they esteemed their best men. They resolved to revenge the loss on me, and the commander of the galley immediately ordered the yardarm to be lowered in order to hang me. Leonisa was present at all this. She had come to her senses. Seeing herself in the power of the corsairs, she stood weeping and wringing her delicate hands, without saying a word, but listening if she could understand what was said by the Turks. One of the Christian slaves at the oar told her in Italian that the captain had ordered that Christian to be hanged, pointing to me, because he had killed in his own defence 4 of the best soldiers belonging to the galley. On hearing this, Leonisa, it was the first time she showed any pity for me, bade the captive tell the Turks not to hang me, for they would lose a large ransom, but return at once to Trapani, where it would be paid them. This, I say, was the first, as it will also be the last mark of compassion bestowed on me by Leonisa, and all for my greater woe. The Turks believed what the captive told them. Interest got the better of their resentment, and they returned the next morning with the flag of peace. I passed a night of the greatest anguish. not so much from the pain of my wounds, as from thinking of the danger in which my fair and cruel enemy was placed among those barbarians. When we arrived at the town, one galley entered the port, the other remaining in the offing. The Christian inhabitants lined the whole shore, and the effeminate Cornelio stood watching from a distance what was going on in the galley. My steward immediately came to treat for my ransom, and I told him on no account to bargain for it, but for that of Leonisa, for which he should offer all I was worth. I furthermore ordered him to return to shore, and told Leonisa's parents that they might leave it to him to treat for their daughter's liberation, and give themselves no trouble about the matter. The chief captain, who was a Greek renegade named Yusuf, demanded 6,000 crowns for Leonisa, and 4,000 for me, adding that he would not give up one without the other. He asked for this large sum, as I afterwards ascertained, because he was in love with Leonisa, and did not wish to ransom her, but to give me and 1,000 crowns to boot to the other captain, with whom he was bound to share equally whatever prizes they made, and to keep Leonisa for himself, as valued at 5,000 crowns. It was for this reason that he had praised us both at 10,000. Leonisa's parents made no offer at all, relying on my promise, nor did Cornelio so much as open his lips on the matter. After much bargaining, my steward agreed to pay 5,000 crowns for Leonisa and 3 for me, and Yusuf accepted this offer at the persuasion of the other captain and of all his men. But as my agent had not so large amount in ready money, he asked for 3 days to get it in, being resolved to extend all I possessed rather than fail to rescue us. Yusuf was glad of this, thinking that something might possibly occur in the interval to prevent the completion of the bargain, and he departed for the Isle of Fabiana, saying that in 3 days he would return for the money. But fortune, never weary of persecuting me, ordained that a Turkish sentinel descried from the highest point of the island, far out at sea, 6 vessels which appeared to be either the Maltese squadron or one belonging to Sicily. He ran down to give warning, and as quick as thought the Turks who were on shore, some cooking their dinners, some washing their linen, embarked again, heaved anchor, got out their oars, hoisted sail, and heading in the direction of the Barbary, in less than 2 hours lost sight of the galleys. I leave you to conjecture, friend Mahmoud, what I suffered in that voyage, so contrary to my expectation, and more when we arrived the following day at the southwest isle of Pantanalea. There the Turks landed, and the 2 captains began to divide all the prizes they had made. All this was for me a lingering death. When Leonisa's turn and mine came, Yusuf gave Fatala, the other captain, myself and 6 other Christians, 4 of them fit for the oar, and 2 very handsome Corsican boys, as an equivalent for Leonisa, whom he himself retained, Fatala being content with that arrangement. I was present at all this, but I knew not what they said, though I saw what they did, nor should I have then understood the nature of the partition, had not Fatala come up to me and said in Italian, "Christian, you now belong to me. You have cost me 2,000 crowns. If you desire your liberty, you must pay me 4,000, or else die here." I asked him if the Christian maiden was also his. He said she was not, but that Yusuf had kept her with the intention to make her a Moor and marry her, and this was true, for I was told the same thing by one of the Christian rowers, who understood Turkish very well, and had overheard the conversation that passed between Yusuf and Fatala. I told my master to take measures for possessing himself of the maiden, and that I would give him for her ransom alone 10,000 gold crowns. He replied that it was impossible, but he would let Yusuf know the large sum I offered for the Christian girl, and perhaps he would be tempted to change his intention and ransom her. He did so, and ordered all his crew to go on board again immediately, for he intended to sail to Tripoli, to which city he belonged. Yusuf also determined to make for Biserta, and they embarked with such speed as they use when they discover galleys to give them chase or merchant craft to plunder. They had reason for this haste, for the weather seemed to be changing and to threaten a storm. Leonisa was ashore, but not where I could see her, until just as we were embarking we met at the waterside. Her new master and newer lover led her by the hand, and as she set foot on the ladder that reached from the shore to the galley, she turned her eyes upon me. Mine were fixed on her, and such a pang of mingled tenderness and grief came over me that a mist overspread my eyes, and I fell senseless on the ground. I was told afterwards that Leonisa was affected in the same way, for she fell off the ladder into the sea, into which Yusuf plunged after her, and brought her out in his arms. This was told me in my master's galley, into which I had been carried insensible. When I came to my senses I found myself there, and saw the galley steering a different course, and carrying off the half of my soul, or rather the whole of it. My heart sank within me again. Again I cursed my unhappy fate, and clamorously invoked death, till my master, annoyed by my loud lamentations, threatened me with a stick if I did not hold my tongue. I restrained my tears and groans, believing that the force with which I compressed them would make them burst a passage from my soul, which so longed to quit this miserable body. But my misfortune did not end there. The storm which had been foreseen suddenly burst upon us. The wind veered round the south and blew in our teeth with such violence that we were forced to quit our course and run before it. It was the captain's intention to make for the island and take shelter under its northern shore, but in this he was disappointed, for such was the fury of the storm, that although before it we had been making way continually for 2 days and nights, yet in little more than 14 hours we saw ourselves again within 6 or 7 miles of the island, and driving helplessly against it, not where the shore was low, but just where the rocks were highest and threatened us with inevitable death. We saw near us another galley, on board of which was Leonisa, and all its Turk and captive rowers straining every nerve to keep themselves off the rocks. Ours did the same, but with more success than the crew of our consort, who, spent with toil, and vanquished in the desperate struggle with the elements, let fall their oars, and suffered themselves to drift ashore, where the galley struck with such violence that it was dashed to pieces before our eyes. Night began to close in, and such were the shrieks of those who were drowning, and the alarm of those on board our galley, that none of our captain's orders were heard or executed. All the crew did was to keep fast hold on their oars, turn the vessel's head to the wind, and let go 2 anchors, in hopes to delay for a little while the death that seemed certain. Whilst all were in dread of dying, with me it was quite the reverse, for the fallacious hope of seeing in the other world her who had so lately departed from this, every instant the galley delayed to founder or drive ashore was to me an age of agony. I watched every billow that dashed by us and over us, to see if they bore the body of the unfortunate Leonisa. I will not detain you, Mahmoud, with a recital of the tortures that distracted my soul in that long and bitter night. It is enough to say that they were such that had death come, it would have had little to do in bereaving me of life. Day broke with every appearance of worse weather than ever. We found that our vessel had shifted its course considerably, having drifted away from the rocks and approached a point of the island. Setting all of us to work, both Turks and Christians, with renewed hope and strength, in 6 hours we doubled the point, and found ourselves in calmer water, so that we could better use our oars. And the Turks saw a prospect of going on shore to see if there were any ruins of the galley that had been wrecked the night before. But heaven denied me the consolation I hoped for in seeing in my arms the body of Leonisa. I asked a renegade, who was about to land, to look for it and see if it had been cast on the strand. But, as I have said, heaven denied me this consolation, for at that moment the wind rose with such fresh fury that the shelter of the island was no longer of any avail to us. Seeing this, Fatala would no longer strive against the fortune that so persecuted him. He ordered some sail to be spread, turned the prow to the sea and the poop to the wind, and himself taking the helm, let the vessel run over the wide sea, secure of not being crossed in his way by any impediment. The oars were all placed in their regular positions, the whole crew was seated on the benches, and no one else was seen on foot in the whole galley but the boatswain, who had lashed himself strongly amidship for his greater security. The vessel flew so swiftly that in 3 days and nights, passing in sight of Trapani, Milazzo, and Palermo, she entered the Straits of Messina, to the dismay of all aboard, and of the spectators on shore. Not to be as long-winded as the storm that buffeted us, I will only say that, wearied, famishing, and exhausted by such a long run, almost all round the island of Sicily, we arrived at Tripoli, where my master, before he had divided the booty with his partners, and accounted to the king for 1/5 part, according to custom, was seized with such pleurisy that in 3 days it carried him off to hell. The king of Tripoli, and the alcalde of the Grand Turk, who, as you know, is heir to all those who die without natural heirs, immediately took possession of all Fatala's effects. I became the property of the then Viceroy of Tripoli, who a fortnight afterwards received the patent appointing him Viceroy of Cyprus, and hither I am come with him, without any intention of redeeming myself. He has often told me to do so, since I am a man of station. As Fatallah's soldiers informed him, I have never complied, but have declared that he was deceived by those who exaggerated my means. If you would have me tell you my whole purpose, Mahmoud, you must know that I desire not to turn in any direction in which I may find any sort of consolation, but that the sad thoughts and memories which have never left me since the death of Leonisa may become so identified with my captive life that it may never afford me the least pleasure. And if it's true that continual sorrow must at last wear out itself, or him who suffers it, mine cannot fail to wear me out, for I am resolved to give it such free scope that in a few days it shall put an end to the wretched life I endure so unwillingly. This is, brother Mahmoud, my sad story. This is the cause of my sighs and tears. Judge now if it is enough to draw from them forth from my inmost vitals, and to engender them in the desolation of my afflicted heart. Leonisa is dead, and with her all my hope, and though whilst she lived it hung by the merest thread, yet, here the speaker's voice faltered, so that he could not utter another word, or restrain the tears which coursed each other down his cheeks so fast that they bedewed the ground. Mahmoud mingled his own with them, and when the paroxysm had somewhat abated, he tried to console Ricardo with the best suggestion he could offer; but the mourner cut them short, saying, "What you have to do, friend, is to advise me how I shall contrive to fall into disgrace with my master, and with all those I have to do with, so that being abhorred by him and by them, I may be so maltreated and persecuted that I may find the death I so much long for." "I have now," said Mahmoud, "experienced the truth of the common saying, that what is deeply felt is well expressed, though it is true that sometimes excess of feeling paralyses the tongue. Be that as it may, friend Ricardo, whether your woes inspire your language, or your language exalts your woes, you shall always find in me a true friend, to aid or to counsel. Though my youth, and the folly I committed in assuming this garb, cry aloud that I am little to be relied on in this capacity, I will try, however, to prove that such a conclusion is unfounded; and though you do not desire either counsel or help, I will not the more desist from doing what your case requires. Just as people give a sick man not what he asks for, but what is good for him. There is no one who has more power and influence in this city than my master, the cadi. Not even your own master, who comes to it as viceroy, will have so much. This being the case, I may say that I am the most powerful person here, since I can do what I please with my master. I mention this because it may be that I shall so contrive with him that you shall become his property, and being constantly with me, time will tell us what we had best do, both for your consolation, if you will or can be consoled, and to enable me to exchange the life I lead here for a better one." "Thank you, Mahmoud, for the friendship you offer me," replied Ricardo, "though I well know that, do what you may, it will avail nothing. But let us quit this subject and go to the tents, for as I perceive, great numbers of people are coming forth from the city. No doubt it is the old viceroy who is quitting to give place to my master." "It is so," said Mahmoud. "Come then, Ricardo, and you will see the ceremony of the reception." "Come on," said Ricardo. "Perhaps I shall have need of you, if the superintendent of my master's slaves have missed me, for he is a Corsican renegade of no very tender heart." Here the conversation ended, and the two friends reached the tents just as the new pasha was coming out to receive his predecessor, Ali Pasha. The latter became attended by all the Janissaries who have formed the garrison of Nicosia ever since the Turks have had possession of it, in number about 500. They marched in two divisions, the one armed with guns, and the other with drawn scimitars. Arrived at the tent of Hassan, the new pasha, they all surrounded it. Ali made a low obeisance to Hassan, who returned the salutation, but did not bow so low. Ali then entered Hassan's tent, and the Turks placed the new pasha on a powerful steed, richly caparisoned, and led him round the tents, up and down the plain, vociferating in their own language, "Long live Sultan Suleiman, and Hassan Pasha, his representative," which they frequently repeated, and each time louder and louder. This part of the ceremony being ended, they brought Hassan back to Ali's tent, where the two pashas and the cadi remained alone together for an hour to consult, as Mahmoud informed Ricardo, as to what was to be done upon the works which Ali had begun. Afterwards the Cadi appeared at the door of the tent, and proclaimed in Turkish, Arabic, and Greek, that all who desired to crave justice or make any other appeal against Ali Pasha might now enter freely, for there was a Hassan Pasha, sent by the Grand Signor to be Viceroy of Cyprus, who would accord them all reason and justice. End of The Generous Lover, Part 1. Recording by Kirk Ziegler, Ogden, Utah. voiceover-solutions.com. Section 17 of the Exemplary Novels of Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kirk Ziegler. The Exemplary Novels by Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra, translated by Walter K. Kelly. The Generous Lover, Part 2. In conformity with this permission, the Janissaries opened a passage to the door of the tent, and every one entered who pleased. Mahmud made Ricardo go in along with him, for being Hassan's slave, his entrance was not opposed. Several Greek Christians and some Turks appeared as appellants, but all upon such trifling matters, that the Cadi dispatched most of them without the formality of written declarations, rejoinders, and replications. It is, in fact, the custom of the Turks that all causes, except those which relate to marriage, shall be immediately and summarily decided, rather by the rules of common sense than of legal precedent. Among these barbarians, if such they are in this respect, the Cadi is sole judge in all cases, cuts short the pleadings, gives sentence in a breath, and there is no appeal from his decision. That is to say, a Turkish alguazil entered and said that a Jew stood without, at the door of the tent, with a most beautiful Christian maiden for sale. The Cadi gave orders to admit him. The Khawas withdrew and immediately returned, accompanied by a Jew of venerable appearance, who led by the hand a young woman clothed in Moorish dress, which became her so well that the most richly arrayed women of Fez or Morocco could not be compared with her, though in the art of adorning themselves they surpass all the other women of Africa, not excepting those of Algiers, with all their profusion of pearls. The face of the female slave was covered with a mask of crimson taffety. On her ankles she wore 2 rings, apparently of pure gold, and 2 others set with large pearls. On her arms, which shone through the sleeves of a transparent camisole, her whole dress was rich, gay, and graceful. Struck by her appearance, the first thing the Cadi and the Pashas did was to bid the Jew make the Christian uncover her face. She did so, and disclosed a countenance which, like the sun bursting through thick clouds which have long obscured it, dazzled the eyes and gladdened the hearts of the beholders. But on none did that marvellous light produce such an effect as on the woe-worn Ricardo, for he saw before him no other than his cruel and beloved Leonisa, whom he had so often and with such bitter tears bewailed as dead. At the unexpected sight of such unapparelled loveliness, Ali felt his heart transfixed. Hassan's was pierced with as deep a wound, nor did the Cadi's escape scatheless. But even more deeply smitten than the 2 Pashas, he could not take his eyes off the Christian face. All 3 were seized at the same moment with an absolute determination to possess her, and without stopping to inquire how or where or when she had come into the hands of the Jew, they bade him name her price. 4,000 doblas, he replied. The words were no sooner out of the Jew's mouth than Ali Pasha said he would give the price, and that the Jew had only to go to his tent to fetch the money. Hassan Pasha, however, who looked as if he had no mind to lose her, though she were to cost him his life, interposed and said, "I myself will give the 4,000 doblas demanded by the Jew, though I would not interfere with the Ali's bargain or oppose his wishes, were I not compelled by motives the imperious force and obligation of which he will himself acknowledge. This exquisitely beautiful slave is not for us, but for the Grand Signor alone, and therefore I say that I must purchase her in his name. Let us see now who will be so bold as to dispute the purchase with me." "That I will," replied Ali, "for it is for that very purpose I buy her of the Jew, and it suits me the better to make the present to his Highness, as I have the opportunity of taking her to Constantinople in a few days, and thus winning the favour of the Sultan. For being, as you see, Hassan, a man without employment, I must seek means for obtaining one, whereas you are secure in that respect for 3 years, since today you enter upon the government of this rich realm of Cyprus. On these grounds, and as I was the first to offer the price demanded for the slave, it stands to reason, Hassan, that you should yield her to me." "The satisfaction I shall feel in purchasing and sending her to the Sultan," said Hassan, "is so much greater, as I shall do it without being prompted by any motives of interest whatever. And as for a convenient means of sending her to Constantinople, she shall go thither in a galley manned only by my own slaves." Ali now started up in wrath, and clutching his scimitar, cried out, "Since we both intend the same thing, Hassan, mainly to present this Christian to the Grand Signor, and since I was the first purchaser, reason and justice require that you should leave her to me. If you will not, this blade in my hand shall defend my right and punish your audacity." The cadi, who had been closely watching this contest, and who was himself no less inflamed with desire than either of the pashas, bethought him now he might remain possessor of the prize, without giving any cause to suspect his insidious designs. Rising therefore to his feet, he stepped between the two angry pashas. "Be quiet, Hassan," he said. "Calm yourself, Ali. Here am I who can and will arrange your differences in such wise that you shall both have your intentions fulfilled. The Sultan shall be gratified as you desire, and shall be under obligations to you both alike for your loyal and acceptable homage." The two pashas submitted at once to the cadi, as they would have done even had the terms he imposed appeared harder to them, such is the respect which is paid to their elders by those of that accursed sect. The cadi then continued to address to them. "Ali," said he, "you say that you want this Christian to present her to the Grand Signor, and Hassan says the same. You allege that having been the first to offer the price required, she ought to be yours. But Hassan denies this, and though he does not know how to assign valid grounds for his claim, yet I find that he has the same as yourself, namely the intention, which doubtless must have arisen within him at the same time as within yourself, to purchase the slave for the self same purpose, only you had the advantage of him by being the first to declare yourself. This, however, is no reason why he should be out and out defrauded of the benefit of his good will, and therefore I am of the opinion that it will be well to arrange matters between you in this wise. Let the slave be bought by you both, and since she is to belong to the Grand Signor, for whom you buy her, it will be for him to dispose of her. Meanwhile, Hassan, you shall pay 2,000 doblets, and Ali another 2,000, and the slave shall remain in my custody, so that I may send her in the name of you both to Constantinople, and thus I too shall not be without some reward for my presence and aid on this occasion. Accordingly, I undertake to send her at my own cost in a style worthy of the great sovereign to whom she is to be presented, and I will write to the Grand Signor a true account of all that has occurred here, and of the good will you have shown in his service." The two enamoured pashas could find no pretext for gainsaying this decision, and though it thwarted their desires, they were constrained to submit, each of them comforting himself with the hope, however doubtful, that he would succeed at last. Hassan, who was to remain Viceroy of Cyprus, resolved to make such presents to the cadi as would induce him to give up the slave. Ali formed other plans, and as he flattered himself that he should carry them into successful operation, they both professed themselves satisfied, and paid the Jew 2,000 doblets each. The Jew then said that he had sold the slave, but not the clothes she wore, which were worth another 2,000 doblets, and this indeed was true, for her hair, which she wore partly loose on her shoulders, and partly braided on her forehead, was most gracefully interwoven with strings of pearls. Her bracelets and anklets too were set with very large pearls, and her green satin robe was heavily flounced and embroidered with gold. In short, all agreed that the Jew had set a low price on the dress, and the cadi, to show himself no less liberal than the two pashas, said that he would pay for it, and that the slave might appear before the Grand Signor as she then stood. The two competitors agreed in approving of this, each of them believing that slave, dress, and all would soon be his own. It is impossible to describe Ricardo's feelings when he saw the treasure of his soul thus put up for sale, and found that he had regained it only to lose it more cruelly. He knew not whether he was asleep or awake, and could not believe his own eyes, for it seemed incredible that they should have so unexpectedly before them her whom he had supposed to have disappeared forever. "Do you know her?" he whispered in Mahmoud's ear. "No, I do not," was the reply. "Then I must tell you that it is Leonisa." "What do you say, Ricardo?" exclaimed Mahmoud. "I say it's Leonisa." "Say no more. Fortune is proving your friend, and all is turning out for the best, for she is to remain in my master's custody. What think you? Shall I place myself where I may be seen by her?" "By no means, lest you give her a sudden shock. nor must you let it be known that you have seen her, for that might disconcert the plan I have in view." "I will do as you advise," said Ricardo, turning away his eyes and carefully avoiding those of Leonisa, which were meanwhile bent upon the ground. Presently the cadi went up to her, taking her by the hand, delivered her to Mahmoud, ordering him to take her into the city and give her up to his lady, Halema, with directions to keep her as slave of the Grand Signor. Mahmoud obeyed and left Ricardo alone, following his eyes with the star of his soul, until it disappeared behind the walls of Nicosia. He then went up to the Jew, and asked him where he had bought that Christian slave, or how he had become possessed of her. The Jew replied he had bought her in the island of Pantanalea, of some Turks who had been shipwrecked there. Ricardo would have pursued his inquiries, but the Jew was called away to give the pashas the very same information which Ricardo so much longed to obtain. During the walk from the tents to the city, Mahmoud conversed with Leonisa in Italian, and asked her whence she came. She replied that she belonged to the illustrious city of Trapani, and that her parents were noble and wealthy, though as for herself she was utterly unfortunate. Mahmoud then asked her if she knew a gentleman of birth and fortune in that city named Ricardo. On hearing that name a sigh escaped her that seemed to come from the bottom of her heart. "I know him," she replied, "to my sorrow." "Why to your sorrow?" "Because it was to his sorrow that he knew me, and for my misfortune." "Perhaps," said Mahmoud, "you may also know in the same city another gentleman of very amiable disposition, the son of very wealthy parents, and himself a person of great spirit, liberality, and discretion. His name is Cornelio." Him too I know, and of him still more than Ricardo I may say that I know him to my sorrow. But who are you, sir, who know these gentlemen and inquire of me respecting them?" "Doubtless Heaven, in compassion for the trouble and mischances I have undergone, has sent me to a place where, if they do not cease, at least I may find a person to console me for them." "I am a native of Palermo," said Mahmoud, "brought by various chances to wear this garb, and to be in appearance so different from what I am in my secret soul. I know the gentlemen in question, because not many days ago they were with me. Cornelio was captured by some Moors of Tripoli, and sold by them to a Turk, who brought them to this island, whither he came to trade, for he is a merchant of Rhodes. And so highly satisfied was he with Cornelio, and such was the confidence he reposed in his truth and integrity, that he entrusted him with his whole property." "He will be sure to take care of it," said Leonisa, "for he takes very good care of his own. But tell me, signor, how or with whom did Ricardo come to this island?" "He came," said Mahmoud, "with a corsair who had captured him in a garden on the coast near Trapani, and along with him a damsel, whose name I never thought of asking, though the corsair often spoke to me in praise of her beauty. Ricardo remained here some days with his master, until the latter went to visit the tomb of Mahomet, which is in the city of Al Medina, and then Ricardo fell into such a sickness that his master left him with me, as being my countryman, that I might take care of him until the return of the pilgrim to Cyprus, should that happen. Or else I was to send Ricardo to Constantinople, when his master should advise me of his arrival there. But Heaven ordered it otherwise, for the unfortunate Ricardo died in a few days, always invoking to the last name of one Leonisa, whom he had told me he loved more than his life and soul. She had been drowned, he said, in the wreck of a galley on the coast of the island of Pantanalea. He never ceased to deplore her death till his grief destroyed him, for that in fact was the only malady I discovered in him." "Tell me, signor," said Leonisa, "in the conversations you had with the other young man, did he sometimes name this Leonisa? Did he relate the manner in which he and Ricardo were captured?" "He did name her," replied Mahmoud, "and asked me if there had been brought to this island a Christian of that name, of such and such appearance; for if so, he would like to ransom her, provided her owner had been undeceived as to his notion that she was richer than she really was. Or should it chance that having enjoyed her, he held her in less esteem, if her price did not exceed 300 or 400 crowns, he would pay it gladly, because he had once had some regard for her." "It must have been very little," said Leonisa, "since it was worth no more than 400 crowns. Ricardo was more generous." "Heaven forgive her who was the cause of his death, and that was myself, for I am the unhappy maiden whom he wept as dead, and God knows I should rejoice were he alive, that I might repay him by letting him see how I felt for his misfortunes. Yes, signor, I am the little loved of Cornelio." I truly wept of Ricardo, whom various chances have brought to the miserable state in which I now am. But through my perils, by the favour of Heaven, I have preserved my honour unsullied, and that consoles me in my misery. I know not at this moment where I am, nor who is my master, nor what my adverse fates have determined is to become of me. I entreat you, therefore, Signor, by the Christian blood that flows in your veins, that you will advise me in my difficulties. For though they have already taught me something in my experience, yet they are so great and never ending, that I know not what to do." Mahmoud assured her he would do what he could to help her to the best of his understanding and his power. He acquainted her with the nature of the dispute there had been between the two pashas concerning her, and how she was now in the keeping of his master the cadi, who was to send her to Constantinople to the Grand Turk Selim, but that he trusted that the true God, in whom he, though a bad Christian, believed, would dispose of her otherwise. He advised her to conciliate Halima, the wife of his master the cadi, with whom she was to remain until she was sent to Constantinople, and of whose character he gave her some details. Having given her this and other useful counsel, he arrived at the cadi's house, and delivered her over to Halima, along with his master's message. The Moorish woman received her well, seeing her so beautiful and so handsomely dressed, and Mahmoud returned to the tents, where he recounted to Ricardo, point by point, all that had passed between himself and Leonisa, and the tears came into his eyes when he spoke of the feeling displayed by Leonisa when he told her that Ricardo was dead. He stated how he had invented the story of Cornelio's captivity, in order to see what impression it made on her, and in what disparaging terms he had spoken of him. This was all balm to Richard's afflicted heart. "I remember, friend Mahmoud," he said, "an anecdote related to me by my father. You know how ingenious he was, and you have heard how highly he was honoured by the Emperor Charles V, whom he always served in honourable posts in peace and war. He told me that when the Emperor was besieging Tunis, a Moorish woman was brought to him one day in his tent, as a marvel of beauty, and that some rays of the sun, entering the tent, fell upon her hair, which vied with them in its gold lustre, a rare thing among the Moorish women, whose hair is almost universally black. Among many other Spanish gentlemen present on that occasion, there were two of distinguished talent as poets, one an Andalusian, the other Catalan." Struck with admiration at the sight before him, the Andalusian began to extemporize some verses, but stopped short in the middle of the last line, unable to finish them for want of a rhyme. Whereupon the Catalan, who saw his embarrassment, caught the line as if it were out of his mouth, finished it, continued the thought, and completed the poem. This incident came into my mind when I saw the exquisitely beautiful Leonisa enter the Pasha's tent, obscuring not only the rays of the sun, but the whole firmament, with all its stars. "Gently, gently, friend Ricardo," said Mahmoud. "I am afraid if you praise your mistress at that rate you will seem to be a heathen rather than a Christian." "Well, tell me then," said Ricardo, "what you think of doing in our business." "Whilst you were conducting Leonisa to Halima, a Venetian renegade, who was in the Pasha's tent, and who understands Turkish very well, explained to me all that had passed between them. Above all things, then, we must try to find some means of preventing Leonisa's being sent to the Grand Signor." "The first thing to be done is to have you transferred to my master," said Mahmoud, "and then we will consider what next." The keeper of Hassan's Christian slaves now came up and took Ricardo away with him. The cadi returned to the city with Hassan, who in a few days made out the report on Ali's administration, and gave it to him under seal that he might depart to Constantinople. Ali went away at once, laying strict injunctions on the cadi to send the captive without delay to the Sultan, along with such a letter as would be serviceable to himself. The cadi promised all this with a treacherous heart, for it was inflamed for the fair Christian. Ali went away full of false hopes, leaving Hassan equally deluded by them. Mahmoud contrived that Ricardo should pass into the possession of his master. But day after day stole on, and Ricardo was so racked with longing to see Leonisa that he could have no rest. He changed his name to Mario, that in his own right not reach her ears before he saw her, which indeed was a very difficult thing, because the Moors are exceedingly jealous, and conceal the faces of their women from the eyes of all men. It is true they are not so scrupulous with regard to Christian slaves, perhaps because being slaves they do not regard them as men. Now it chanced that one day the lady Halima saw her slave Mario, and gazed so much upon him that his image remained imprinted on her heart. Not very well satisfied with the languid embraces of her old husband, she readily gave admission to a reprehensible desire, and as readily communicated it to Leonisa, whom she liked much for her agreeable temper, and treated with great respect as a slave of the Grand Signor. She told her how the cadi had brought home a Christian captive of such graceful manners and appearance, that she had never set eyes on a more engaging man in all her life. She understood that he was a Chilidi, that is, a gentleman, of the same country as her renegade Mahmoud, and that she knew not how to make known to him her inclination, so that the Christian might not despise her for her voluntary declaration. Leonisa asked what was the captive's name, and being told that it was Mario, she replied, "If he was a gentleman, and of the place they say, I should know him, but there's no one of that name in Trapani. But let me see him, and speak with him, lady, and I will tell you who he is, and what may be expected of him." "It shall be so," said Halima. "On Friday, when the cadi is at prayers in the mosque, I will make Mario come in here, where you may speak to him alone, and if you can give him a hint of my desires, you will do so in the best way you can." Not 2 hours after this conversation, the cadi sent for Mahmoud and Mario, and with no less earnestness had Halima unbosomed herself to Leonisa, the amorous greybeard opened his own to his two slaves, asking their advice as to what he should do to enjoy the Christian, and cheat the Grand Signor, to whom she belonged, for he would sooner die 1,000 deaths than give her up to him. So earnestly did the reverend Turk declare his passion that he inspired his two slaves with no less earnestness, though their purposes were quite the reverse of his. It was settled between them that Mario, as a countryman of the fair Christians, should take it in hand to solicit her on the cadi's part, and if that failed, the latter should use force, since she was in his power, and afterwards account for not sending her to Constantinople by pretending that she was dead. The cadi was highly delighted with the advice of his two slaves, and with all imaginable alacrity he gave Mahmoud his freedom on the spot, and promised to bequeath him half his property when he died. To Mario likewise he promised, in case of success, his liberty and money enough to enable him to return home a wealthy man. If he was liberal in promises, his slaves were prodigal, and they would bring down the moon for him from heaven, much more Leonisa, if only he gave them an opportunity of speaking with her. "Mario shall have one whenever he pleases," said the cadi, "for I will make Halima go for some days to the house of her parents, who are Greek Christians, and when she is away I will order the porter to admit Mario into the house as often as he pleases, and I will tell Leonisa that she may converse with her countrymen whenever she has a mind." Thus did the wind begin to shift in Ricardo's favour, his master and mistress working for him without knowing it, and the first to begin was Halima, as was to be expected of her, for it is the nature of women ever to be prompt and bold where their pleasures are concerned. That same day the cadi told Halima that she might pay a visit to her parents, and stay with them some time if she liked; but as elated as she was with the false hopes given her by Leonisa, she was so far from wishing to visit her parents, she would not have cared to go to the imaginary paradise of Mahomet. She replied then that she had no such wish at the moment; when she had, she would mention it, and then she would take the Christian maiden with her. "That you must not," replied the cadi, "for it is not right that the Grand Signor's slave should be seen by any one, much less should she converse with Christians, for you know when she comes into the Sultan's possession, she will be shut up in the seraglio, and must become a Turk whether she will or not." "As she will be in my company," said Halima, "for there will be no harm in her being in the house of my parents, or conversing with them. I do so myself, and am I not less of a good Turk for all that? Besides, I do not intend to remain with them for more than 4 or 5 days at most, for my love for you will not allow me to be gone so long without seeing you." Here the conversation dropped, the cadi not venturing to make any further objection, for fear of rousing her suspicions. End of The Generous Lover, Part 2. Recording by Kirk Ziegler, Ogden, Utah. voiceover-solutions.com. Section 18 of the Exemplary Novels of Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kirk Ziegler. The Exemplary Novels by Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra. Translated by Walter K. Kelly. The Generous Lover, Part 3. Friday being come, he went to the mosque, from which he was sure not to return for about 4 hours. He was no sooner gone than Halima sent for Mario, but a Corsican slave who acted as porter would not have admitted him into the courtyard if Halima had not called out to let him pass. Whereupon he came in confused and trembling, as if he were going to encounter a host of enemies. Leonisa was seated at the foot of a great marble staircase, in the dress in which she had appeared before the pashas. Her right arm, resting on her knee, supported her head, and her back was towards the door by which Mario entered, so that though he advanced to where she sat, she did not see him. Ricardo cast his eyes all around the place when he entered. All was silence and solitude, until he turned his gaze to where Leonisa sat. Instantly he was seized with 1,000 conflicting emotions. He was within 20 paces of the object of his soul's desire, but he was a captive, and the glory of his life was in the power of another. Thus agitated with fear and exultation, joy and sadness, he advanced towards her slowly, until Leonisa suddenly turned round and her eyes met his earnest gaze. He stopped, unable to move another step. Leonisa, who believed him dead, was struck with awe and consternation at seeing him so unexpectedly before her. With her eyes still fixed upon him, and without turning her back, she retreated up 4 or 5 stairs, took a little cross from her breast and kissed it again and again, and crossed herself repeatedly, as though a being from another world stood before her. Ricardo presently recovered himself, and perceiving from Leonisa's gestures what was the cause of her terror, he said, "It grieves me, beautiful Leonisa, that the news which Mahmoud gave you of my death was not true, so that I might be free from the fear I now feel lest the rigour you have also shown towards me still subsists entire. Set your mind at ease, lady, and come down, and if you will do what you have never yet done, approach me. You will see that I am not a phantom. I am Ricardo, Leonisa, Ricardo the happy, if you will bid him be so." Here Leonisa put her finger to her lips, giving Ricardo to understand that he should be silent or speak more low. Gathering a little courage, he drew near enough to hear her whisper thus: "Speak softly, Mario, for I hear you are now called. Talk of nothing but what I talk of, and bear in mind that if we are overheard it will be the cause of our never meeting again. I believe that Halima, our mistress, is listening to us. She has told me that she adores you, and has sent me here as her intercessor. If you will respond to her desires, you will consult the interest of your body more than of your soul; and if you will not, you must feign to do so, were it only because I request it, and for sake of what is due to the declared desires of a woman." "Never did I think, never could I imagine, beauteous Leonisa," replied Ricardo, "that you could ever ask anything of me which I would not find it impossible to comply. But this present request of yours has undeceived me. Is the inclination so slight a thing that it can be moved this way or that at pleasure? Would it become a man of truth and honour to feign in such matters of such weight? Do you think that such things can or ought to be done? Be it as you will, since it is for you to command and for me to obey, and that it may not be said I failed to do so with regard to the first order you laid upon me, I will impose silence on the voice of my honour, and will pretend to return Halima's passion as you desire, if I may thereby secure the blessing of seeing you, and you have only to signify as much to her in such terms as you think proper. In return for this sacrifice, to me the greatest possible, I entreat you to tell me briefly how you escaped from the hands of the corsairs, and fell into those of the Jew who sold you." "The recital of my misfortunes," Leonisa answered, "demands more time than we now have at our disposal. Nevertheless, I will tell you some particulars. The day after we parted company, Yusuf's galley was driven back by a contrary wind to the island of Pantanella, where we also saw your galley, but ours, in spite of all efforts, was driven upon the rocks. My master, seeing death so near, quickly emptied 2 water casks, closed them tightly, lashed them together with ropes, and placed me between them. Then, stripping off his clothes, he took another cask in his arms, and passing round his body a rope attached to the casks on which I was placed, he boldly plunged into the sea. I had not the courage to follow his example, but another Turk pushed me in. I fell senseless into the water, and did not recover until I found myself on land in the arms of 2 Turks, who held me with my mouth downwards, discharging a great quantity of water which I had swallowed. I opened my eyes, and looking wildly round me, the first thing I saw was Yusuf laying beside me with his skull shattered, having, as I afterwards learned, been dashed head foremost against the rocks. The Turks told me they had hauled me ashore by the rope, more dead than alive. Only 8 persons escaped out of the unfortunate galley. We remained 8 days on the island, during which the Turks treated me with as much respect as if I were their sister. We lay hid in a cave, the Turks being afraid of being captured by some of the Christian garrison of a fort in the island, and we supported ourselves with biscuits from the foundered galley, which the waves cast ashore, and which the men collected by night. It happened for my misfortune that the commandant of the fort had died a few days before, and that there were in it only 20 soldiers. This fact we learned from a boy whom the Turks captured, as he was amusing himself gathering shells on the shore. At the end of 8 days a Moorish vessel, of the kind which the Turks call caramucil, hove in sight. The Turks quitted their hiding place and made signals which were recognised by the crew of the caramucil. They landed it, and hearing from their countrymen an account of their disasters, they took us all on board, where there was a very rich Jew, whom the whole cargo, or the greater part of it, belonged, consisting of carpets, stuffs, and other wares which are commonly exported by the Jews from Barbary to the Levant. The vessel carried us to Tripoli, and during the voyage I was sold to the Jew, who gave 2,000 doubloons, an excessive price, but the Jew was made liberal by the love he conceived for me. After leaving the Turks in Tripoli, the vessel continued its voyage, and the Jew began to importune me with his solicitations, which I treated with the scorn they deserved. Despairing, therefore, of success, he resolved to get rid of me upon the first opportunity, and knowing that the 2 Pashas, Ali and Hassan, were in this island, where he could sell his goods as well in Scio, whither he had been bound, he landed here in hopes of disposing of me to one of the 2 Pashas, with which view he had me dressed as you now see me. I find that I have been purchased by the Cadi, for the purpose of being presented to the Grand Turk, which causes me no little dread. Here I heard of your pretended death, which, if you will believe me, grieved me to the soul. Yet I envied rather than pitied you, not from ill will towards you, for, if insensible to love, I am yet neither unfeeling nor ungrateful, but because I believed that your sorrows were all at an end. You would be right, lady, said Ricardo, were it not that death would have robbed me of the bliss of seeing you again. The felicity of this moment is more to me than any blessing in life or death could bring me, that of eternity alone expected. My master the Cadi, into whose hands I have fallen by as strange a series of adventures as your own, is just in the same disposition towards you as Halima is towards me, and has deputed me to be the interpreter of his feelings. I accepted the office, not with the intention of serving his wishes, but my own in obtaining opportunities to speak with you. Only see, Leonisa, to what a pass our misfortunes have brought us. You to ask from me what you know to be impossible, and me to propose to you what I would give my life not to obtain, dear as that life is to me now, since I have the happiness to behold you. I know not what to say to you, Ricardo, replied Leonisa, nor what issue we can find from the labyrinth in which we are involved. I can only say that we must practise, what would not be expected from us, dissimulation and deceit. I will repeat to Halima some phrases on your part which will rather encourage than make her despair, and you may tell the Cadi whatever you think may serve, with safety to my honour, to keep him in his delusion. And since I place my honour in your hands, you may be assured that I have preserved it intact, in spite of all the perils and trials I have undergone. Opportunity to converse together will be easily afforded us, and to me this will be most pleasing, provided you never address me on the subject of your suit. From the moment you do so, I shall cease to see you, for I would not have you suppose that my spirit is so weak as to be swayed by captivity. With the favour of heaven I hope to prove like gold, which becomes the purer the more it is passed through the furnace. Be content with the assurance I have given you, that I shall no longer look upon you with repugnance, as I used to do. For I must tell you, Ricardo, that I always found you somewhat more arrogant and presumptuous than became you. I confess also that I was deceived, and that my eyes being now opened, if the experiment were to be made over again, perhaps I should be more humane to you, within the bounds of honour. Go now, and God be with you, for I am afraid lest Halima may have been listening to us, and she understands something of our language. I fully acknowledge the propriety of all you have said, lady, replied Ricardo. I am infinitely obliged for the explanation you have given me, and perhaps time will show you how profoundly respectful is the adoration I profess for you. Rely upon me that I will deal in the best manner with the Cadi, and do you do the same with Halima. Believe me, lady, since I have seen you, There has sprung up in my heart an assured hope that we shall soon achieve our freedom, and so I commend you to God's keeping, deferring to another time to tell you the events by which fortune brought me to this place after we were parted." They now separated, Leonisa well pleased with Ricardo's modest behaviour, and he overjoyed, having heard from her lips words unmixed with harshness. Halima, meanwhile, had shut herself up in her room, and was praying for Mahomet for Leonisa's success in the commission she had given her. The cadi was in the mosque, burning, like his wife, with desire, and anxiously awaiting the answer to be brought him by the slave he had sent to speak to Leonisa, and whom Mahmoud was to admit to her presence for that purpose, even though Halima was at home. Leonisa inflamed Halima's impure desires, giving her very good hopes that Mario would do all she wished, but telling her that 2 months must elapse before he could consent to what he longed for even more than herself, and that he asked that delay that he might complete a course of devotion for the recovery of his freedom. Halima was satisfied with this excuse, but begged Leonisa to tell dear Mario to spare himself for the trouble and her delay he proposed, for she would give him at once whatever the cadi required for his ransom. Before Ricardo went with his answer to his master, he consulted Mahmoud as to what should be. They agreed between them that it should be as discouraging as possible, and that he should advise the cadi to take the girl as soon as possible to Constantinople, and accomplish his wishes on the way by fair means or by force. Moreover, that in order to prevent the unpleasant consequences that might ensue from supplanting the Sultan, it would be well to purchase another slave, then pretend, or contrive on the voyage, that Leonisa should fall sick, and throw the newly purchased Christian woman into the sea by night, with all possible secrecy, giving out that the person who had died was Leonisa, the Sultan's slave. All this might be done in such a manner that the truth should never be known, and the cadi would remain blameless in the Sultan's eyes, and have full enjoyment of his desires. The wretched old cadi was so blinded by his passion, he would have listened to any absurdity they proposed, eagerly fell in with this scheme as one full of promise, and so indeed it was, but not as he imagined, for the intention of his two advisers was to make off with the boat, and pitch the old fool into the sea. But a difficulty occurred to the cadi, one of the greatest in his eyes that could possibly be. It occurred to him that his wife would not let him go to Constantinople without her. But presently he got over this obstacle by saying that instead of buying a Christian woman to put to death in Leonisa's name, he would make Halima serve his turn, for he longed with all his heart to be rid of her. Mahmoud and Ricardo agreed to this expedient as readily as he proposed it, and this being finally settled, the cadi that same day imparted to his wife his design of setting out at once for Constantinople, to present the Christian captive to the Sultan, who he expected would, in his munificence, make him Grand Cadi of Cairo or Constantinople. Halima with great alacrity expressed her approval of his intention, believing that Mario would be left at home. But when the cadi told her that he would take both him and Mahmoud along with him, she changed her mind, and began to dissuade him from what she had before advised, and finally she told him that unless she went with him she would not allow him to go at all. The cadi had great satisfaction in complying with her desire, for he thought he would soon get rid of a burden that hung like a millstone around his neck. All this while Hassan Pasha was indefatigable in expressing to the cadi to give up the slave girl to him, in return for which he offered him mountains of gold, and had already made him a present of Ricardo, whose ransom he valued at 2,000 crowns. Moreover, to facilitate the transfer, he suggested the cadi the same expedient which the latter himself devised, namely, that when the Grand Turk sent for Leonisa, he should pretend she was dead. But all the pasha's gifts, promises, and entreaties had no other effect on the cadi than to increase his eagerness to hasten his departure. Tormented therefore by his own desires, by Hassan's importunities, and by those of Halima, for she too was amusing herself with vain hopes, he made such a dispatch that in 20 days he had equipped a brigantine of 15 benches, which he manned with able Turkish mariners and some Greek Christians. He put all his wealth on board it. Halima, too, left nothing of value behind her, and asked her husband to let her take her parents with her, that they might see Constantinople. Halima entertained the same designs as Mahmoud and Ricardo. She intended, with their help, to seize the brigantine, but would not make this known to them until she found herself actually embarked. Afterwards she proposed to land among Christians, return to her old creed, and marry Ricardo, for she had some reason to suppose that, bringing so much wealth with her, he would not fail to take her to wife on her again becoming Christian. Ricardo had another interview with Leonisa, and made known to her the whole scheme they had projected, and she in turn apprised him of the designs of Halima, who kept no secret from Leonisa. After mutual injunctions of secrecy, they bade each other adieu until the day of embarkation. When it arrived, Hassan escorted the party to shore with all his soldiers, and did not leave them until they had set sail. Even then he never took his eyes off the brigantine until it was out of sight. It almost seemed as if the sighs heaved by the enamoured Moslem swelled the gale, and impelled with more force the sails that were wafting in his soul. But his love had allowed him no rest, but plenty of time to consider what he should do to escape the killing by the vehemence of his unsatisfied desire. He immediately put in operation a plan he had long matured. He put 50 soldiers, all trusty men, bound to him by many favours received and expected, on board a vessel of 17 benches, which he had secretly fitted out in another port. He ordered them to pursue and capture the brigantine with all its wealth, and put every soul on board to the sword, with the exception of Leonisa, whom he desired to have as his own sole share of the immense booty. He also ordered them to sink the brigantine, so that no trace of her fate might remain. Animated with the hope of plunder, the soldiers proceeded with the utmost celerity to execute the Pasha's orders, which seemed the more easy, as the crew of the brigantine were unarmed, not anticipating any such encounter. It had been now 2 days under sail, which seemed 2 centuries to the cadi, who would fain, on the very first of them, have carried his design into effect. But his 2 slaves represented to him the absolute necessity that Leonisa should first fall sick in order to give colour to the report of her death, and that the feigned malady ought to last some days. The cadi was much more disposed to say that she died suddenly, finish the whole job at once, dispatch his wife, and allay the raging fire that was consuming his vitals, but he was obliged to submit to the advice of his 2 counsellors. Meanwhile, Halima had declared her design to Mahmoud and Ricardo, who had signified their readiness to accomplish it when passing the cross of Alexandria, or entering the castles of Anatolia. But so intolerably did the cadi importune them, that they made up their minds to do so upon the first opportunity that offered. And after they had been 6 days at sea, the cadi thought that Leonisa's fatigue malady had lasted quite long enough, and it was very urgent with them that they should finish with Halima on the following day, and to quiet him they promised that they would do so. But when that day came, which, as they expected, was to witness the accomplishment of their own secret plans, or to be the last day of their lives, they suddenly discovered a vessel giving chase to them, with all speed of sails and oars. They were afraid it was a Christian corsair, from which neither party had any good to expect, for if it were one, the Moslems would be made captive, and the Christians, though left at liberty, would be plundered of everything. Mahmoud and Ricardo, however, took comfort in the prospect of freedom for Leonisa and themselves. Nevertheless, they were not without fear of the insolence of the corsairs, for people who abandon themselves to such practices, whatever their religion or law, are invariably cruel and brutal. The cadi's crew made preparation to defend themselves, but without quitting their oars, and still doing all in their power to escape. But the vessel in chase gained upon them so fast that in less than 2 hours it was within cannon shot. Seeing her so close, they lowered their sails, stood to their arms, and waited the assault, though the cadi told them they had nothing to fear, for the stranger was under Turkish colours and would do them no harm. He gave orders to hoist the white flag of peace. Just then Mahmoud chanced to turn his head, and espied another galley, some 20 benches apparently, bearing down upon them from the west. He told the cadi, and some Christians at the oar said that this vessel was one of their own people. The confusion and alarm was now doubled, and all awaited the issue in anxious suspense, not knowing whether to hope or fear it. I fancy the cadi just then would have gladly foregone all his amorous hopes to be safe again in Nicosia, so great was his perplexity. It did not last long, however, for the first galley, without paying the least regard to the flag of peace, or to what was due to community and religion, bore down upon his brigantine with such fury as nearly to send it to the bottom. The cadi then perceived that the assailants were soldiers of Nicosia, and guessing what was the real state of the case, he gave himself up for lost. Had it not been for the greed of the soldiers, who fell plundering in the first instance, not a soul would have been left alive. Suddenly, however, While they were busy with all their mind in pillaging, a voice cried out in Turkish, "To arms! To arms! Here's a Christian galley bearing down upon us." And this indeed was true, for the galley which Mahmoud had described to the westward was bearing furiously down upon Hassan's under Christian colours. But before it came close to quarters it hailed the latter. "What galley is that?" "Hassan Pasha's, Viceroy of Cyprus." "How comes it then that you being Muslims are plundering this brigantine, on board of which, as we know, is the Cadi of Nicosia?" The reply was that they only knew that the Pasha had ordered them to take it, and that they, as his soldiers, had done his bidding. The commander of the galley under Christian colours, having now ascertained what he wanted to know, desisted from attacking Hassan's, and fell upon the Cadi's brigantine, killed 10 of its Turkish crew at the first volley, and immediately boarded it with great impetuosity. Then the Cadi discovered that his assailant was no Christian, but Ali Pasha, Leonisa's lover, who had been laying wait to carry her off, and had disguised himself and his soldiers as Christians, the better to conceal his purpose. The Cadi, finding himself thus assailed on all sides, began loudly to exert his lungs. "What means this, Ali Pasha, thou traitor?" he cried. "How comes it that being a Muslim thou attackest me in the garb of a Christian? And you, perfidious soldiers of Hassan, what demon has moved you to commit so great an outrage? How dare you to please the lascivious appetite of him who sent you? Set yourselves against your sovereign?" All these words, the soldiers on both sides lowered their arms, looked upon and recognised each other, for they had all served under one captain and one flag. Confounded by the Cadi's words and by their conscious criminality, they sheathed their blades, and seemed quite discomfited. Ali alone shut his eyes and his ears to everything, and rushing upon the Cadi, and dealt him such a stroke on the head with his scimitar, but for the 100 ells of stuff that formed his turban, he would certainly have cleft it in two. As it was, he knocked the Cadi down among the rowers' benches, where he lay, exclaiming amid his groans, "O cruel renegade, enemy of the Prophet! Can it be there is no true Moslem left to avenge me? Cursed one, to lay violent hands on thy Cadi, on a minister of Mahomet!" The Cadi's denunciations made a strong impression on the minds of Hassan's soldiers, who, fearing besides that Ali's men would despoil them of the booty they had already looked upon as their own, determined to put all to the hazard of battle. Suddenly they fell upon Ali's men with such vehemence that, although the latter were the stronger party, they soon thinned their numbers considerably. The survivors, however, quickly rallied, and so well avenged their slaughtered comrades, that barely 4 of Hassan's men remained alive, and those 2 badly wounded. Ricardo and Mahmoud, who had been watching the fight, putting their heads out every now and then at the cabin hatchway, seeing now that most of the Turks were dead, and the survivors all wounded, that they might very easily be mastered, called upon Halima's father and 2 of his nephews to aid them in seizing the vessel. Then, arming themselves with the dead men's scimitars, they rushed amidships, shouting, "Liberty! Liberty!" And with the help of the stout Christian rowers, they soon dispatched all the Turks. They boarded Ali Pasha's galley. He had been one of the first slain in the last conflict, a Turk having cut him down in revenge for the Cadi, and the galley being defenceless, they took possession of it with all its stores. By Ricardo's advice, all the valuables on board the brigantine and Hassan's galley were transshipped to Ali's, that being the largest of the 3 vessels, with plenty of stowage room, and a good sailor. The rowers, too, were Christians, and being highly delighted with the acquisition of their freedom, and with the gifts which Ricardo liberally divided amongst them, they offered to carry him to Trapani, or to the end of the world, if he desired it. After this, Mahmoud and Ricardo, exulting in their success, went to Halima, and told her if she desired to return to Cyprus, they would give her her own brigantine, with its full complement of men, half the wealth she had put on board it, plus her affection for Ricardo was unabated. She replied she would rather go with them to the Christian lands, where her parents were exceedingly rejoiced. The Cadi having by this time got upon his legs again, he too had his choice given him either to go to Christendom or return to Nicosia in his own vessel. He replied that, as fortune had reduced him to his present situation, he thanked them for the boon of his liberty, and that he desired to go to Constantinople to complain to the Grand Signor of the outrage he had received at the hands of Ali and Hassan. But when he heard that Halima was leaving him, and intended to go back to Christianity, he was almost beside himself. Finally they put him on board his own vessel, supplying him abundantly with all accessories for his voyage, and even giving him back some of his own sequins. And he took leave of them all, with the intention of returning to Nicosia. First he entreated that Leonisa should embrace him, declaring that if she would graciously grant him that favour, it would wipe out the recollection of all his misfortunes. All joined in entreating Leonisa to grant him what he so earnestly desired, since she might do so without prejudice to her honour. She complied, and the cadi besought her to lay her hands on his head, that he might have hopes of his wound being healed. These adieus concluded, and having scuttled Hassan's galley, they sailed away with a favouring breeze, and soon lost sight of the brigantine, on the deck of which stood the unlucky cadi, watching with swimming eyes how the wind was wafting away his property, his delight, his wife, and his whole soul. With very different feelings did Marco and Mahmoud pursue their way. They passed in sight of Alexandria without shortening sail, or needing to have recourse to their oars. They touched Corfu, where they took in water, and then without more delay they left behind them the ill-famed Acroceronium rocks, and descried afar off Pachino, a promontory of the most fertile Trinacria, at sight of which, and of the illustrious island of Malta, their prosperous barque seemed to fly across the waters. In fine, fetching a compass round the island, in 4 days afterwards they made Lampedusa, and then the island where Leonisa had been shipwrecked, at the sight of which she almost swooned. On the following day the beloved native land they so longed for gladdened their eyes and their hearts. Their spirits rose tumultuously with this new joy, one of the greatest that can be known in this life, to return safe and sound to one's country after long captivity, and one which may compare with it is that of victory achieved over its enemies. There was in the galley a chest full of flags and streamers of various colours, with which Ricardo had the rigging adorned. Soon after daybreak they were within less than a league of the city, when taking to their oars, and uttering every now and then joyous cries, they advanced to the harbour, the shore of which was immediately lined by a great concourse of people, for the gaily adorned galley had been so long in sight that the whole town had come down to observe it more closely. Meanwhile, Ricardo had entreated Leonisa to dress herself just as she had appeared in the tent before the two pashas, for he wished to play off a pleasant trick upon his relations. She did so, adding jewels to jewels, pearls to pearls, and beauty to beauty, for it increases the satisfaction of the heart, to the renewed admiration and astonishment of all. Ricardo and Mahmoud also dressed themselves in Turkish costume, and made the crew put on garments of the dead Turks. It was about 8 o'clock when they entered the harbour, and the morning was so calm and clear that it seemed as though they were intent on beholding this joyful arrival. Before coming into port, Ricardo fired a salute with 3 pieces belonging to the galley, which were 1 gun amidships and 2 falconets. The town returned the salute with an equal number. The whole shore was in lively commotion, watching the approach of the gaily decked galley. But when they had a nearer view of it, and saw by it the white turbans of their pretended Moslems that it was a Turkish craft, there was general alarm. Suspecting some stratagem, the people flew to arms. All the soldiers in town were marched down to the port, and the cavalry scoured the coast. Highly amused at all this, the navigators held on their course, entered the port, and anchored close to the shore. Then running out a plank, they all stepped ashore one after the other as if in procession, and falling on their knees they kissed the ground with tears of joy, a clear proof to all who witnessed their proceedings that they were no Turks. When all the crew were out of the vessel, Halima with her father and mother and her 2 nephews followed next, all dressed as Turks, and the beautiful Leonisa, her face covered with a crimson veil, and escorted on either side by Mahmoud and Ricardo, closed the procession, while the eyes of the whole multitude were fixed upon her. They too did as the others had done, and knelt and kissed the ground. Presently the captain and governor of the city advanced towards them, perceiving that they were the principal persons belonging to the vessel. The moment he set eyes on Ricardo, he recognised him, ran to him with open arms, and embraced him with the liveliest demonstrations of joy. With the governor came Cornelio and his father, Leonisa's parents and relations, and those of Ricardo, all of whom were among the principal persons in the city. Ricardo returned the governor's embrace and his cordial greeting, held out his hand to Cornelio, who had changed colour at sight of him and almost quaked for fear, and holding Leonisa by the hand, thus addressed the bystanders: "Under your favour, gentlemen, I beg that before we enter the city and the temple to return the thanks so justly due our Lord for the great mercies vouchsafed to us in our distress, that you will listen to a few words I have to say to you." The governor bade him say on, for all present would listen to him with pleasure and silence. All the principal people then formed a circle around him, and he addressed them as follows: "You must well remember, gentlemen, the misfortune which befell me some months ago in the garden of the salt pits, the loss of Leonisa, nor can you have forgotten the exertions I made to procure her liberation, since, regardless of my own, I offered all that I was worth for her ransom. But this seeming generosity is not to be imputed to me as merit, since I did but offer my fortune for the ransom of my soul. What has since happened to us both requires more time to relate, a more convenient season, and a speaker less agitated than myself. For the present, let it suffice to tell you that after various extraordinary adventures, and after 1,000 disappointments of our hopes of relief, merciful Heaven has, without any merit of ours, restored us to our beloved country, with hearts full of joy and with abundance of wealth. It is not from this, nor from the recovery of my freedom, that springs the incomparable pleasure I now experience, but from that which I imagine this sweet enemy of mine in peace and in war enjoys on seeing herself restored to freedom and to her birthplace. Yet I rejoice in the general joy of those who have been my companions in misery, and through grievous disasters are apt to alter the disposition and debase worthy minds. It has not been so with the fair destroyer of my hopes, for with more fortitude and invincibility than we can well be told, she has passed through the wrecking sea of her disasters, and the encounters of my ardent though honourable importunities. But to return to the point from which I set out, I offered my fortune for her ransom, and with it the surrender of my soul's desires. I strove for her liberation, and ventured more for her than for my own life. All these things might seem to be obligations of some moment, but I will not have them regarded in that light. What I would have so considered is that which I do now." And so saying, he raised his hand and respectfully withdrew the veil from Leonisa's face. It was like removing a cloud from before the sun, and then he continued: "See, Cornelio, here I present to you the prize which you should have valued above all precious things on earth, and here, beauteous Leonisa, I present to you him whom you have always borne in memory. This is what I would have you all esteem as generosity, in comparison with which to give fortune, life, and honour is nothing. Take her, O fortunate youth, take her, and if your understanding can reach the height of comprehending the greatness of her worth, esteem yourself the most fortunate of mankind. With her I will also give you my whole share of what Heaven has bestowed on us all. It will exceed, as I fully believe, 30,000 crowns. You may enjoy it all freely and at your ease, and Heaven grant you to do so for many happy years. For my hapless self, since I am left without Leonisa, it is my pleasure to be poor. To want Leonisa is to find life superfluous." Here he ceased speaking, as if his tongue clove to the roof of his mouth, but soon afterwards, before anyone else had spoken, he exclaimed, "Good heavens, how toil and trouble confuse the understanding! In the eagerness of my desire to do right I have spoken inconsiderately, for no one can be generous in disposing of what is not his own. What authority have I over Leonisa to give her to another? How can I bestow what is so far from being mine? Leonisa is her own mistress, and so much so, that failing her parents, long and happily may they live, her wishes could have no opposition to encounter. Should they meet an imaginary obstacle in the obligations which she, in her good feeling, may think she is under to me, from this moment I cancel them, and declare them null and void. I unsay then what I have said, and I give Cornelio nothing, for I cannot. Only I can confirm the transfer of my property made to Leonisa, without desiring any other recompense than that she will believe in the sincerity of my honourable sentiments towards her. Be assured that they never had aim unbecoming her incomparable virtue, her worth, and her infinite beauty." Ricardo closed his speech with these words, and Leonisa thus replied: "If you imagine, Ricardo, that I bestowed any favour on Cornelio during the time when you were enamoured of me and jealous, think that it was in all honour, as being done by the express desire of my parents, who wished to have him for their son-in-law. If you are satisfied with this explanation, I am sure you are no less so with what you have yourself experienced as to my virtue and modesty. I say this, Ricardo, that you may know that I have always been mistress of myself, and subject to no one else except my parents, whom I now entreat humbly, as is meet, to grant me leave and license to dispose of what your magnanimous generosity has given me." Her parents said she might do so, for they relied on her great discretion that she would make such use of it as would always rebound to her honour and advantage. "With that permission, then," said Leonisa, "I beg it not be taken amiss if I choose rather to seem over bold and ungrateful, and so worthy Ricardo, my inclination heretofore perplexed and dubious declares in your favour, that the world may know that women are not ungrateful. I am yours, Ricardo, and yours I will be until death, unless better knowledge move you to refuse me your hand." Ricardo was almost beside himself to hear her speak thus, and could make no other reply than by falling on his knees before her, grasping her hands, and kissing them 1,000 times with delicious tears. Cornelio wept with vexation, Leonisa's parents for joy, and all the bystanders for admiration and sympathy. The bishop, who was present, led them with his blessing to the church, and dispensing with the usual forms, married them at once. The whole city overflowed with gladness, which it testified that night by a splendid illumination, and for many days following in jousts and rejoicings given by the relations of Ricardo and Leonisa. Halima, who had lost all hope of having Ricardo for her husband, was content to become the wife of Mahmoud, having returned with him to the bosom of the church. Her parents and her 2 nephews were, by Ricardo's bounty, presented with so much out of his share of the spoil as sufficed to maintain them for the rest of their lives. In a word, all were happy to their heart's content. The fame of Ricardo, spreading beyond the limits of Sicily, extended throughout all Italy and beyond it. He was universally known as the generous lover, and his renown is still prolonged in the persons of many sons born to him by Leonisa, who was a rare example of discretion, virtue, modesty, and beauty. End of The Generous Lover, Part 3. Recording by Kirk Ziegler, Ogden, Utah, voiceover-solutions.com.
Section 19 of the Exemplary Novels of Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Amy Graymore. The Exemplary Novels by Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra. Translated by Walter K. Kelly. The Spanish English Lady. Part 1. Among the spoils which the English carried off from the city of Cadiz was a little girl of about 7 years old. An English gentleman, named Clotald, commander of a squadron of vessels, took her to London without the knowledge of the Earl of Essex, and in defiance of his general orders. The parents complained to the Earl of the loss of their child, and implored him, since he had declared that property alone should be seized, and the persons of the inhabitants should be left free, they should not, besides being reduced to poverty, suffer the additional misery of being deprived of their daughter, who was the very light of their eyes. The Earl caused it to be proclaimed throughout his whole army, that whoever had possession of the child should restore her on pain of death. But no threatened penalties could constrain Clotald to obey. In spite of them he kept the child concealed in his ship, being fascinated, though in a Christian manner, with the incomparable beauty of Isabella, as she was called. In fine, her inconsolable parents were left to mourn her loss, and Clotald, rejoicing beyond measure, returned to London, and presented the pretty child to his wife as the richest prize he had brought home from the war. It happened fortunately that all the members of Clotald's household were Catholics in secret, though in public they affected to follow the religion of the state. Clotald had a son about 12 years old, named Richard, who was brought up by his parents to love and fear God, and to be very steadfast in the truths of the Catholic faith. Catherine, the wife of Clotald, a noble, Christian, and prudent lady, conceived such an affection for Isabella that she reared her as if she were her own daughter, and the child was so well endowed by nature that she readily learned all they taught her. Time, and the kind treatment she received, gradually wore out from her recollection that which her parents had bestowed upon her, not so much so, however, but that she often thought of them with a sigh. Though she learned English, she did not forget her native tongue, for Clotald took care to bring Spaniards secretly to his house to converse with her, and thus it was, that without ceasing to speak Spanish, she became as proficient in English as if she had been born in London. After having learned all kinds of work becoming a young lady of good birth, she was taught to read and write more than passably well, but what she excelled in above all was in playing all sorts of instruments, suitable to her sex, with extraordinary perfection of musical taste and skill, and with the accompaniment of a voice which Heaven had endowed with such melody that when she enchanted. All these graces, natural and acquired, gradually inflamed the heart of Richard, whom she loved and respected as the son of her lord. At first his affection for her was like that of a brother for a sister, but when she reached her 12th year, this feeling had changed into a most ardent desire to possess her, but only in the honourable way of becoming her lawful spouse, for Isabella's incomparable virtue made it hopeless to obtain her in any other way, nor would he have done so, even if he could, for his own noble disposition, and the high estimation in which he held her, forbade any bad thought to take root in his soul. 1,000 times he determined to make known his passion to his father and mother, and as often broke his resolution, knowing that they had destined him to be the husband of a young Scotch lady of great wealth and good family, who, like themselves, secretly professed the Catholic faith. And it seemed clear to him, that after having betrothed him to a lady of rank, they would not think of bestowing him on a slave, if that name could be applied to Isabella. Agitated by these distressing reflections, not knowing what course to pursue or whom to consult, he fell into a melancholy that nearly cost him his life; but thinking it was a very cowardly thing to let himself die without making any kind of effort for his own relief, he strove to gather up courage enough to declare his feelings to Isabella. Everybody in the house was grieved for Richard's illness, for he was beloved by them all, and by his parents to the utmost degree, both because he was their only child, and because his virtues, his worth, and good sense deserved all their affection. The physicians could not make out the nature of his complaint, nor could he himself venture to declare it. At last, one day when Isabella entered his room alone to attend upon him, he said to her, with a faltering voice and stammering tongue, "Lovely Isabella, your worth, your great virtue, and exceeding beauty have brought me to the state you see. If you would not have me perish in the worst agonies that can be imagined, say that you return the love I feel for you, and consent to my fondest desire, which is to make you secretly my wife, for I fear that my parents, not knowing your merits as I do, would refuse me a blessing to me so indispensable. If you will give me your word to be mine, I here pledge you my own, as a true Catholic Christian, to be yours, and though our union be deferred, as deferred it shall be until it can take place with the church's sanction and that of my parents, yet the thought that you will surely be mine will be enough to restore me to health and to keep my spirits buoyant until the happy day arrives." Whilst Richard was speaking, Isabella stood with downcast eyes, and when he had ceased, she replied with equal modesty and good sense, "Ever since Heaven, in its anger or its mercy, I know not which, withdrew me from my parents, Signor Richard, and gave me to yours, I have resolved, in gratitude for the infinite kindness they have bestowed upon me, never to act in opposition to their wishes, and without their consent I should regard the inestimable boon you desire to confer upon me, not as a good, but as an evil fortune. Should it ever be my happy destiny to be acknowledged by them as worthy of you, be assured that my heart shall be yours. But till that time comes, or should it never come, let it console you to know that the dearest wish of my soul will ever be that you may know every blessing which Heaven can bestow upon you." She said no more, but from that moment began the convalescence of Richard, and the revival of his parents' drooping hopes. The youthful pair took courteous leave of each other, he with tears in his eyes, and she wondering in her soul to see that of Richard captive to her love. As for him, having been raised from his sick bed by a miracle, as it seemed to his parents, he would no longer conceal from them the state of his feelings, but disclosed it one day to his mother, and ended a long conversation by declaring that they might as well put him to death as refuse him Isabella, for it amounted to the same thing. He extolled the virtues of Isabella in such terms that he almost brought his mother to think that in becoming her son's wife she would have the worst of the bargain. Accordingly, she gave Richard good hopes that she would prevail on his father to assent to his wishes, as she herself did. In this she succeeded, for by repeating to her husband all Richard's arguments, she easily induced him to approve of the young man's design, and to find excuses for breaking off the match with the Scotch lady. At this time Isabella was 14 and Richard 20. But even in that early spring time of their youth, they were old in sense and judgment. It wanted but 4 days of the time appointed by Richard's parents when he should bend his neck to the holy yoke of matrimony, and wise and fortunate did they deem themselves in choosing their prisoner to be their daughter, esteeming her virtues to be a better dower than the great wealth of the Scotch lady. The preparations for the wedding were all made, the relations and friends of the family were invited, and nothing remained but to make known the intended match to the queen, no marriage between persons of noble blood being lawful without her knowledge and consent, but making no doubt of obtaining the royal license. They put off applying for it to the last. Things being in this state, their joy was disturbed one evening by the appearance of one of the queen's servants with an order to Clotald from her majesty, requiring his appearance before her next morning with his Spanish prisoner. He replied that he would cheerfully obey her majesty's command. The messenger retired and left the family in great perturbation. "Alas!" said Dame Catherine, "what if the queen knows that I have brought up this girl as a Catholic, and thence infers that we are all of us Christians in this house? For if her majesty asks her what she has learned during the 8 years she has been with us, what answer can she give with all her discretion, poor timid girl, that will not condemn us?" "Be under no fear of that account, dear lady," said Isabella, "for I trust in the divine goodness and mercy of Heaven, that it will put such words into my mouth as will not only not condemn you, but redound you to your advantage." Richard trembled as if he foreboded some calamity. Clotald cast about for some encouragement to allay his grievous fears, and found none but in his great trust in God and in the prudence of Isabella, whom he earnestly entreated to try in every possible way to avoid convicting them of being Catholics; for though their spirits were willing to encounter martyrdom, yet their flesh was weak and recoiled from the bitter trial. Isabella assured them over and over again that they might set their minds at rest. What they apprehended should not befall them through her instrumentality; for though she knew not then what answers she should make to the questions that should be put to her on the morrow, she had a lively and confident hope that she would reply in such a manner as would be for their good. Many were the comments and surmises they made that night on this unwelcome incident, and especially it occurred to them that, if the queen knew they were Catholics, she would not have sent them so mild a message. It seemed reasonable to infer from it that she only desired to see Isabella, the fame of whose incomparable beauty and accomplishments, known to every one in the capital, must have reached her majesty's ears. Clotald and his wife confessed to themselves, however, that they had done wrong in not presenting her at court, and they thought the best excuse they could make for this was to say that ever since she had come into their hands they had destined her to be the wife of their son. But even this would be acknowledging themselves culpable, since it would appear that they had arranged the marriage without the queen's leave. But such an offence would probably not incur any severe punishment. In this way they comforted themselves, and they resolved that Isabella should not be dressed humbly like a prisoner, but in rich bridal attire, such as became the betrothed of a gentleman of importance like their son. Next day accordingly they dressed Isabella in the Spanish style, in a robe of green satin with a long train, and slashes lined with cloth of gold and looped with the pearls, the whole being adorned with precious stones. A diamond necklace and girdle, with a fan such as is carried by Spanish ladies, and for head dress her own luxuriant golden hair entwined with diamonds and pearls. In that sumptuous attire, with her sprightly air and marvellous beauty, she made her appearance in London in a handsome coach, fascinating the eyes and souls of all who beheld her. Clotald, his wife, and Richard rode with her in the coach, and many noble relations of the family escorted her on horseback, Clotald desiring that all these honours should be paid to his prisoner, in order that the queen might treat her as his son's betrothed. When they arrived at the palace and entered the vast hall in which her majesty was seated, Isabella's escort halted at the lower end, and she herself advanced alone in all her inconceivable beauty, producing an effect like that of a brilliant meteor shooting through the sky on a calm clear night, or of a sunbeam darting at the first dawn of day through a mountain gorge. A comet she seemed, portending a fiery doom to the hearts of many in that presence hall. Full of meekness and courtesy, she advanced to the foot of the throne, knelt before the queen, and said to her in English, "May it please your majesty to extend your royal hands to your servant's lips, who will henceforth esteem herself exalted, since she has been so fortunate as to behold your grandeur." The queen remained a good while gazing on her without saying a word, figuring to herself, as she afterwards told her lady of the bedchamber, that she had before her a starry heaven, the stars of which were the many pearls and diamonds worn by Isabella, her fair face and her eyes its sun and moon, and her whole person a new marvel of beauty. The queen's ladies would fain have been all eyes, that they might do nothing but gaze on Isabella. One praised her brilliant eyes, one her complexion, another her fine figure, another her sweet voice, and one there was who said in pure envy, "The Spaniard is good looking, but I do not like her dress." At last the queen motioned to Isabella to rise, and said to her, "Speak to me in Spanish, maiden, for I understand it well, and shall like to hear it." Then turning to Clotald, "You have done me wrong, Clotald," she said, "in keeping this treasure so many years concealed from me; but it is such a one as may well have excited you to avarice. You are bound, however, to restore it to me, for by right it is mine." "My liege," replied Clotald, "what your majesty says is quite true. I confess my fault, if it is one, to have kept this treasure until it arrived at the perfection suitable for appearing before your majesty's eyes. Now that it has done so, I had it in mind to enhance it still more, by asking your majesty's leave for Isabella to become the wife of my son Richard." "I like her name too," returned the queen. "Nothing was wanting to the fulness of her perfection, but that she should be called Isabella the Spaniard. But mark you, Clotald, I know that, without my leave, you have promised her to your son." "That is true, my liege; but it was in the confident hope that the many eminent services which my ancestors and I have rendered to the crown would obtain from your majesty favours still more difficult to grant than the leave in question, the more so, as my son is not yet wedded." "Nor shall he be wedded to Isabella," said the queen, "until he has merited it in his own person. I mean that I will not have him avail himself to that end of your services or those of his forefathers. He must himself prepare to serve me, and win by his own deserts this prize which I esteem as if she were my daughter." The queen had no sooner uttered these last words than Isabella again fell on her knees before her, saying in Spanish, "Such thwartings as these, most gracious sovereign, are rather to be esteemed auspicious boons than misfortunes. Your majesty has given me the name of daughter; after that, what can I have to fear, or what may I not hope?" Isabella uttered this with so winning a grace, that the queen conceived an extreme affection for her, desired that she should remain in her service, and committed her to the care of a great lady, her keeper of the robes, who was to instruct her in the duties of her new position. Richard, who saw himself thus, as it were, deprived of his life in losing Isabella, was almost at his wits' end. Agitated and discomfited, he knelt before the queen, and said, "I need no other rewards to induce me to serve your majesty, than such as my ancestors have obtained in the service of your royal predecessors; but since it is your majesty's pleasure that I should have new motives and incentives for my zeal, I would crave to know in what way I may fulfil your majesty's behest." "There are 2 ships ready to set out on a cruise," said the queen, "of which I have made the Baron de Lansac general. I appoint you captain of one of them, being assured that the qualities you derive from those whose blood is in your veins will supply the defect of your years. Mark what a favour I confer upon you, since I give you an opportunity to signalize yourself in the service of your queen, to display your capacity and your valour, and to win the highest reward, methinks, which you yourself could desire. I myself will be Isabella's guardian, though she manifests that her own virtue will be her truest guardian. Go in God's name, for since you are in love, as I imagine, I expect great things from your prowess. Fortunate were the king who in time of war had in his army 10,000 soldiers in love, expecting to obtain their mistresses as the reward of their victories. Rise, Richard, and if you have anything to say to Isabella, say it now, for to morrow you must sail." Richard kissed the queen's hands, highly prizing the favour she had conferred upon him, and went and knelt before Isabella. He tried to speak to her, but could not, for he felt as if there was a knot in his throat that paralysed his tongue. He strove with all his might to keep down the tears that started into his eyes, but he could not conceal them from the queen. "Shame not to weep, Richard," said her majesty, "nor think less of yourself for allowing such evidence of a tender heart to escape you; for it is one thing to fight the enemy, and another to take leave of one who is dearly loved. Isabella, embrace Richard, and give him your blessing; his affection well deserves it." Isabella's heart ached to see Richard so cast down. She could not understand what her majesty said. Conscious of nothing but her grief, motionless and blinded by her tears, she looked like a weeping statue of alabaster. The anguish of the 2 lovers drew tears from most of the beholders. In fine, Richard and Isabella separated without exchanging a word, and Clotald and his friends, after saluting the queen, left the hall full of grief and pity. Isabella felt like an orphan whose parents have just been buried, and dreaded lest her new mistress should make her abandon the rule of life in which she had been brought up. 2 days afterwards, Richard put to sea, distracted among many other sources of incertitude by two reflections. One was that he had to perform exploits by which he might merit Isabella's hand, and the other, that he could perform none without violating his conscience as a Catholic, which forbade him to draw his sword against those of his own faith; but unless he did so, he should be denounced as a Catholic or as a coward, to the peril of his life and his hopes. But, in fine, he determined to postpone his inclinations as a lover to his duty as a Catholic, and in his heart he prayed Heaven to send him occasions in which he might show himself at once valiant and a true Christian, might satisfy his queen and merit Isabella. For 6 days the two vessels sailed with a prosperous wind, shaping their course for the Western Islands, for in that direction they could not fail to fall in with the Portuguese East Indiamen, or vessels returning from the West Indies. But on the 7th day the wind became contrary, and continued that way so long that they could not make the islands, but were forced to run for the coast of Spain. On nearing it, at the entrance of the Straits of Gibraltar, they discovered 3 vessels, one very large and 2 small. Richard steered towards his commander's ship, to know if it was his intention they should attack the 3 vessels just discovered; but on nearing it he saw them hoist a black flag, and presently he heard a mournful sound of trumpets, indicating that either the general or one of his chief officers was dead. When he came within hail, which had not been before the case since they put to sea, there was a call from the leading ship for Captain Richard to come on board, as their general had died of apoplexy the preceding night. Sad as this news was, Richard could not help being glad, not of his admiral's death, but at finding himself in command of both ships, according to the queen's orders for the contingency which had occurred. He went on board the flag ship, where he found some lamenting the old commander, and some rejoicing over the new one, but all promised him obedience, yet proclaimed him general with short ceremony, not having time for longer, for 2 out of the 3 vessels they had discovered had quitted the third and were bearing down upon them. They at once made them out by the cresset on their flags to be Turkish galleys, to the great delight of Richard, who believed that with the help of Heaven he should make an important capture without prejudice to his religion. The 2 galleys came up to reconnoitre the English ships, which had not shown their national colours but those of Spain, in order to baffle those who might overhaul them, and prevent their recognizing them as war cruisers. The Turks mistook them for trading vessels from India, and made sure of capturing them with ease. Richard took care to let them approach till they were well within range of his guns, which he let fly at them so opportunely, that with a single broadside he disabled one of the galleys, sending 5 balls through her middle and nearly cutting her in 2. She immediately heeled over and began to founder. The other galley made haste to take her in tow, in order to get her under the lee of the large ship; but Richard, whose ships manoeuvred as rapidly as if they were impelled by oars, having reloaded his guns, pursued the retreating galleys, pouring upon them an incessant shower of balls. The crew of the crippled galley having clambered on board the large ship, Richard poured such a cross fire from his 2 ships on her consort, that she could neither use sails nor oars, and the Turks on board her, following the example of their comrades, took refuge in the large ship, not with the intention of defending her, but for the momentary safety of their lives. The Christian galley slaves broke their chains, and mingling with the Turks also boarded the large ship; but as they were in danger from the musketry of Richard's 2 ships, as they were swarming up the side, he gave orders to cease firing on Turks and Christians alike. The former, however, had already lost the great part of their numbers, and the rest were cut to pieces with their own weapons by the revolted slaves, who, thinking the 2 English ships were Spanish, did marvels for the recovery of their freedom. At last, when nearly all the Turks were killed, some Spaniards shouted from the deck to their supposed countrymen to come on board and enjoy the fruits of their victory. Richard asked them in Spanish what ship was that. They replied that she was a Portuguese ship from the West Indies, freighted with spices, and with such a quantity of diamonds and pearls that she was worth 1,000,000. She had been driven into those latitudes by a storm, much damaged, with all her guns thrown overboard, and her crew almost perishing of hunger and thirst. In that condition, being unable to make any resistance, she had been captured the day before by these 2 galleys, which belonged to the corsair Arnaut Mami. and which not having stowage room for her great cargo, had taken her in tow to convey her to the river Larac. Richard apprized them in return, that if they supposed his two vessels were Spanish, they were greatly mistaken, for they belonged to the Queen of England. This information astonished and alarmed them, making them fear that they had escaped from one rock to founder on another. But Richard told them they had nothing to fear, and that they might rely on obtaining their liberty, provided they did not make any defence. It would be impossible for us to do so, they said, for, as we have told you, we have neither cannon nor other arms, and have no choice but to throw ourselves upon the generosity of your general. Since he has freed us from the intolerable yoke of the Turks, let him enhance his good work by an act which will exalt his fame all over the world, wherever the news reaches of this memorable victory and his magnanimity. Richard lent a favourable ear to this request, and immediately called a council of his officers to consider what might be the best means of sending all the Christians to Spain, without incurring any risk from them, should their numbers encourage them to rise and attempt to overpower his crews. There were some who suggested that they should be brought on board one by one and put to death as they entered. "No," said Richard, "since by God's grace we have obtained so rich a prize, I will not betray my ingratitude by such an act of cruelty. It is never well to have recourse to the sword, when, with a little forethought, the end may be secured by other means. I will therefore not have any Catholic Christian put to death, not that I care so much for them, but for my own sake and for yours, for I would not have the honour of our victory tarnished by cruelty. My orders are, then, that the crew of one of our ships, with all her guns and arms and the greater part of her stores, be put on board the large Portuguese vessel, which we will then take to England, and leave the Spaniards to return home on ours." No one ventured to contravene this proposal, which to some appeared equally magnanimous and judicious, while others in their hearts condemned it as showing an undue leaning towards the Catholics. Taking with him 50 arquebusiers, Richard went on board the Portuguese ship, in which he found about 300 persons who had escaped out of the galleys. He immediately had the vessel he intended to discharge brought alongside, and had its guns brought on board. Then, making a short speech to the Christians, he ordered them to pass into the discharged vessel, where they found stores enough for more than a month, and for a greater number of people, and as they embarked he gave each of them 4 Spanish crowns, which he sent for to his own ship, in order partly to relieve their wants when they reached land, which was not far off, for the lofty mountains of Abila and Calpe were in sight. They all thanked him heartily for his generous behaviour, and when they were nearly all embarked, the same person who had first spoken to him from the deck of the ship addressed him: "You would do me a greater service, valorous sir, in taking me with you to England than in sending me to Spain; for though it is my country, and it is but 6 days since I left it, I have nothing to look for there but grief and desolation. You must know, señor, that at the sack of Cadiz, which happened about 15 years ago, I lost a daughter, whom the English carried away with them to England, and with her I lost the comfort of my age and the light of my eyes, which, since she passed from their sight, have never seen anything to gladden them. Grief for this calamity, and for the loss of my property, of which I was also despoiled, so overcame me that I was no longer able or willing to apply myself to commerce, in which I had been so successful that I was commonly reputed to be the richest merchant in our whole city. And so indeed I was, for besides my credit, which was good for many $100,000, my estate was worth more than 50,000 ducats. I lost all, yet all my losses would have been nothing had I not lost my daughter. After the general calamity and my own, want pressed me so hard, that not being able to bear up against it, myself and my wife, that woe begone creature sitting yonder, determined to emigrate to the Indies, the common refuge of the well born poor. We embarked 6 days ago in a packet ship, but just outside the harbour of Cadiz we were captured by those 2 corsairs. This was a new addition to our affliction, but it would have been greater had not the corsair taken this Portuguese ship, which fortunately detained them until you came to our rescue." In reply to Richard's question, what was his daughter's name, the Spaniard said it was Isabella. This confirmed the suspicion, which Richard had all along entertained, that the person before him was the father of his beloved mistress. Keeping this fact to himself, he told the Spaniard that he would willingly take him and his wife to London, where possibly they might obtain some intelligence about their child. End of the Spanish English Lady, Part 1. Section 20 of the Exemplary Novels of Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Amy Graymore in Aroostook County, Maine. The Exemplary Novels by Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra. Translated by Walter K. Kelly. The Spanish English Lady, Part 2. Taking them both on board his flagship, and having sufficiently armed and manned the Portuguese galleon, he set sail that night, avoiding the coast of Spain as much as possible, lest he should be intercepted, in consequence of information given by the liberated captives. Among the latter there were some 20 Turks, to whom also Richard granted freedom, to show that his conduct had been the result simply of his generous disposition, and not of any secret leaning to the Catholics, and he asked the Spaniards to set the Turks at liberty upon the first opportunity. The wind, which had blown fresh and fair at first, died away into a calm, to the dismay of the English, who murmured against Richard's unseasonable generosity, saying that the liberated captives might give information of what had happened, and if there chanced to be armed galleons in port, they might sally out and intercept them. Richard knew that this was quite true, but strove to allay their fears in the best way he could. But what availed with them, more than all his arguments, was that the wind sprang up again, so that they crowded all sail, and in 9 days reached London, from which they had been only a month absent on their cruise. Richard would not enter the port, with only joyous demonstrations, on account of the death of his late commander, but mingled signs of grief with them. At one moment bugles rang out cheerily, at the next they were answered by melancholy trumpet notes, and the wailing fife was heard at intervals, between the lively rattle of the drum and the clash of arms. From one masthead hung a Turkish banner, reversed, and from another a long black streamer, the ends of which dipped in the water. In this manner he entered the river of London in his English ship, leaving the Portuguese ship at sea, for want of depth of water in the river to float it. These conflicting demonstrations puzzled the vast multitudes who observed them from the shore. They easily recognized the smaller vessel as the flagship of Baron Lansac, but they could not make out how it was that his second vessel had been exchanged for the large and powerful ship which lay out at sea. But the problem was solved when they saw the valorous Richard jump into his boat, fully equipped in rich and splendid armor. Without waiting for any other escort than that of a vast multitude of the people who followed him, he proceeded on foot to the palace, where the queen was standing in a balcony, waiting for news of the ships, and surrounded by her ladies, among whom was Isabella, dressed in the English style, which became her as well as the Castilian. A messenger, who had anticipated Richard's arrival, had startled her by the announcement of his coming, and she stood watching for him, with feelings that fluttered between hope and fear, not knowing whether he had sped well or ill upon his expedition. Richard was a young man of noble presence, tall and finely proportioned, and he looked to great advantage in a complete suit of Milanese armor, all graven and gilded, and instead of a helmet, a wide-leafed fawn-colored hat with Walloon plumes. Thus equipped, and with his spirited bearing, to some he seemed like Mars, the god of battles. Others, struck by the beauty of his face, compared him to Venus sportively disguised in the armor of that god. When he came before the queen, he knelt, and gave a brief account of his expedition. "After the sudden death of General de Lansac," he said, "I took his place in pursuance of your majesty's gracious orders. Shortly afterwards we discovered 2 Turkish galleys towing a large ship, which we have brought home with us. We attacked them. Your majesty's soldiers fought with great spirit, as they always do, and the corsair galleys went to the bottom. I liberated in your majesty's royal name the Christians who had escaped out of the hands of the Turks, and sent them away in one of our vessels, and have only brought with me one Spaniard and his wife, who desired of their own accord to come and behold your majesty's greatness. The great ship we took is one of those which come from the Portuguese possessions in India. Being damaged by a storm, it fell into the power of the Turks, who took it without any difficulty. According to the account given by some of the Portuguese on board the ship, her cargo of spices and the pearls and diamonds she carries are worth more than 1,000,000. All is untouched, the Turks not having had time to lay hands on anything, and I have given orders that the whole should be presented to your majesty. There is one jewel alone, which, if your majesty will bestow it upon me, will leave me your debtor for 10 other ships. That jewel your majesty has promised me. It is my Isabella, in obtaining whom I shall be richly rewarded, not only for this service, such as it is, which I have rendered your majesty, but for many others which I intend to perform in order to repay some part of the incalculable amount which your majesty will bestow upon me in that jewel." "Rise, Richard," replied the queen, "and believe me, that were I to deliver Isabella to you in the way of bargain at the price at which I value her, you could not pay for her with all the wealth of your prize ship, nor with what remains in the Indies. I give her to you because I promised to do so, and because she is worthy of you, and you of her. Your valour alone entitles you to have her. If you have kept the jewels in the ship for me, I have kept your jewel for you; and though it may seem to you that I do not do much for you in returning to you what is your own, I know that I confer upon you a boon the worth of which is beyond all human computation. Isabella is yours, there she stands. You may claim her when you will, and I believe that it will be with her own consent, for she has the good sense to prize your affection as it deserves. I shall expect you again to morrow, to give me a more detailed account of your exploits, and bring me those 2 Spaniards who wish to see me, that I may gratify their desire." Richard kissed the queen's hand, and her majesty retired. The ladies now gathered round Richard, and one of them, the Lady Tansi, who had taken a great liking to Isabella, and who was the liveliest and most facetious lady of the court, said to him, "What is all this, sir? Why these arms? Did you perchance imagine that you were coming here to fight your enemies? Believe me, you have none but friends here, unless it be the Lady Isabella, who, as a Spaniard, is bound to bear you no good will. Let her only vouchsafe, Lady Tansi, to have me a little in her thoughts, and I am sure she will not think of me with ill will, for ingratitude can have no place in the heart of one so good, so wise, and so exquisitely fair." "Since I am to be yours, Señor Richard," said Isabella, "claim from me what you will, in recompense for the praises you bestow upon me." Whilst Isabella and the other ladies were thus conversing with Richard, there was a little girl present who did nothing but gaze at him, lift up his cuishes to see what was beneath them, touch his sword, and with childlike simplicity peep at her own image reflected in his bright armour. When Richard was gone away, she said, turning to the ladies, "Now I see what a fine thing war must be, since armed men look to such advantage even among ladies." "Look to advantage!" exclaimed Lady Tansi; "one might take Richard for the sun, come down from heaven, to walk the streets in that garb." Everyone laughed at the little girl's remark, and at Lady Tansi's hyperbole, and there lacked not backbiters who thought his appearing in arms at the palace was an act of great impropriety. But others excused him, saying that it was a very natural and pardonable act of vanity on the part of a gallant young soldier. Richard was most cordially welcomed by his parents, relations, and friends, and that night there were general rejoicings in London. On his return home he found Isabella's parents already there, and told his father and mother who they were, but begged they would give no hint of the matter to Isabella till he should make it known to her himself. His desire was punctually observed. That night they began with a great number of boats and barges, and in presence of a multitude of admiring spectators, to unload the great galleon; but 8 days were consumed in the work, before they had disembowelled it of its aromatic and precious freight. On the following day Richard went again to the palace, taking with him Isabella's father and mother, dressed in the English style, telling them that the queen wished to see them. They found the queen surrounded by her ladies, with Isabella by her side, wearing, by the queen's desire, for Richard's special gratification, the same dress in which she had made her first appearance at court. Isabella's parents were filled with admiration and astonishment at such a display of grandeur and gaiety combined. They looked at Isabella, but did not recognize her, though their hearts, prophetic of the happiness so near at hand, began to throb, not anxiously, but with an emotion of joy for which they could not account. The queen would not allow Richard to kneel before her, but made him rise and be seated on a chair which was placed for him alone, an unusual favour, which provoked many envious comments. "It is not on a chair he sits," said one, "but on the pepper he has brought." "It is a true saying," remarked another, "that gifts can soften rocks, since they have mollified the hard heart of our queen." He sits at his ease, said a third, but there are those who will make bold to push him from his seat. In fact, that new mark of honour which the queen bestowed on Richard gave occasion to many to regard him with envy and malice; for there is no favour which the sovereign bestows on a subject but pierces the heart of the envious like a lance. In obedience to the queen's command, Richard narrated more minutely the details of his conflict with the corsairs, attributing the victory to God, and to the arms of her valiant soldiers. He extolled them all collectively, and made special mention of some who had particularly distinguished themselves, in order that the queen might reward them all and singly. When he came to speak of his having, in her majesty's name, set the Turks and Christians at liberty, he said, pointing to Isabella's parents, "These are the persons of whom I spoke yesterday to your majesty, who, desiring to behold your greatness, earnestly besought me to bring them away with me. They are from Cadiz, and from what they have told me, and from what I have myself observed, I am assured that they are persons of worth and quality." The queen commanded them to approach her. Isabella raised her eyes to look at persons who she heard were Spaniards, and above all from Cadiz, longing to know if perchance they were acquainted with her parents. Her mother first encountered her gaze, and as she looked attentively at her, there rose in her mind some shadowy confused reminiscences that seemed to intimate she had seen that face before. Her father was in the same wavering state of mind, not daring to believe the evidence of his eyes, whilst Richard watched intently the workings of their perplexed and dubious souls. The queen too noticed the emotion of the two strangers, and also Isabella's uneasiness, for she saw her often raise her hand to her forehead, which was bedewed with perspiration, whilst Isabella was longing that the person she imagined to be her mother would speak. Thinking that the sound of her voice would resolve her doubts, the queen commanded her to ask the strangers in Spanish what had induced them voluntarily to forego the freedom which Richard had offered them, since freedom was the thing most prized, not only by reasonable creatures, but even by irrational animals. Isabella put this question to her mother, who, without answering a word, rushed abruptly and almost totteringly to Isabella, and forgetting all respect of place or circumstances, put her hand to her daughter's right ear, and discovered a dark mole behind it. Assured now beyond all doubt that Isabella was her daughter, she cried out, "Child of my heart, treasure of my soul!" and swooned in her arms. The father, no less tender hearted, but with more self command, gave no other token of his feelings than the tears that streamed down his venerable face and beard. With her lips pressed upon her mother's, Isabella bent her eyes upon her father with looks that spoke the gladness of her soul. The queen was greatly affected by this touching scene, and said to Richard, "I know not whether you have done wisely in contriving this meeting, for sudden joy, it is known, can kill as well as grief." Then turning to Isabella, she withdrew her from her mother, who, after her face had been sprinkled with water, came to her senses, and recollecting herself a little better, fell on her knees before the queen, entreating her majesty's pardon. Elizabeth graciously replied, and commanded that the two strangers should take up their abode in the palace, that they might have the more opportunity of rejoicing in their daughter's society. Richard then renewed his request that the queen would fulfil her promise, and bestow Isabella upon him, if so it were that he had deserved her, but if not, he begged to be sent where he might find opportunities of doing so. The queen was well aware that Richard was well satisfied with himself, and that there was no need of putting him to further proof. She told him, therefore, that in 4 days he should obtain the object of his desires, and that she would honour their union with her royal countenance. Richard then took his leave of her majesty, his heart swelling with joy at the near prospect of Isabella becoming his own for ever. Time sped, but not with the nimbleness he desired, for those who live on the hopes of pleasure to come always imagine that time does not fly, but hobbles on the feet of sloth itself. At last the day came on which Richard expected, not to end his desires, but to find in Isabella new graces which should make him love her more, if more was possible. But in that brief space of time in which he thought the bark of his fortunes was running with a prosperous gale towards the desired haven, it encountered such a fearful tempest as 1,000 times threatened it with wreck. The queen's keeper of the robes, who had charge of Isabella, had a son aged 22, named Count Ernest, whom his great wealth, his high blood, and his mother's great favour with the queen, made too arrogant and overbearing. He fell most violently in love with Isabella, and during Richard's absence he had made some overtures to her which she had coldly disregarded. Although repugnance and disdain manifested at the outset usually make the enamoured desist from their suit, yet Isabella's notorious disdain had the contrary effect on Ernest, for it fired his passion, and consumed his sense of honour. He was almost distracted when he found that the queen had adjudged Isabella to Richard, and that she was so soon to become his; but before he committed himself to the infamous and dastardly course which he ultimately adopted, he first besought his mother to use her influence with the queen on his behalf, declaring that his death was at hand unless he obtained Isabella for his wife. The countess, well knowing her son's violent and arrogant disposition, and the obstinacy with which he pursued his desires, had reason to fear that his passion would lead to some unhappy result. With a mother's natural anxiety to gratify her son's wishes, she promised to speak to the queen, not with the hope of succeeding in the impossible attempt to make her majesty break her word, but in order not to sit down in despair while any remedy remained to be tried. That morning Isabella was dressed by the queen's orders with a magnificence which defies description. With her own hands her majesty put on her neck a string of the largest pearls found in the galleon, valued at 20,000 ducats, and a diamond ring on her finger worth 6,000 crowns. But whilst the ladies were in great glee anticipating the glad time so near at hand, the keeper of the robes presented herself before the queen, and implored her on her knees to postpone Isabella's wedding for 2 days longer, declaring that if her majesty would only do so, it would more than reward her for all her past services. The queen desired to know, in the first instance, why she made that request, so directly at variance with the royal promise given to Richard. But the countess would not explain until the queen, urged by curiosity to discover the cause of this strange request, promised that she would grant it. Having thus succeeded in her immediate object, the lady keeper made the queen acquainted with her son's passion, and how, fearing that unless he obtained Isabella he would commit some desperate deed against himself or others, she had asked for that delay of 2 days in order that her majesty might devise the best means of saving the life of her son. The queen replied that had she not pledged her royal word, she would have found a way to smooth over that difficulty, but that for no consideration could she retract her promise or defraud Richard of the hope she had given him. The lady keeper reported the queen's answer to her son, but nothing could overcome his headstrong presumption. Arming himself at all points, he mounted a powerful charger, and presented himself before Clotald's house, and shouted for Richard to come to the window. Richard was dressed as a bridegroom, and was on the point of setting out for the palace with his friends, but hearing himself thus summoned, he went with some surprise and showed himself at an open window. "Hark you, Richard, I have something to say to you," said Count Ernest. "Our lady the queen ordered you to go forth on her service, and perform exploits that should render you worthy of the peerless Isabella. You set out and returned with ships laden with wealth, with which you think you have bought your title to Isabella; but though our lady the queen promised her to you, it was under the belief that there was no one at her court who could serve her better than you, or more justly aspire to the fair Spaniard's hand. But in this it may be that her majesty was mistaken. Being of that opinion, and holding it for very truth, I say that you have done no such deeds as can make you worthy of Isabella, nor can you ever perform any to raise you to that honour, and if you dare to maintain the contrary, I defy you to the death." "I am in no wise called upon to take up your defial," replied Richard, "because I confess not only that I do not merit Isabella, but that no man living does so. Confessing, therefore, the truth of what you allege, I say again that your defial touches not me. Nevertheless, I accept it in order to chastise your insolence." So saying, he left the window and called for his arms. Richard's family and the friends who had assembled to escort him to the palace were thrown into confusion by this untoward incident. The challenge having been so publicly given, it could not be but that some one should report it to the queen. This was done accordingly, and her majesty ordered the captain of her guard to arrest Count Ernest. The captain made such good speed that he arrived just as Richard was riding out from his father's house, mounted on a handsome steed, and equipped with magnificent arms, in which he had gone to pay his respects to the queen on his return from his expedition. The moment the count saw the captain of the queen's guard he guessed his purpose, and resolving not to let himself be caught, he shouted out, "You see, Richard, how we are interrupted. If you are bent upon chastising me, you will look for me as I will look for you. Two people surely meet when they have a mind." "The sooner the better," said Richard. Meanwhile the captain of the guards came up, and in the queen's name arrested the count, who surrendered, requesting to be taken into the queen's presence. The captain complied, and carried Ernest before the queen, who, without entering into any discourse with him, ordered that he should surrender his sword and be committed to the Tower. All these things were torture to the heart of Isabella and to her parents, who saw their new found happiness so soon disturbed. The lady keeper advised the queen that, to prevent the mischief which might break out between her own family and Richard's, the possible cause of it should be withdrawn by sending Isabella to Spain. In support of this suggestion she added that Isabella was a Catholic, and so rooted in that faith, that all the arguments and persuasions she had used to withdraw her from it, and they were many, were of no avail. The queen replied that she esteemed her the more, since she was steadfast to the law taught to her by her parents, and that as for sending her to Spain, it was not to be thought of, for she was charmed with her lovely presence and her many graces and virtues. In fine, the queen was resolved that Isabella should become Richard's wife, if not that day on another, without fail. The lady keeper was so mortified by this reply, that she withdrew without saying a word, and having already made up her mind that unless Isabella was removed there could be no hope of relief for her son, or of peace between him and Richard, she determined to commit one of the most atrocious acts that could enter the mind of a lady of her exalted station. Women being for the most part rash and sudden in the execution of their resolves, the lady keeper that evening gave Isabella poison in a conserve which she pressed her to take, under the pretence that it was good for the sinking and oppression of the heart which she complained of. A short while after Isabella had swallowed it, her throat and tongue began to swell, her lips turned black, her voice became hoarse, her eyes fixed and glassy, and her breathing laboured and stertorous. In short, she exhibited all the symptoms of having been poisoned. The queen's ladies hastened to inform her majesty, assuring her that the lady keeper had been the author of the nefarious deed. The queen had no great difficulty in coming to the same conclusion, and went at once to see Isabella, who seemed to be almost at the last gasp. Sending with all speed for her physicians, she meanwhile ordered that the sufferer should be given a quantity of powdered unicorn's horn, and several other antidotes, with which great princes are usually provided against such casualties. The physicians arrived and begged the queen to make the lady keeper declare what kind of poison she had used, for no one doubted that she was the poisoner. This information having been obtained from the criminal, the physician applied the proper remedies with such good effect, that with God's help Isabella's life was saved, or at least there was a hope that it would be so. The queen ordered that the lady keeper should be arrested and confined in a chamber of the palace, intending to punish her as her crime deserved, whilst the guilty woman thought to excuse herself by saying that in killing Isabella she offered an acceptable sacrifice to heaven by ridding the world of a Catholic, and removing with her the cause of affliction to her son. Finally, Isabella did not die, but she escaped only with the loss of her hair, eyebrows, and eyelashes, her face swollen, her bloom gone, her skin blotched and blistered, and her eyes red and humid. In a word, she was now become an object as loathsome to look at as she had before been surpassingly beautiful. The change was so frightful that those who knew her thought it would have been better had the poison killed her. But notwithstanding all this, Richard supplicated the queen to let him take her home with him, for the great love he bore her comprehended not only her body but her soul, and if Isabella had lost her beauty, she could not have lost her infinite virtues. "Be it so," said the queen. "Take her, Richard, and reckon that you take in her a most precious jewel, in a rough wooden casket. God knows how gladly I would give her to you as I received her; but since that is impossible, perhaps the punishment I will inflict on the perpetrator of the crime will be some satisfaction to your feelings." Richard spoke earnestly in the culprit's behalf, and besought her majesty to pardon her. Finally Isabella and her parents were consigned to his care, and he took them home to his father's house, the queen having added to the fine pearls and the diamonds she had bestowed on Isabella, other jewels and rich dresses, such as manifested the great affection she felt for her. Isabella remained for 2 months in the same state, without the least sign appearing that her beauty would ever return; but at the end of that time her skin began to peel off, and she gradually recovered the natural bloom of her lovely complexion. Meanwhile Richard's parents, thinking it impossible that Isabella should ever again be what she had been, determined to send for the Scotch lady, to whom they had at first intended to unite him. They did not doubt that the actual beauty of the new bride would make their son forget the lost beauty of her rival, whom they intended to send to Spain with her parents, giving them so much wealth as would compensate them for their past losses. All this was settled between them without Richard's knowledge, and soon after the new bride entered their doors, duly accompanied, and so beautiful that none could compare with her in London, now that Isabella's charms were gone. Richard was astounded at this unexpected arrival, and fearing that it would have a fatal effect upon Isabella, he went to her bedside, and said to her, in presence of her parents, "Beloved of my soul, my parents, in their great love for me, but ill conceiving how great is mine for you, have brought hither a Scotch lady, to whom they arranged to marry me before I knew your worth. They have done so, I believe, upon the supposition that her great beauty will efface from my soul the image of yours, which is deeply impressed upon it. But from the moment I first loved you, Isabella, it was with a different love from that which finds its end attained in the gratification of the sensual appetite. For though your great beauty captivated my senses, your infinite virtues enthralled my soul, so that if I loved you in your beauty, I adore you in your plainness. That I may confirm that truth, put your hand in mine." She held out her right hand; he took it in his, and continued, "By the Catholic faith which my Christian parents have taught me, or if that is not as pure and perfect as it ought, then by that held by the Roman Pontiff, and which in my heart I confess, believe, and hold, do I swear, and by the true God who hears us, I promise you, Isabella, soul of my soul, to be your husband, and your husband I am from this moment, if you will raise me up so high." Isabella could only kiss Richard's hand again and again, and tell him, in a voice broken by her tears, that she accepted him as hers, and gave herself to him as his slave. Richard kissed her disfigured face, which he had never ventured to kiss in its beauty, and her parents, with tears of affection, ratified their solemn betrothal. Richard told them that he would find a way to postpone his marriage with the Scotch lady, and that when his father proposed to send them to Spain, they were not to refuse, but were to go to Cadiz and wait for him there, or in Seville for 2 years, within which time he gave them his word he would be with them, if God spared his life. Should he not appear within that time, they might be assured that he was prevented by some insuperable impediment, and most probably by death. Isabella replied that she would wait for him not only 2 years, but all the years of her life, until she knew that he was no longer alive, for the moment that brought her that news would be her last. End of the Spanish English Lady, Part II.